Is it time to start the show? I mean, I don't know. John, what do you think?
I think
Is
it's
it time?
time.
Okay. All right. Let's start the show then.
Let's start.
Hey guys, I'm back. And we got a special guest today. It's gonna be a little bit different show tonight. We're trying something new. This is a beta, a public beta of the podcast, and John was willing to come on the show and kind of try it out with me. John of Bespoke Watch Projects. John, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Good to see you, Tim. It's been a while. I saw you in New York at the last windup. You came by my booth. I'm John McConnico, as everyone can see on the screen. I'm an
Pronounced
McConnico. Yeah, it's a long Scottish name. It always actually it goes smoother if you drink Scotch with it.
Maybe I need some.
Yeah, which we could do momentarily.
Yeah.
I'm in Oakland, California, so I'm in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area. I am an independent brand, pretty much a one-person brand. Been around for about 9 years.
Wow.
My business kind of came organically from my own design and watchmaking work. I'm a designer by trade, and I'm also a collector. So, I am kind of an odd duck in terms of maybe my combination of skills, background, and kind of how I approach things. I kind of like to break the rules a bit, but for me, it's all about keeping it interesting. And I like to tell people, whether they are creators or collectors or aficionados, I like to tell them, like, it's okay to get a little weird. So, that's kind of my unofficial motto. But it's great to be here. I'm happy to be the kind of the
first, the
first.
kind of the first, or the guest zero, you could say.
Yeah, zero. I'm
Well,
patient zero.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate you hopping on, because American watchmaking, it does not get enough enough love. There's not American, besides like Shinola and RGM. I don't think there's much left to it, and you're one of the people who are trying to bring it back. And but before we talk about watchmaking, your watchmaking, I really wanted to talk about how you got into, first of all, watch collecting, and then how that transitioned into deciding to become a watchmaker. Um, can we please
Wrist
do a
check.
wristwatch check? A quick
Yeah, you
wristwatch
go
check.
first.
What do
Yeah, you
you
go
think?
first.
Well, look, I'm just wearing the Speedmaster.
Oh, nice.
Speedmaster 3861, and I have it on the Bark and Jack strap. Shout out to Adrian. I was trying to put it on this
Nice. Yeah.
Ukrainian flag,
Mm-hmm.
since I'm Ukrainian,
Mm-hmm.
NATO strap, but I saw you jumped on into the back row. I was like, ah, damn it, he's here. So I didn't have the time to put it
There's
on.
no rush. You can still do it.
There's no rush. I'll do it after the show.
I do really appreciate that you put that on a leather strap, because I think it looks great.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, I love bracelets too, but
Mm.
I'm a big fan of straps. So I think it looks awesome, the contrast.
Thank you. But what about you? What are you wearing?
So actually, this is the first sneak preview before wind up in San Francisco, which I will be doing, which is about 7 miles from my studio. I am actually wearing, let me see if I can do this with a glare.
Let's see here.
I'm wearing my new Sector dial, but
Ooh.
it's my new bracelet, which has taken me 2 years to develop. So I have my 38 millimeter case, which I launched last year, which typically comes on a leather strap. I'm actually releasing an integrated bracelet for that. So I am currently test wearing the I guess this is bracelet zero. So bracelet zero.
That DLC black or PVD black?
It's a PVD, kind of a satin, or actually a brushed finish. And it's going to be available in a stainless steel black and a brushed gold, kind of a warm gold, which matches my cases. But it's been one of those things, just like everything these days, it's taken longer to develop and to prototype. But everyone loves bracelets, so it's something that I've always intended to do with this case. But
Yeah.
typically, I do wear a lot of leather straps. But today is the one period I'm doing a bracelet. So
So you have, it's almost like an unveiling
this is
of
an
your,
unveiling.
yeah, so
Yeah,
that's what it is. It's an unveiling of the bracelet.
yeah. There you go.
Now, ooh,
So you can
that,
see.
and that's gold. Very
So
nice.
this is the brushed gold. So it's actually um, has a curved profile but
Mhm.
straight lug. So it's almost a tonneau shaped case. Um, so the bracelet was a
There's
challenge just because of the shape of the case.
taper there as well. It's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, it had a lot of taper to it. The curve, actually, I spent 18 months just getting the curve right on that case. That was actually a COVID project. I started it pre-COVID, and then during the whole COVID period shutdown, I was actually prototyping. So again, another little project that took longer but was worth it. So I think we all had our projects, our projects over the COVID
I
period. So
I spoke with someone who, oh, it's a long story, man. That was I got quite a bit of flack for bringing on one guy who, they were developing a bracelet, and then they believed that the design looked too similar to the new Bremont design.
mhm.
They were really offended.
Oh
Anyways,
no.
but it was interesting to talk to the guy about just how difficult it is to make a like bracelet ground up.
Hmm.
So the bracelet on that watch. So that's a fully original like bracelet designed to fit your case. It's not just
Yes.
off the rack, because I mean obviously you can just go to some website and kind of just get the end links.
Yeah.
You could just
Yeah.
custom end links and then put on the generic bracelet. But you're actually designed your own
Hmm.
bracelet that integrates into that case. Now, do you guys make those cases in the United States?
Well, the case itself, this
Yes.
case, I've worked with several factories for my case production.
Uh-huh.
So how I typically work is I'll do limited batches of cases. This is
Yeah,
one I've worked with this specific factory for a while, and they're in Asia, but
of course.
I've worked with them for about 6 years, and I started the process about 3 years ago for this particular case. But I do limited batches of them. So
Yes.
currently, I've done 250 cases in 3 colorways, and then all of my straps, I work with a leather worker in the United States,
Mhm.
and those are all batches that I do a dozen at a time, where I actually select the materials and the leather, and then he manufactures them. And then the watches themselves are all assembled by me in my studio in Oakland, by me
Mhm.
personally. And my dial production I do in house.
Okay.
So my biggest kind of differentiator, I would say, in terms of my approach, is all my dials are kind of treated like artwork. They're all engraved, so they're not traditionally printed. They're all hand finished.
Mhm.
I use metals, different metals such as copper, sterling silver, zinc, gold alloy. So what you're seeing, and that's my watch builder that we see on screen
Yes.
right now. What I do is I do batches of dials, kind of like you would have an artist who does pottery. I'm
Yes.
constantly doing batches, and they're all limited production. And then what you see there in the watch builder, I'll put up small selections, curated selections of the dials in there. And then I'll also do some ready-made models, which I have on my website and I'll do for events. But then I would say more than half of my customers opt for a bespoke piece in which
Yes.
they'll actually want to do something custom and either select one of my dial designs, which I'll do specific finishing for, or in some cases, there'll be kind of a more true bespoke approach in which it's kind of like I'm an architect. I'm working with them on their house. We'll
Yes.
design something, and I'll actually design more of a custom piece for them. So really, there is kind of a range of how I approach it. But all my dials I do in house. I want everything to feel really hand finished and not really like a mass produced factory piece.
Mhm.
So it brings me joy when someone opens the package and they see it and they feel like, oh my gosh, it's not only specific to me, but I can tell that this was touched by hand and that it wasn't just something that was stamped out.
Right.
So for me, really, that's really why I do it. I come from a design background and a fine art background. So I'm actually incorporating a lot of processes into my watchmaking that I've used 20 years ago in furniture products, even paintings I've done in which I was using different metal pigments. So for me, it's kind of like this full circle, full creative circle in
How,
which I'm kind of a mad scientist in some ways.
yes, yes. So how did you get here?
Hmm.
When did you fell in love with watches?
Yep.
And then what was it that made you decide to start a watch company and do this?
Yeah, and I have probably part of that story is really common. I think a lot of people experience it. When I was a
Mm.
kid, my dad gave me an old watch of his.
Yes.
This was I was really young. This was probably, gosh, like late 70s. I'm old. I was probably like 8 years old or something like that. My dad gave me a watch that he had that he'd been wearing since the 60s, and it
Yes.
was an old hand wound Hamilton, and
Ah.
it was really beat up. You could barely see the watch from the scratch crystal. And I remember I wore it for about a week, and it stopped working, which I was actually okay with because I
Oh.
didn't really care what time it was. I was really admiring the beauty of the watch itself. And I remember I took off the back and looked inside, and of course I could never get it back together again. But I think that was probably like the first moment where I was aware of this universe that was a whole
Yes.
different place, that had gears and springs and screws that
Yes.
to me was like black magic. So that is really what the initial, I guess, entry into watches. And then fast forward a few years, by the time I was in, say, junior high school, even elementary school,
Mhm.
that's when the Swatch craze hit. So in the 80s, I remember when that hit, and of course I had swatches. I had all the
Yes.
accoutrements, and then from there, I think I got more seriously into buying a nicer watch. By the time I graduated high school, I had like a Seiko. It was like when I saved up for that. I think that was my first automatic watch. And I started collecting a little bit in college. But I would say by the time I got out of art school, out of college, that's when I started seriously looking at watches as something that was kind of an art form or something that I really wanted to collect seriously.
Yes.
And at that time, this was the 90s, and at that time, stuff was semi affordable. And
There
so,
wasn't this gamification, as I call
no.
it, in
Mm-mm.
the watch industry. This actually this what is happening right now is a quite a new phenomenon. I think it kind of took off
Hmm.
in during COVID.
Yeah.
There
Oh,
wasn't
yeah.
really, yeah, the used watch market has always been where you get watches for 50 or more percent off, and now it seems to be like it's more that has
Hmm.
flipped. But please, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I
So
think it's interesting because I agree. I think a lot of people I'm meeting at shows, at watch shows, have been collecting watches for less than 3 years, and a lot of
yes,
them say that they got obsessed with it during COVID. Um, I think they're I feel like they're different squads of people, and then
hmm,
they're folks that have been collecting for a few years, but still got into it relatively recently. But people that they're amazed when they hear about watches that were, say, under $3,000. That I remember buying Omegas and uh, you know vintage Breitlings, stuff like that, back
mm,
in the kind of late 90s, early 2000s, and those have kind of quadrupled in value or more. And of course, I'm not talking about even the Rolexes, because that's even more appreciation in terms of the value.
yes,
But it's interesting when you talk to people who've been collecting for many years, they kind of remember, fondly, they remember the old days where they could pick
yes,
up a couple of Datejust for nothing. Um, but a lot of the people who've been collecting maybe a few years, they're amazed that you could have actually gotten something so cheaply.
yes.
But I agree. I think a lot of people are kind of very recent to kind of the collecting
The
journey, and
social
have
media has really
yeah.
exploded the watch collecting hobby, and
Hmm.
there's also, besides just gamification, there's also been
Yeah.
like a Bitcoinification of
Hmm.
especially Rolex brand, where it is turned into that narrative that this is an investment has
Yeah.
really been pushed, and a lot of people found themselves including me. Okay,
Hmm.
spending literally every single last dollar
Yeah.
that I have in the bank
We
to
start to
buy.
justify things differently, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Because hey, if I don't buy this watch, this is like losing money. It became so ridiculous. They
Hmm.
call you and they say, "Hey, we've got a sermon for you here." It's what? It's like 11,000, but then they say, "Oh, but on Chrono 24,
Hmm.
they go for 19." It's like, "Oh my
Hmm.
god, this is I have to spend the money." And then I ended up not being able to sell it. It is truly a headache inducing
Hmm.
hobby because you're always thinking about that. But sometimes it's good to pull back and just look at the watches for what they are, like a little bit of art, and also a bit of a uh, uh like a hobby and not
Hmm.
an investment. um
Yes. Yeah.
so you went to a design school,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah. I went to Otis Parsons in Los Angeles. And I was originally a fine arts major, then ended up graduating in a degree in environmental design, which is architecture based.
Yes.
So I always had one foot in fine arts and kind of art making,
Yes.
one foot in design. But
Hmm.
on that foot, I've worked in kind of 3-dimensional design as well as 2-dimensional. I was a creative. I'm a creative director. I've been one for 25 years. So I've done a lot of branding and advertising, things like
What was
that.
the
But
moment? What was the moment that you
mhm.
were making art, you were working for these other companies? What was it that made you decide to start your own brand?
You know what? It's that. Yeah, that's a really good question. I have
Mm,
three kind of connected answers to that. And number
mhm,
one, um, I was scratching my own itch. So I've always loved watches. I've always been a watch collector, and that was one of the few things I hadn't produced or designed. I'd done furniture before. I'd done some hard goods. I'd done other things, but I thought to myself, what would it take to actually not just create a watch, but make a watch myself? So I
yes,
want to I want to touch it. I want to feel it. I want to have my own
yes,
spin on it. That was one thing. But then I think also just I, to be honest, I've been working so hard for years doing campaigns and things that they all felt so important, and they
mhm,
were for some large brands. I won't mention here publicly, but some large brands that were great to work with.
yes,
But after 2 or 3 or 4 years, you would look back on your portfolio and things weren't relevant any longer, or they just kind of disappeared because everything's
mm,
virtual, everything's changing. So, and I'd always made art or something physical. So for me, the watches really represented something, not only a love of watches and watchmaking, but also getting back to something physical. So I want to produce something for someone that their great grandkids can have and enjoy, um, long after I'm gone. Although I'm hoping, robotics. I'm hoping that something will happen. But maybe I'll I'll be a robot making watches.
we'll
But
download our conscience
yeah,
into the
you
metaverse.
might need to upgrade my firmware, every few months.
Yes.
Um, but no, I think that to me was a big part of it. Is that I think
Mhm,
we all embrace the virtual world. We all embrace things that are fleeting and changing, which is exciting.
mhm,
But for me, with watches, with art, with furniture, with antiques, with certain things, those have a power, that lasts forever, essentially. And I think a watch has a potential to last forever. So that's really my goal, is to create something that I can pass along. And for me, it's about that collaboration. It's about that idea that the concept is stronger than just the idea of just an object, but
mhm.
to really have something physical, to
You
get
wanted
back to
you
something physical.
It sounds like you wanted to leave a legacy on this planet.
Yeah,
Something that would
yeah.
outlive you,
But
not just
less
something.
about
Yeah.
me, and I would say as
Yeah.
much about the other person having something that they feel
Yeah.
like is an heirloom.
Yes,
Um,
and because let's be honest, I mean, there's a lot of like heirlooms, but like there's just this whole world. Like there's a lot of these mass so-called luxury items, but they're so mass produced, and they're backed by massive marketing campaigns, and it's just it's what you're doing is a little bit different. You're trying to kind of personally connect with people.
Hmm.
What so
Yeah.
so tell me, what was the first step in start the first challenge of
Hmm.
starting this company? Where did you start with?
Yeah.
Like, did you have a case shape in mind, or dial? Did you know what you're going to be doing today? That you started 9 years ago.
Yeah, good question. So I started off actually pretty, I would say, pretty standard tool watches.
Hmm.
So my first watch was a larger hand wound pilot watch. I would say
Mm,
a pretty traditional pilot watch. And part of that was, to learn the kind of traditional watchmaking part of it. Working with hand wound movements, larger hand wound movement was a lot easier.
yes.
And so that's kind of where I started. And from
Huh.
there, I just started prototyping different dials. Um,
Are you
trying
able
different
to
things.
take a movement apart and put it back together?
Yes, although I try not to. And I guess what I mean is, um, yeah, it's a long day when I have to do that.
Yes.
But yes, I've done it more often with the larger movements.
Yes.
The great thing about and for the most part, I use like Swiss ETA 2824 movements right now are kind of my core engine.
Yes.
The great thing about that platform is that it's reliable, and if you do have to replace a part or make modifications, um, very rarely do you really need to take the entire thing apart. But
Mhm.
um, I do a lot of customization. I do all the regulation. There are ways that I can dive into things and go really deep down that rabbit hole. But
Yes.
um, I would say, for the sake of being a business and spending my time in the best areas or where I should be spending time,
Yes.
it's usually not disassembling an entire watch, but it's usually focusing on. I do things in batches, so I have the movements all prepped and ready. I have my cases. Then I'm doing my dials iteratively. So I think, really, and go back to your question, I think starting out, the biggest challenge is trying to figure out how to use my time and not never you never stop learning. So
Mhm.
regardless of where someone is in their career or what they're doing, you never stop learning, and you always have to push yourself beyond the comfort zone.
Mhm.
And I think for any creative pursuit, you have to kind of push yourself creatively and not be too comfortable. I think there
Mhm.
is something to be said about having a core competency, that
Yes.
stuff that you know that you do very well, and to really push that. But I think also being able to experiment and prototype is important. So I would
Yes.
say the first 2 years of my business, and this is going back 9 years ago, um, I actually learned a lot of the traditional watchmaking part of it fairly quickly, within about 18 months. And then you start to learn, when you learn something like the 10 things you need to know in Photoshop, then you
Yes.
become much more comfortable doing the next 10 things.
Yes.
So I think watchmaking is a little bit like that. So when I had kind of I guess, the core of what I wanted to learn about that, when I was comfortable with it, then I started making sure that some of my time was spent prototyping and creating. Some of my time was spent pushing myself further in some of the technical areas, um, but never losing sight of the fact that I really need to balance my time. And luckily, I've had other businesses, and I've been a consultant as a designer and a creative
Mhm.
director, so I'm pretty good at managing my time, especially for a designer,
Yes.
which not all of us are.
Yes.
It's taken me years, but I really applied that to the way I run my watch business. So I really tell people my watch business is more like, say, an architecture firm than
Mhm.
it is a watch company.
Yes.
Um, in terms of how I treat clients and work with customers and clients, in terms of how I try to push myself creatively, and have a collaborative spirit to it. But also, I'm always looking to do something a little bit different. So I don't want to be ever in a situation where people feel like they're just getting this cookie cutter approach.
Right.
Um, so I think for me, really, it's gone through a period of the first 2 years, 2 to 3 years, figuring out kind of how to apply my time. And then once I got to maybe the 5 year mark in my business, I actually had enough materials that I had created. So whether it was sourcing movements or
Mhm.
parts, or creating cases and dials, I had enough materials where I could then kind of more rapidly create watches.
What's
So
it
it was,
like? What's it like ordering the movements from Switzerland? Do they come pre-calibrated? They're
if
taken
I if I
apart.
tell
What's
you if I tell
yeah.
you, I'd have to uh, I'd have to blindfold you.
Okay.
No,
'Cause
actually, it's tricky. It's changed over the years. I remember first buying some kind of Unitas ETA movements years ago, and
yes.
that was like literally buying one at a time.
Wow.
Even back then. Then I
Yes.
moved more into automatic movements, which it was actually a little bit easier.
Mm.
But still, I buy things in small batches, so I
No,
don't have
Matt.
I don't have a large supply of movements. But what I tend to do is I have worked with, like, say, for example, I did a run last year where I worked with use some STP movements, which are
Mhm.
Swiss, and I was able to work with them directly with the factory, and they were great. I did a batch of a batch with those movements, and then I usually have ETA on hand, but literally those I'll buy in small batches, and I kind of accumulate my own batch of them. But it's never more than, say, 100 pieces. So
Yeah.
usually pretty small quantity. And when I get those movements, I'm not just dropping them in, but I'm actually modifying them, regulating them, working on them.
Do you have a watchmaker who does it, or you doing it yourself?
I do it myself. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So I spend, and
Wow.
again, this is all time
Yeah.
management. Uh,
Yeah. Wow.
it's all time management where I'm spending time, a
Mhm.
certain percentage of my time working on movements, and then getting a batch of those ready. And then another
Mhm.
day, another period of time, I'll be casing watches and
Mm.
creating people's watches. And then I'll be doing another day where I'm prototyping dials and creating dials. So it's dirty work, clean work, alternating between that and then assembling, um, and then also just working kind of that service part of it where I'm working with customers and clients,
That's right, that's right. That
for
was my
custom stuff.
actually that
Yeah,
was my next, question is, like, what is it like servicing watches? Do you have, customers coming back, with maybe the watch is running out of, like, let's say
like need a modification.
yeah, 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 maybe it needs tuning, it's not running as accurately as supposed to be. What's it
Yeah, I
like
mean,
servicing the watches?
luckily, knock on wood, I haven't had too many issues. But
Mhm,
occasionally I have a customer come back who, if the watch is running a little bit fast or slow,
mhm,
then regulating it's really easy to do.
mhm.
Um, I've had, I think I've had two instances of someone um, breaking a crystal where they, skateboarded into a brick
Mm.
wall, that kind of thing.
Oh, we had a viewer
Yeah,
who
very,
literally
very.
bought a Lange and then 2 days later dropped it on the tile in the rest
Oh,
in
oh.
his bathroom and broke the crystal.
Actually, that happened too. I had one. Yeah, I had one owner who dropped their watch in the on the bathroom floor.
Yes.
Oh, that's painful. Yeah, that's painful.
Oh,
But for the most part, it's really, I would say, minor stuff.
mhm,
Um, and for me, I'm just like, I want to get it done as quickly and efficiently for them as I can. Regardless of
yes,
what the issue is. I know how it is when you're at it. Especially if it's a watch that you wear or you love. Even a
yes.
day or two feels like a lifetime. So if someone's local, I'll even go meet them and pick it up. Um,
Wow.
or if they're in the East Coast or in Europe, then I'll send them, tracking, send them a account number. They can send it to me.
Mm,
So luckily, I haven't had too many issues with that. I tell people, like, again, it's like I stand behind my work. So just like an
mhm.
architect would say, hey, if you have a problem with their house, I'm going to come over and figure it out. Um, I'm always wanting to help ease any pain that people feel with that. Like, I had one interesting challenge a few years ago. There was a customer, I believe they're in Seattle, and they ordered a watch, and they had it worked great for 5 weeks. And on the
Mhm.
sixth week, they said it was running fast, like
Mm,
by like super fast.
wow.
So we couldn't figure
I
out
had that with my Tag Heuer. Sorry.
we couldn't figure out what was going on at first,
Yeah.
and then we realized it was it got magnetized because he had a vintage hi-fi speaker that he would sit his watch on at night.
Wow.
And even though it's not really it's not as common as people think for movements to get magnetized these days, modern movements, but
Yes,
it was just a perfect storm where something happened.
yes.
So I said, you know what? Now that we've diagnosed what it is, it's super quick and easy. So I actually ordered him a demagnetizer on Amazon, which was about $9, and it was amazing because it was like he was able to heal the patient himself.
Yes.
And the next day
Wow.
he emailed me. He was like, "Oh, it totally worked. It was fine in 5 minutes." So for me, I'm always up for a challenge, but luckily I haven't had anything serious, but it can be an interesting journey because
Mm,
you really are trying to diagnose, like something like that, for example, is something you can't
mm.
necessarily see it, but you know that there's probably one of three things it could be. So, support for me is definitely a big part of it.
Mhm.
Whether it's moral support or product support. So,
Yeah. Yeah, making watches is hard. It's not
mhm,
easy. It's not easy. So, okay, so your cases,
mhm,
this is a custom design. You
mhm, yeah,
design all of your cases yourself.
yeah.
You have a bracelet coming up.
Coming up, yeah,
Yep.
you saw it first here today. So I'll be releasing it at Wind Up Watch Fair in San Francisco
When is
in
that? When is that?
6 weeks. It is on
6 weeks
the 20. I should have this memorized. It's actually on the 28th um,
of
of 28th of April. So Friday 28th through Sunday the 30th of April in San Francisco.
the
Um,
windup. We
yeah,
we
Wind Up
actually
Watch Fair.
have quite a few viewers who are from San Francisco area, so maybe they'll go to the windup and
Yeah, I
we'll
hope
say
so.
hello
We have
in
a good
person. Yeah.
watch. We have a good watch community here in the Bay Area. So
Yes.
and I think it's been really growing. I mean, I was just at a meetup 2 weeks ago, and like we
Mm.
talked about earlier, I mean, so many of the people have been collecting since the pandemic. So it really is inspirational to see kind of the number of people who really were diving in deep into watches. So that's why I love these watch shows. Obviously, I love to show what I'm making, but
Yes.
it's as much. I think the watch shows are as much about the community and about
Yes.
connecting with people, and also connecting with the other brands. I mean, I'm good friends with a lot of the other brands that, to me, it feels more and more like a family reunion. So, and
Yes.
I typically do two of the wind ups a year. I do the New York show and the San Francisco show. So I really do feel like it's like, oh, it's our Thanksgiving,
Yes.
Um, but we just happen to be there selling watches too.
So, now the dial is the most important part of your watch. It is what you do professionally, designing the design, and they are very different from other brands that I've seen. Can you tell me first about the inspiration for the logo, the three
Mhm.
circles? How did that come about, and what did the three circles represent?
Good question. I don't think I've told people this. A few people have asked me it when I came by my booth, but I don't think I've ever really told the whole story. So
Oh.
the branding, I mean, it really came out of starting out. I really wanted to create obviously bespoke pieces, things that felt very personal.
Mhm.
One thing that always kind of annoyed me as a collector, whether it was independent brands or even large brands, is that sometimes you would have the logo or the logo mark or the text would
Mhm.
feel really disjunctive from the design of the dial and feel
Yes.
too large or out of place. So for me, starting out, I wanted it to feel like a functional element. So I didn't want to necessarily put text on the dial, and
Mhm.
having the logo mark in there, the symbol. I wanted to feel like almost like a functional part of the dial and integrated into the design. And the circles themselves are actually come from my past when I was when I got out of art school, and I actually created a little, not even a startup, but I had a furniture line with a friend of mine,
Mm.
and I was doing design work and doing some furniture. And some of the pieces I created, I actually used a joint um, that had these pegs, a dowel joint that had these three pegs. So
Ah,
when I was thinking about what my logo should be as a watch company, and I've always loved modernism, I've always loved
yes.
modern design. I looked back at some of my work, and I literally have sketchbooks where I was doing sketches for ideas for furniture and products. And I had
Yes.
this recurring theme of this kind of three pronged joint where it had these metal inlays and wood. It was actually brass metal inlays and cherry wood. Um,
Ah.
so I thought, you know what, that's it. So and of course, three is always a great number too. So for me, it was having that element that
3
felt
is not a number
functional.
2, but okay.
Yeah, three's better than two.
3 is better than
Yeah,
2, yeah.
but yeah, that's where it came from. It was just basically coming
Mm.
from my past as a designer, and kind of going from one form to another form, basically.
Mm.
So it does have an actual kind of tangible reference point to what it is. But in putting it on a dial, I wanted it to feel like you're looking at the California dial right
Yes.
here. Um,
Yes.
Normally, where you would have a triangle, I kind of wanted to put my logo mark in there, almost
Yes.
like a functional element, like you'd see on a Flieger watch.
Yes.
Um, so that's really kind of how it came out, is it had that triangle form, but I wanted to have, I didn't want to choose a random decorative element. And
Yeah.
I'm always a big believer. I think whatever a person's doing, if they're an artist or designer, I want them, I want them to have a real genuine story, And when I buy stuff from other designers, whatever they're making, like,
Mhm.
so I always love when their name or logo actually has like a real genuine background to it.
Mhm.
So I wanted people to know that, yeah, that for me it wasn't a random thing. So I haven't told everyone that story, but that's where the logo comes from.
It's
And
very,
my
very
name
interesting.
obviously is pretty literal.
Yes.
I do use my personal name along with Bespoke Watch Projects a lot, so that people really
Mhm.
understand that it comes from me. Um, but it was a conscious decision for me to use the name Bespoke Watch Projects. It literally came out of what I was doing. I
Yes.
was sharing what I was working on, and I had friends say, "Hey, I would love to have a piece. Could you do something special for me?" And I said, "Hey, sure, I'll do a bespoke watch for you,
Yes.
or a custom project." And then about a year into it, I realized, okay, I want to formalize this. So my name, it's going to be Bespoke Watch Projects, as like almost like an architecture firm would be about
Yes.
their different projects. So,
Well, if I have one suggestion is that
uh-huh.
as you keep develop before I give you my suggestion, what do you have like do you have like a goal in mind where you want the brand to be in, let's say, I don't know, in the next 10 years?
Oh, that's a hard one. You're asking me
Yeah.
one of those life
What do
goal
you yeah,
questions.
what do you where are you
Yeah.
going? Where are you going? Where's the journey?
To be honest with you, my short answer would be
Mm.
I kind of want to be more of the same.
Yes.
Meaning, what I mean by that is I want to stay small. I want people to feel like that I'm making the pieces, that they're
Mhm.
from a craftsperson. They're unique.
Mm.
Um, so I want to kind of maintain that.
Mhm.
However, my goal is to have kind of expand my selection, which I
Mhm.
have done in the past. I've had different editions, things I've retired, trying different things. So now that I think I do have a rhythm in terms of how I approach the dial making, how I approach the watchmaking,
Mhm.
my hope is, even fast forwarding a couple years from now, that I'm going to start to expand on case options. My dial designs obviously will keep expanding, um, and have just different ways for people to feel like they have a special piece, whether or
Mhm.
not it's something that's ready made but it's still unique that they can order, or if it's something that they could easily work with me to configure and to make something custom, because I'm always there as kind of that guiding hand too. Even though I do have a watch builder, I want people to feel like that they're not paralyzed with too many options. So I think for me, being able to, I would say, push my consultant part of it, where I can
Yes.
really help people along, but also have options. Um, but I really don't want to be in a position where I'm say doing such a high volume that I can't focus enough of
Mm.
my energy on the creative part of it. I
I
don't want
see.
people to be looking at my brand 2 years from now and feeling he has the exact same things, or they're too similar.
You
I want to
you
be
you
able
want
to yeah.
Yeah, you want to have as much of your input into watch as possible, right?
Yeah.
Where you're responsible for, spending as much time with the watch as you can.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
would you, if let's say opportunity presents itself, would you move, like, let's say, case production to United States? Is that something that
Oh, yes,
you're
good. And that's
thinking?
actually a really good point. So I would say the other
Yes.
part of my answer should be about how I actually
Mhm.
produce things. I do my in-house dials.
Yes.
My goal has always been to do as much of that as I can myself.
Yes.
And I would say the only thing that's really kept me from doing in-house case production is just obviously the kind of infrastructure involved to do that,
Yes.
and the fact that I do so many other things. But I think, and I think this is a larger, maybe a larger kind of not even answer, but a larger topic is that um, as there are more U.S. brands, which there are more and more,
Every day, yeah.
yeah, every day, that I think that all it takes is for enough of us to have a demand and the
Mm.
resources to do some more complicated production in the States. And there are a few people that do their own cases. So for me in particular, that will eventually be the case. But I have to take baby steps to get there. Yeah, but I
Yes. Oh,
think,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I think
It's
absolutely. Yeah.
very expensive. The brands that produce their own cases in the United States, they're completely different price point. There's just it's so expensive
Hmm.
to do any part of the watch in the United States. So
Yeah.
it's actually quite amazing that you're able to offer your own designed case. This is with the sapphire crystal.
Yes. Yeah. So
Sapphire
I use
crystal.
all
Yeah.
sapphire. The one you see here, the 38 millimeter
Hmm.
case, it has a box dome sapphire crystal, so it has that
Hmm.
kind of nice vintage feel. There you
Yes.
go. Yeah, you can see it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Um, but it's still pretty, it's still pretty slim.
Mhm.
From crystal to back, it's still 12.5 millimeters, so it's very wearable,
Yeah.
and it does curve to hug the wrist. And then I have a mid-sized case that has a flat sapphire crystal, which is a
And
little bit thinner.
what type of water resistance this offers?
It was say 20 atmospheres, so 200, yeah, 200 meters.
200
So,
meters.
in part of the engineering of this case, and part of the reason it took me a while, is I
Yes.
really, really wanted to have a display back on it.
Mm.
Um, you could more easily engineer the case to be have a higher water resistance if you just had a solid back.
Yes.
So for me, I wanted to have the display back. It has a screw down crown. I actually designed a custom movement holder inside the watch that you don't even see. That is
Yes.
that actually has kind of a cushion system to it. Um,
Oh.
so all that really adds up to something that I want it to have the durability of a tool watch, but be something depending on the build. It can feel dressier or more like a tool watch either way. I mean, I think
Yes.
for me, my personal view of it is that I love watches that are kind of straddling the lines of tool watch, dress watch, everyday watch.
Mhm.
I honestly don't even like to classify them.
The
You know,
world has changed around what is considered dressy and what's considered sporty. Those lines have become so blurred when people wear some ridiculous stuff, and also like what is business has
hmm,
become business casual. The whole
yeah,
society has changed. A lot more people working from home. They don't even own a suit.
yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I mean, it's
so
true. I mean, I've been actually working for myself for a long time. But I still, we all still go out, right?
yes,
But and I think being in California too, we tend to be pretty casual. But it's true. I think even especially since the pandemic, it's just
yes,
like we almost look for excuses to wear a dress watch. uh,
yes,
for me, I've never had a problem. I mean, I have my personal collection. I mean, I have a birth year date just,
yes.
a 1972 date just that in the past I would throw it on with a T-shirt, and I'm a big
Yes.
believer in being able to wear, whether it's a vintage watch or a new watch or a dress watch or a tool watch, wearing it with what you want to wear. Like I want people to wear the watches they own, and I also want them to wear clothing wise what they feel comfortable in, whether
Mm.
it's a suit or a T-shirt.
Well,
Um, you
that's
know,
the beauty of this watch right here is that it's got the case shape that is very dressy. So it's kind of like a field watch, and then you can make it dressier by putting in a dial that's a little bit more elegant versus sporty. Oh, by the way, fix the microphone just quickly.
oh, is it scraping?
we
Okay,
got we got a little bit of a scraping there,
okay,
scratching. Uh,
my beard.
so it's okay, no problem. And I mean, you got incredible. I mean, the fact that this watch has 200 meters of water resistance um, allows it to be as sporty as
Hmm.
you can get, and because you can put just like I mean, uh, would you be able to make like a lacquered blacked out, just clear blacked out
Mhm.
with no hour, no indices of any kind, and right, like you'll
Oh
be able
yeah,
to.
I've actually
Yeah.
done a series of dials. I think you're cycling through a few of them there. They have kind of
Yes.
a brushed
Oh
circular
yes, this is.
pattern.
There's some
So
amazing,
I did
like
some,
this one.
yeah.
Ah,
So that actually
that is stunning.
started out as kind of a series I did that were, yeah, I mean, almost like dial artwork, right? That
Yes.
I would take different metals and
Yes.
coat them and patina them, and then do circular brushing on them, where I'm actually removing the material, so you're seeing the actual metal underneath.
Wow.
And those I've actually done without any markers, and obviously it drives some people crazy,
Yes.
but I've got plenty of options for doing markers and numerals. I've done variations on this kind of finishing theme
Mm.
with different designs and markers as well.
Mhm.
But for me, again, I have even in my kind of personal collection, what I've collected over the years, I've got some very conventional watches, but then I've got ones that were kind of a little experimental. And so
Mhm.
for my personal projects here, I think as I'm creating new designs, I don't want everything to feel the same, and I've
Right.
found that actually a lot of my customers who traditionally were collecting pretty conventional watches
Yes.
are really, really drawn to some of these dials that are not conventional at all, that
What
are more experimental. So,
who is your client? Because, for
mhm,
example, here, most of my viewers, they're collecting Rolex, they're collecting, they're going higher up, they're getting into
mhm,
APs, Pateks.
mhm,
There's few people with some really, really, in very expensive watches. But what is your customer like? Are they new into watches, or do you have some people who are collectors who've been collecting, already prominent brands that want something that's that has a little bit
mhm.
more human touch to it?
Actually, all of those things. I would
Mhm.
say, what I would say, a portion of my customers are aspirational collectors.
Mhm.
Um, for example, younger people who just got into collecting, they've started
Yes.
researching, they want something really unique.
Yes.
They like the fact that it's made by me and it can be something really unique. But they have never maybe spent more than $200 on a watch.
Yes.
Um, Another, on the flip side of that, I would say probably 30-40% of my, or even more of my customers have collected all sorts of watches before, everything
Mhm.
from small independent brands to expensive watches. And they view this as, again, something that's unique, that's like an art piece
Mhm.
that they can add to their collection. That's something that they're not afraid to wear every day, but they know that it's unique to them. And
Yes.
especially if it's something they want to go even more of the bespoke route, where they want to do something a little bit different, then that's even more unique. So I find that people really view it almost like a piece of art that they can wear. Um, and then I would say, more of my customers too are, yeah, some of them are like very new collectors that are getting into this affliction, which a lot of us have. And then
Yes.
I'm happy to say also that about 15% of my customers are not men but women also.
Oh.
Um, so, and I think that's really exciting. I found that more and more of my customers aren't just the kind of typical been collecting watches for 10, 20 years, male, age 30 to 50. That was the case for, I think, for a long time for many brands. But
Yes.
what we're finding is that it's much more eclectic. People are coming from different places in terms of how they're arriving in watches.
Mm.
And I love talking to not just your standard watch collector about kind of what they want. So I
Yes.
have many more women customers, even couples that come to me that might want to actually get two watches.
Oh, like a his
Um,
and hers.
yeah, or something complementary,
Oh.
not necessarily matching, but
Yes.
complementary. And what's interesting is as we, no surprise to all of us kind of in the watch world, is that the kind of sizes and the treatments of watches have kind of come down to
That's right.
um, a more kind of proportional
Reasonable,
size. Yeah. Yes,
reasonable size.
proportional. So
Yeah.
what? So obviously, if someone has a larger wrist, they need a larger watch. But
Right.
I would say proportional in the sense that like people are aware of proportion,
Mhm.
and a lot of course, the trend is that a lot of that's feeding the men. Men are more influenced by vintage and kind of scaling down
Mhm.
a little bit. But what I found with women customers, female customers, is that they're not afraid to go a little bit larger than their
Mhm.
wrist. Um, so my watches, a lot of my current focus has been in that kind of mid-size to 38, 39 millimeter.
Mhm.
So that is kind of a good sweet spot that does satisfy a lot of people,
Very
and they're
good
surprised when they try
unisex
it on.
size. It's the size of the
Um,
Daytona. It's like a Rolex
yeah,
Daytona
yeah.
size. It works. It works for larger wrists. It works for smaller wrists. And as a independent watchmaker, you do have to have something that kind of fits as many pieces
Hmm.
as many people as possible. If you were just carrying this large watches, you'd be kind of shooting yourself in the foot. And
Or you'd be limiting. Yeah, yeah.
you're really limiting
Hmm.
yourself, and also it's just unnecessary to have such giant watches. Or
I mean, I like to tell people, and maybe I shouldn't have even said dimensions, because
Mhm,
I feel like too often, and we're all guilty of
mhm,
this, is we'll look at something on when it's released. We'll look at
mhm,
this on a website. We'll look at the numbers, and we'll judge a watch based partially on the specifications.
mhm.
But I think we've all found that when you try something on and you see it in person, it's totally different.
Yes,
Um, so I always urge people, whether they feel like a watch or is too large or too small,
yes,
really feel it, really try it on. Even the dial color or the color of the case can really have an impact on how it looks on the wrist.
that's
The
right.
lug to lug measurement, all that stuff. So even for myself, I'm reminded when I see something that I feel like would be totally for me or wouldn't be for me,
Mhm,
that there's no replacing of that kind of seeing it in person or trying it on. And I found, even as myself over the years of being a collector and kind of looking at watches, it's changed the way I look at watches over the years,
mhm.
in terms of being able to try things on different case shapes, because everything does wear really differently. Even if you look at a lot of the independent brands, for example, and you go to one of the watch fairs, um,
Yes,
you think you know what it's going to look like on the wrist, and I find half the time you're surprised.
right.
You know?
And I mean, again, the microphone issue came back,
Oh,
so
sorry.
so
I'm pulling it
good.
out. Okay, there we go.
um, okay, so you've got this is the closest that I can basically compare this watch to is, look, I mean, it's kind of like a Hamilton Khaki,
Hmm.
but with with custom custom dial that that has a human touch to it. And unlike many other micro brands that just kind of get stuff off the rack, you have designed everything by yourself. So look, the price, the average cost of the watch is around $1,000 for
Hmm.
900, something like that. I think recently there's been this giant controversy. I don't know if you heard about this.
Oh
This is
yes.
a
Oh yes.
yeah, the Brick Watch Company.
Hmm.
That's Dave Portnoy's endeavor, where he basically, had what's called American Watch Company just put these together, and I mean, he put an insane markup,
Hmm.
$2,400 for just off the rack parts, like just the bracelet. There was no effort. He didn't even know what the difference between the quartz and the automatic was,
Hmm.
and he's charging insane. I mean, this was ridiculous, and people came out and defended him for doing this.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, I would say as an overall statement, and
mm,
and this is me kind of even
mm,
backing up as not even just a watchmaker or watch company, but just in terms of
mm,
just a creative business. You know
yes,
what? It's like, hey, people do what they're inspired to do, whether it's
yes,
hey, if they feel like they can charge a price or there's a service they're providing in a
yes,
product that makes it special, more power to them.
yes,
But I feel like there are a lot of folks out there who um, who kind of look at kind of a product, like a hard goods product, like a watch,
yes,
for example, and say, okay, what's the simplest way to get from A to Z to produce this product? And then this is what I want the cost to be in the end.
yes.
But I think in reality, what you have to do is actually kind of go in the middle. You have to kind of work up, like if you're building a house, and you have to say,
You
okay,
have to
how
prove
much is it going to
yourself,
cost me to
right?
build a house? What's my
Yeah.
time worth? Um, conversely, I'll say that there are some fantastic bargains out there.
Hmm.
As a watch aficionado, and buyer as well as a watchmaker, there's some
Mhm.
fantastic bargains out there with watches.
Yes.
But as a business, I look at some of them and like, oh my gosh, like they should be charging more. um, because
Yeah.
it's not just materials. It's not
Yes.
just. It can take years to actually design a watch or be able to launch a watch or design part of a watch. So I think we all want the really great watch brands out there to be sustainable and to be around forever. I
Mhm.
know I do, and so I kind of look at both ends. Like I look at some people who are like, well, that price seems a little high, but then I look at other people and like, wow, that's a really great deal, and I want to buy 5 of them,
Yes. Ooh.
um, but they should be charging more.
Yes.
So it's hard. I have to say, as a business owner, it's just hard. Pricing is always tricky. Um, with the whole supply chain stuff now, even if you're trying to
Ooh.
get certain materials, like
Yes.
I mean, for example, even though I'm doing my own dials,
Yes.
I'm using metals. I'm using copper. I'm using
Ooh.
copper for dials. I'm doing test
Whoa.
sheets. Um,
Oh, wow.
this is actually from
Very
5 years
interesting.
ago when I first started the process, and I was doing test sheets of.
Yes.
And what I do is I actually keep recipes of patinas and finishes that I apply to metals. But
Yes.
I found even in the last, I would say, 18 months, the cost of some of those goods, whether it's
Just
just
basic supplies, raw
basic,
materials.
yeah, raw materials has changed. Um, so it all has an impact. I think for any brand, especially doing a hard good like a watch.
Yes.
Um,
And
so
also,
I
you're
think
you're you're making these watches in San Francisco. You're not making
yeah,
them in the middle of the country somewhere where it's where the cost of living will be very, very cheap. You know?
yeah. I mean, luckily, I'm
Yeah.
kind of grandfather. I've lived
Yeah.
in the Bay Area for
Yes.
25 years, so I guess I'm. I don't know if I could afford to live here now if I were moving here. I'm grandfathered in, but it's no, that's totally true. I think depending on where people are located in the United States, I mean, even if they are in a place that is somewhat affordable, if they're
Yes.
producing a hard good, whether it's a watch or a piece of furniture or something that requires engineering and assembly and raw
Yes.
materials, um, the past few years, it's everything's changing. So I
Mm.
think as a small business, you always have to monitor what is the time that you're putting into something and what are those
Yes.
costs, and then making sure that not only are you delivering the most value for the end customer, but also
Yes.
that it's fair, that it actually represents an accurate price.
You also want
You know?
to you also want to invest into the future of the business because I
Yeah,
think a lot of the
yeah.
people they're very concerned because there's so many brands they're very and there's brands that offer kind of like how it's a safe buy. A lot of people are
Yeah,
concerned about
yeah.
that. Are they buying something that's going to hold value? And like they want the brand to be here in the future. They
Hmm.
don't want it to disappear. So you have to make sure that you have enough money to invest in the future, in the longevity of the brand. uh,
Absolutely, yeah. And I think looking at some of the other brands, and I look at
Mhm.
some of the brands like this, like they're artists. I want to see
Yes.
them create more. I want to see what cool ideas are going to come up with a few years in the future. So you want everyone to kind of in some ways support one another as an
Yes.
industry, so that the whether it's materials, goods, pricing, all that kind of stuff,
What other
that it can be
brand do
sustainable.
you kind of is the biggest inspiration for you in watches?
Huh? Yeah, I'm afraid to answer that because I think as a collector,
Yes.
I mean, I've collected a lot of brands in the past. Like
Yes.
uh, I started out collecting vintage, and actually, I'll answer this first part of the
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
I
Well, actually, what we'll do,
Yeah.
we'll transition because we've been live for 1 hour, and I
Oh,
know
okay.
your time is very limited. No, no, but
Yep.
before you leave,
Hmm.
let's do some Q&A from the audience if they've been
Sure.
listening to the show, guys. Please send your questions for John right now,
I see a
and
question
we'll
here
try
on the
to address
screen.
it. Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Well, Addis wants to know what
yeah.
is in your own collection, what brands
Hmm.
inspire you, which is literally what I was asking.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually was what I was going to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say half vintage, half contemporary in my
Yes.
collection. I have a lot of really funky stuff from, say, the late '60s, early '70s, like new old stock Breitling Bullhead, um, some kind of tool watches from that time period. I also have, say, like Eberhard chronograph from the 1940s, which I
Mhm.
love that time period. And then more moving kind of more contemporary stuff. I love, Glashütte. I love some of the German brands. JLC, I love. Zenith. I have a Zenith El Primero, which is probably one of my favorite.
Very nice.
Top of the line. I mean, in terms of just something that you can wear every day for anything,
Yes.
I think it's great. And I have a birth year Rolex Datejust from '72, which is a great era, I think, in terms of that type of watch. So I kind of have an eclectic spread, but a lot of, I'd say, half vintage, half contemporary.
Very cool.
And
Very cool. Daniel Katz wants to know, is Philip Pekulik an indie influencer?
I am not familiar with Felipe. I'll have to look that up. So I guess a safe answer is no, he's not an influence because I'm not aware of him, but
hasn't influenced you yet. Well,
I'm always on the
bring
lookout
him
for.
up just real quick here. Philip Pekulik.
Oh wow! You know what? I take it back. I have seen images of his work.
Yes, he's been quite he's garnered quite a lot.
I remember seeing that dial. So
yes,
beautiful. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'd like to find out more about him.
Yes.
So
Well, he's not just like it's not a watch brand. I mean, he's a movement maker as well. Would that be something you would be interested in the future, to make your own movement, or you haven't gotten to that yet?
You know what? I would say the short answer is probably no, because I like using kind of a reliable, kind of time-tested movement that, while I do make it my own, it's like building a sports car around a V8 engine. I make it my own, and I regulate it, and I customize it. But I like kind of basing it on kind of a reliable workhorse. However, I could definitely see in the future, say, collaborating with people on doing something unique. Like I do stuff for auctions and charity and one-off pieces for events, things like that. So I could definitely see collaborating with someone on using a different kind of movement for a select piece. But I would say for my core collection, probably I probably wouldn't move movement creation in-house. But it's something that I always am fascinated by in terms of people who are doing it.
Speaking of collabs, Reuter. Are you familiar with Mr. Reuter?
A little bit, yeah.
He's actually a local watchmaker. He's actually very local to me. Even when I went to watch, I was at some watch event. He drove me home.
Oh,
because,
well, that's pretty local.
Yeah, it's pretty local. He lives just
next door,
couple of blocks away from me.
That is local.
He does something very, very similar, but his specialty is in hand finishing the 7750 movement. And he's actually, I found. Oh, what's this? What happened?
You reached his secret area.
We're being attacked. We're being attacked by. Okay, so no, that doesn't work. Okay, maybe his website is something funky going on. I better call him after this. Say, hey, your website is busted. But he's actually done some collabs on the dials. He has some custom dials that were made for him by other watchmakers. Maybe that's something.
Oh, very cool.
You guys would be interested in doing a collab in.
Yeah, I'm always talking to folks about collaborating and stuff. I've actually helped some other brands too in terms of their help with production and creative part of it. So I have kind of a private label service to my, kind of like a collaborative service to my business as well, to my products. So
hey, maybe one day we'll do a limited edition Tim Wright watches collab. Tim Wright.
It'll have to change color every couple of weeks, like the hair, right?
Yeah, the hair. Yeah. Oh yeah, it would be limited to 10 pieces, and it would be probably pink and lime green or something like that.
You know what? I as a last note, I took part in the Revolutionary Watch Loop This Ukraine auction. I actually did a custom watch for that.
Wow.
And that was one of the most exciting things. I remember when I heard about it, it was literally like I had like 48 hours. So I literally went into my studio, made a dial, and assembled a watch within 72 hours, I think it was, for that auction. So yeah, I mean, doing things for charity are always as close to my heart as well.
Whoa.
you never know where collaboration will come from. You know.
Well, hey, thank you for doing that because as you know, I am Ukrainian,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
yeah, I've done I've done a thing in the past as well. It actually came back to backfire. Well, anyways, it's a long story. I don't want to get in. Carolyn Martin says, "John, I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Oh,
I'm in
awesome.
San Francisco and love to support local businesses. I will be whoa, I will
That's awesome.
definitely be placing an order.
Well, thanks, Carolyn. I appreciate it. And
Amazing.
please come see me at the Wind Up Watch Fair too. But no, I mean it's you know what, Carolyn, I will actually deliver the watch to you if you place an order. So
Wow, hand delivered.
one way or another, we'll meet.
Yes.
So yeah, I
And it
appreciate
would
it.
be awesome if Carolyn custom designed
Hmm.
this watch with you. That's
Yeah, yeah,
she's one of the greatest supporters of my channel, and we wouldn't be well. I would, this type of interview would not be possible with her
that's awesome.
support. Daniel, Philip Pekulik, juices
Ah,
up
6498.
ETA.
Well, that is the caliber that I first started with 9 years ago. Um, so that's kind of cool to see. I mean, I love that
Mm,
movement. So it's actually cool to see that he uses that as the platform.
incredible,
I'm definitely going to
incredible.
look at. I'm definitely going to look up more of his work. That's definitely a rabbit hole I could go down.
Yes.
But
Okay. JC, thank you so much for
cool.
reminding everyone to please upvote the stream. Really, really appreciate that.
Well, glad to hear that
Uh,
everyone's online today.
yeah. Hopefully people like this bit of the show. John, I want to thank you for coming on
Oh,
the
absolutely.
stream,
Thanks for having
and
me.
yeah, and listen, you're always welcome. You're welcome to stay. I mean, the show is gonna continue. I'm gonna try to clip that first section.
Hmm.
Oh, and by the way, before we go any further, man,
Yeah.
before I wrap this up, I actually this interview would not be possible if it wasn't for a good friend of the show. He's actually he's a marketing agent, and he's got his own like a scheduling software where he prepared basically and planned this meeting. And
Oh.
if people want to use his services, I'm gonna drop the link to his Gmail account, and he can kind of do the same thing for your marketing needs. He's got his agency gives new qualified leads, moreover nurturing and managing them in easier and timely way. uh, and yeah, guys, his email is in the chat. Check him out. He made it really simple for us to kind of set up the interview, and it was easy,
Yeah, super
streamlined. He sent
simple.
me
Yeah.
questions. Yeah. He prepared the questions. He followed it up with you through email. Just a really, really good
And
guy.
this was a really smooth process too. I mean, I've done
Yeah.
some roundtable discussions before virtually that things would, you know, things would flag and things like that. So this has been actually really smooth and
No
seamless.
problem,
So
right?
yeah, no problem at all.
So guys, if you're interested, oh, his name is okay, I'm gonna butcher this, but is Korean, like my wife. Uh Swang Ming Kwan. His that's his so his initials is SMK. Swang Min, I'm just gonna drop his name, and he's actually he designed his own software to make appointments, like uh to set up appointments, follow-ups. Just incredible guy. He knows more a little bit about it. Maybe I'll have him on the show to explain it more.
Yeah, yeah. So,
um but yeah, just a really, really cool guy. Um, okay, John.
this is
So
great.
in the future, you're always welcome to just hop on the show if you got nothing to do. You want to talk just generally watches.
Hmm.
Whenever you if you're watching the show and the topic interests you, you just let me know in the chat. Hey, can I join us? And what I'll do, the link that I sent you to this stream to join. this discussion, I can do that in the chat of the stream,
Oh, very
and
cool.
you can
Yeah,
join the discussion live. Yeah, and we also have a
that's great.
second channel where we do tons of more watch talk. I also want to thank Kelly on her own time for her
Oh,
$10 super
awesome.
chat donation,
I
and
followed her as
Carolyn
well
Mark.
on Instagram, so that's
Oh
awesome.
yeah,
Yeah,
she's very very
that's awesome.
cool. She's very
Small
cool.
world.
Mm. Oh yeah, oh yeah. This all the watch people, all the watch
Yeah,
influencers in the space, they all know each other.
yeah, it is
But
a small world. Yeah.
yeah. By the way, I dropped the link. If I don't know if you still got time, maybe we'll have a few of my just regular panelists join in, and we can kind of talk
Yeah,
watches
I
together.
have a few more minutes, so I'll
You got a
stick
few more
around.
minutes, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So I dropped the link. If there's anyone there, hop on, join us, because we're gonna talk about. There's been another leak for the upcoming Watches and Wonders releases.
Oh,
Yeah, and this was
more moon?
leaked.
Is it more moonshine? No.
No, no, no. Oh my God, I don't want. That was the big. That's probably bigger cash grab than the Portnoy's watch.
Yeah,
I gotta tell you.
I just heard moonshine. I was thinking different
Yes.
things, but
Oh my God, I had such incredible there were mock-ups. Let me show you. I mean, the mock-ups
I'm originally from
that
Tennessee,
came
so
out.
you say
I mean, look
moonshine,
at
I mean
this.
something else.
That would have
Oh,
been fantastic, right? If that's what
yeah.
it was. Because so what they did, somebody's photoshopped kind of a
Mhm.
moon swatch layout onto the moonshine
Mhm.
Rolex, and the people thought that this was going to happen, but it turned out to be just a seconds hand, and they put it on the moon watch. Oh, what a disappointment! The laziest thing that I have ever heard on the planet Earth.
But I heard people are still lining up for it. So,
Oh yeah. Oh, it's gonna
yeah.
be. Oh, and they got this great gimmick where they apparently, which is, hey, you know what? Gimmick aside, people liked it. You know what they
Mhm.
did? All of those moonshine gold hands were plated on the single day in February during full moon.
Mm. Yeah,
So
I did read about that. Yeah, it's
yes,
maybe I'm totally missing something here because I could maybe I just
yeah.
need to do some
It's the story. It's the
copper
story. You
dial. I
should
need to do copper dials only under a full moon or
a moon.
something.
What you
Yeah.
should do is a moon dial
Mhm.
during or a solar. Okay, okay, okay.
Or Mars.
No, no. Listen,
Yeah.
this is actually a good idea. Next time there is a solar eclipse
Yeah.
or some stuff like that. Okay, so you plan to do a limited edition run of, let's say, 3 solar eclipse dials.
Only during the eclipse.
And so what you do is just check when the next solar eclipse happens, okay? Prepare how you're going to do it. And then during the solar eclipse, actually do them, and then only those will go into production. Let's say 3 solar
Yeah.
eclipse
Yeah.
dials. The eclipse
Well,
and
all the crazy weather events lately, especially out here in California,
yes.
like I could probably do a dial for anything, any of those.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. Every time
um,
there's some kind of an
the swarm
event,
of
an
locusts. I'm going to do a
earthquake.
locust dial. Like,
You should do it next time there's an earthquake in San Francisco. You should do a
oh
dial
gosh,
during the earthquake, so it's gonna be all messed up because you were making it,
yeah.
on on the easel when
I don't
the
want to think about.
earthquake.
I don't want to think about that. Yeah, that's. Although technically, I did personal story. I did meet my wife during the Northridge earthquake in LA. We were both in college.
Wow,
So
wow.
an earthquake actually did, in some way, bring me together with my wife years ago. So maybe there is a theme there.
It's a story. What I find is, what now my name is Tim Wright. That's my YouTube name. The
Mhm.
Wright is stands for the story part, because what I found out is, like, I like watches, but what I find more fascinating is the people who collect them, the
Mhm.
reasons they do it, and people who make them. Like, you know, So
Hmm.
watch is great, but it's the person that that made the watch, that bought the watch, that wore the watch, and why they
Hmm.
did it, that really matters.
Hmm.
So you know, when you combine art with a story of why you did it, that creates, that creates another dimension to the watch. So
Yeah.
in some way, this was very clever of Omega, marketing genius. I don't know, but hey,
Yeah.
the crowds, they weren't paid to be there, right? Well, in a way, they were, because all those people who bought the watches, they're flipping all those watches on
Hmm.
eBay for $1,000 now. So yeah,
Well, you know what? I think I found this with a lot of things like that are collectible. That
yeah.
as soon as there's a variant that comes out,
Mm-hmm.
then I mean, even myself over the years, I've told my
Hmm.
like, why do I want this so badly?
Hmm.
Whatever it is, it's like a
Yes.
some variant of a product, and
Yes.
you realize like it's not necessarily something you need, but you feel like either it's really limited that it's not no one else is going to have it, or
Mhm.
that if you don't grab it or you try to get it, then they're all going to go away.
Fear of missing out. The fear of
Exactly,
missing out.
exactly. That's it. Yeah, yeah.
It's the appeal to the most basic of the human emotions.
And I think that's it. Yeah, I think that people say, "Oh my gosh," like they're not thinking as much about, "Oh, how unique is this thing?" or how
Mm.
special is it? But it's a variant that, oh my gosh, if I don't get it now, then I might not ever be able to get it. So why not? Um, and I think some of it came out of the pandemic too. I mean,
Yes.
people. I mean, I actually bought a few watches during the pandemic,
Mm.
and my clicking finger was faster than I thought, because you know how they open up the gates and then you don't think you're going to be able to get it, but you try to
Yes.
buy it really quickly. Um,
I almost bought a Hodinky edition
oh
Oris.
yeah, yeah.
I saw the email.
Hmm.
I sat down on the sidewalk. I put in my credit card, and then I thought, what the hell am I doing? What
Yeah,
is wrong with me?
but they're great
Stop.
watches. Oris, I mean, Oris are great watches. They're
Oh, no, it's
yeah,
amazing. But
yeah.
I don't need another watch.
Well,
How
that's the
many
thing is
watches?
we don't need them.
Yes.
We don't need any watches really.
Yes.
But you know, life is too short to only buy stuff you need,
Mm.
or to only be around stuff that you need.
Yes.
Um, yeah, I bought during the pandemic. I actually got Chrono Tokyo when they opened it up,
Ooh.
and I
Hey, I bought a
aesthetically I love
Ming.
them.
I bought a Ming.
Oh, you did? Okay, you
Yeah, I
got
did. Yes, I did.
before the site went down, right? Was that the same release? Uh, was that was
Sorry,
that
I
the
lost
release?
the
Oh, you
microphone.
got too
Also,
excited.
fix again, just real quick. So yeah, so it's I got this Ming, uh all like, it was crazy.
Hmm.
It was a hype train. It was taking off, and I remember running behind this hype train. They were gonna stop selling. It was only 10 minutes. You only had
Yeah, yeah.
this is how they got me. It
Was
only
that the same release where the website went down?
uh
Oh, that's yeah.
no, no,
That's
no.
pretty cool.
This
Yeah.
was the one before that.
Okay. Yeah.
This was
Oh, yeah. That's great.
the one release right before that one. I mean,
Hmm.
it's pretty nice. I like it. It's very simple. It's
I think
not
it's beautiful.
very,
Yeah.
yeah. It's okay.
I like the contrast.
Yeah, it's unique what they've got. What I really like about the Ming is the price is okay.
Hmm.
The It's unique design.
Hmm.
Same reason why I really appreciate, like, that this is something unique about your brands. You designed the case yourself. It's not
Yeah.
trying to be a submariner. It's not trying to be this other thing. It's its own unique thing,
Hmm.
and they're very recognizable. They got
And Ming's
their own
he's been
design
great.
language.
I think he's been really great about that in the
Hmm.
independent brand space, because he's always
Yes,
had a really clear, unique vision. And
yes,
I think people do really respond to that vision.
yes,
Um, not trying to be you're not trying to be everything to everyone, but it's really he's an artist and this is his interpretation. So
yes, yes,
yeah, I think that's that's a strong. I think that's a strong way to release products and to
yes.
you see this story that starts to be told every watch that's released.
Mm. PG, thank you so much for your $2 super chat, and also my watch channel. Thank you so much for the $5
Oh,
super
awesome.
chat. Really appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much for supporting the Watch Talk. The competition wants us to talk drama, but yeah. John, this YouTube space is very competitive, very
Oh,
competitive.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Oh my god, they're nasty and vicious. Let's say Big Meech. Big Meech says, rumor has it if you leave a cheap wine bottles on your porch at night, the next day you'll find a half-eaten pizza box in the place.
Ooh.
Very.
Actually, on your on your pouch.
I know what. No, I think he means porch
Yeah, porch.
on your
But I
porch.
think
Yeah,
actually, look, it's even more interesting if I leave it in my
yeah,
pouch.
yeah. It's actually it's a really
Cheap wine bottles.
backstory to that.
Hmm.
He's a farmer. Big Meech. He's a farmer. Uh, out in Minnesota.
Half eaten. I feel like there's just a good story there.
Oh, I've been
Wine
doing
and
this
pizza.
show for 2 years. There's so much, man. People who understand those references. Oh, I pity you guys. You watch too much of my live streams. This goes deep.
It's an open
Uh,
book, though, right?
yeah. It goes. It goes. Oh man. But yeah, Big Meech. He's one of my so-called mega donors. Mega
Hmm.
donors. Mega donors. Or he likes to be called that. We
That's
like.
awesome.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. Cool guy. Yeah, so yeah, that's the Ming. And I see a lot of parallels. Except you did not start making watches with such a. I don't know what kind of budget they started this with,
Hmm.
but I mean, Ming, they have like 30 employees. What the?
Oh,
It's a,
really? Uh,
yeah,
He's grown more. Oh, okay, yeah.
it's huge. I
I
was
know.
like,
I know he has grown over the years, but
yeah. There's
wow.
like investors because I received one of the email because I bought
Hmm.
a
Yeah.
watch from them. They sent me like a restructuring email, and I was just
Oh.
shocked at how many people are working there. And he's got a lot of influence, a lot of friends at
Hmm.
Hodinkee and
Hmm.
these other big big
Hmm.
big brands who are pushing him.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, I mean, it is interesting to see some of the independent brands really grow, where they're
mm,
almost like legacy micro brands now. I mean, I always kind of the definition of independent brand or micro brand is always kind of blurry a little bit depending on who you
yes.
talk to. But you clearly can see some people who started out small and now
Mm,
it's things have grown and progressed. And I actually find it really inspirational that you have people who it's still they're still all a part of this broader community, but they've grown beyond what they were 5 years ago. And I think
yes.
that there are quite a few brands like that. That's really incredible to see.
Yes.
Because I think it also shows just the kind of support from the community that exists. Again, the same people that are buying Rolex and other big brands are collecting independent
Mm,
brands, and I think the the walls have broken down a little bit in like the last 5 or 6 years.
mhm.
Whereas back 10 years ago, you go to watch meetup and you'd only see Rolex, AP, guys that collect certain watches. Maybe you start to see some of the early micro brands, but now I feel like the same people that essentially want to come to say a wind up watch fair are
Yes.
also collecting. They also want to go to Watch Time, and so it's kind of interesting to see what that does to some of the independent brands, like them growing and becoming like a medium sized brand
Yes,
essentially.
yes, yes. I mean, the this sudden demand for watches in during COVID has really exploded a lot of like
Hmm.
smaller brands. They've really given them the funds. A lot of people, investors especially, believe started believing in brands, and they
Hmm.
seen the charts of watches exploding. They're like they see it as a great investment.
Hmm.
But I don't know whether that's good or whether it's even healthy for the watch space, because it's almost like the watch industry has been hijacked by investors and speculators.
Yeah, yeah. Although I guess I'm kind of an optimist,
Mhm.
at least today. I don't know about tomorrow, but today I'm an optimist, and I like to think that a lot of people that are buying watches aren't necessarily just looking at what is the value. That
Yes.
I feel like a lot of collectors are looking at it like, what, life's too short. We don't know what's
Mhm.
gonna happen tomorrow, so I want to buy this crazy watch because it's cool.
Yes.
Whether it's a $2,000 say micro brand or if it's a $20,000 established brand. And I found a lot of people like that who have actually bought both of those things. Like I talked to someone recently who bought, who's actually younger, and they bought, bought a Rolex that they had their eyes on for years, and pulled the trigger on it and did it. And then on the same time, they're also collecting some really unusual micro brands, small brands that are kind of watches they wouldn't typically have looked at. And I feel like there are a lot more people who are allowing themselves to kind of think more emotionally about collecting. So there are those speculators who are all doing it for money and kind of value and
the flippers,
like the flippers. Yeah, there'll always be the flippers, but I feel like there are more and more people which is great, that are doing it because they just love it, and maybe even surprising themselves at what they like. Because they had really conventional taste, and now they're like, you know what? Screw it, life's too short. Like, I want this crazy
I don't
watch.
mind. I don't mind it because I think people may get into the hobby for all the wrong reasons, but as long as they stay for all the right reasons, that's what matters.
We'll make sure to tempt them over to the other side of the room.
Exactly.
Yeah. That happens too. That happens. I think some people buy a watch because they feel like, oh, it's my wedding, I want to get whatever it might be, a piece, not only because it's a special piece, but because it's worth a certain amount. Like, I feel like it's stealing them to keep. But then that's maybe the gateway drug, and then they start looking at watches and getting obsessed with them. So someone might have a
watch obsessed people. We have Daniel Katz joining us. Hello, Daniel.
Hi. John,
hi, Daniel.
To you, sir, for your beard. It's much more advanced than mine.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's it might have been slightly darker before the pandemic. So
I'm just learning about, like, you got it all neatly done here. I'm just learning to get it.
Oh, so no, it wasn't like that yesterday though.
Not like Tim's, but kudos. No, seriously, you're taking the big step forward in doing this. I just came on to say, wow, that's great.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it.
And I mentioned about Philippe. You got to wait forever to get a piece from him, but it's an interesting gentleman. He returns your texts, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he somehow, that's kind of great.
Where's he based?
Germany. He's from Brazil. He's from Brazil, but he's really trained himself well. He protéged under Lane.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And those guys, like, you got in that camp, you got Lane and you got Kadoki.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I don't want to dominate this, Tim. I just happened to.
No. Hey, there's no. Listen,
more than area.
Because Marcelo just joined. Speaking of dominating live streams, we have. Okay, John. Now at least you're not going to be the person with the worst microphone on the stream.
Oh, that hurt.
Why? The mic actually work amazing now. What are you talking about?
Well, the voice though, the voice you can't fix
the voice, but that's
fix the microphone.
John,
hey, Marcelo, welcome to the show.
John, where are you based?
Hey.
I'm in the Bay Area. I'm in Oakland, California, so in San Francisco.
I sometimes go to San Francisco, and I'll do my horrible. He'll back me up on this.
It's not that bad. It's not as bad as we're making fun. Daniel is a comedian, an amateur comedian.
Gray hair and all, but still.
He's actually the greatest funny comedian.
Yeah, that's right.
And he goes to San Francisco Bay Area often to do gigs, right?
Really? Called Kells. Well, here's the thing. Am I good enough yet? I haven't proven myself yet, but I'm with the San Francisco Comedy College people, and I joined them during COVID. So I come over because that's where they're based. When things opened up a bit, and the bar at Kells in South Beach is where I go. And there's a new friend that's in our chat. I won't say his name.
Now, Daniel, if this college cannot make you funny, can you get your money back? Is there a money back guarantee? Because I think you might be able to qualify.
No, it's my material that needs to ferment. It's not them. They're just trying to help me with my mess.
You know what? It's context. It's the right crowd.
It's a good crowd too.
My wife will tell you I always recycle the same jokes for years. Like literally, if I'm at a party, I kind of open my wallet. It's like my and not literally, but and she rolls her eyes. She's heard all of them. But you know what? I find that 2 out of 10 crowds are the right crowd. So I'm always going to recycle those jokes. So it's always about context. I think comedy is about context.
Yeah. But the last thing I did was about I was doing this thing about my age. Tim's tired of it, but I was doing this thing about my age, and
I do a lot of age jokes with Daniel as well.
So I'm trying to.
They're popular.
I'm so caught up with the self-image, so I over-exaggerate that, sort of like Dave. The guy Leonard, the comedian, and the people at Kel's bar. They would not laugh at my winners at all. It would be silence. And towards the end, it's stuff that was just thrown out there at the last minute. They big roars, laughter.
Really? Wow.
Or
you never know.
That wasn't intended. It wasn't even a punch. But that's okay. It's okay.
You never know what the nuggets are going to be. The good.
That's right. That's right. So it's all rethinking, replaying. I haven't ignored you, Tim, on those suggestions. It's rethinking, regrouping what works, what doesn't work. Yes. Sometimes a line that I use with the group here doesn't fit into a set yet, but I write it down just in case it does fit in a particular theme. It's set, so I won't forget it. So I haven't ignored what you suggested, Tim. Tim is not gone to a school, but he's a very funny guy. Naturally.
I disagree, but okay. Ray, thank you so much for the €2 super chat. Says great show. Bought a 30-pound Casio Sunday, a Sega BP today.
Oh wow.
Okay. Hopefully. Oh, a Sega. Daniel, I'm trying to push Daniel to sell those Steinhardt garbage watches.
I'll show you this later.
Wow. That's a Ming.
That's the untouched strap I told you by Aaron Bespoke. The rubber lining. It hasn't been worn, and that's the stitching. His stitching is this really beautiful blue.
Very nice.
That's in there, and of course the copper Ming that won that award.
Wow! And that's great. There's a bit of a copper stitch on there, right? On the
and the other strap, look, is still in good shape. The original strap.
Oh, that's the original strap. Okay, very good.
Silver, yeah.
Okay.
And another one I'm going to send you. It's been worn, but they don't smell or anything. They're in good shape.
Yes.
This piece of garbage, but I'll send it to you anyways.
How do they smell? Can you do a smell test just real quick?
This is made out of
odor?
Made out of pineapple.
No. Can you smell test the original strap?
It's okay. It's okay.
All right.
Katz, how much this watch is going for?
I don't want to say.
Don't worry about it. Henry Perez, $5 super chat. John's mic is hitting a second second to last button on his shirt.
Sorry about that.
Pause of clicking noise we all hear on the stream. Otherwise, loving the stream. You know what?
There you go.
How you can fix it? No, you know how you can fix it? Put the other
like this?
No. Put the no. You can put the other AirPod in, and then tie the microphone like that to it. You know what I mean? Something along.
Actually, you know what? I think this helps.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
There you go.
Fix
I'll slouch more now. So.
See, look, I'm not professional at running these streams either. See, it's all my fault. I could have found a way to fix it. Well, you know what?
Thanks, Henry. You helped me fix it. So thanks, Henry.
Yeah, Henry, you're a legend. You're a legend. Really appreciate that, and very generous supporter. Oh, there's the pouch, Daniel.
That's right.
For the Ming. For the Ming.
So you'll get. I'll talk to you later, and I've got to go to see my dear dad.
Daniel, what we're gonna do? We're gonna sell your Steinhardts, and we're gonna get you one of the Bespoke Watch Project pieces when you're in San Francisco. That's the plan.
Okay, we'll see.
Special,
okay, guys.
One-off.
You know, hope to meet you, Daniel.
All right, John, for sure. Just
drop me an email when you're in town.
Yeah.
Are you? You're in Oakland.
Yeah. Just I'm like 6 miles as a crow flies. So.
All right, sure.
Sure.
Boom.
Maybe you, me, Mike the Snake. Who knows?
Yeah. Rich is there, and also
Rich
there's
too.
Carolyn Martin. Maybe you guys can do a get together, a bit of a. Carolyn Martin said she's gonna try and get one of the bespoke pieces,
which I promised I would drive it over. So
there you go. Okay, guys, later.
Good to meet you.
Bye, Daniel.
It was a pleasure, except for Tim. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
bye. I'm just kidding.
Oh god.
That's great. I like this. I like this round table thing you got going.
Oh
Yeah.
well, so this why. Listen, next time you're welcome to join for the. It would have been. It's all how we start the show because I started it in one format, but and I think that the round table format is a lot better. It's a lot more funny, but you never know until we give it a try.
You know,
Right?
actually, another idea. I mean, it'd be great to get a few watch brands together because
Oh yes,
I've actually found at some of the watch fairs, some of the most interesting conversations I have
yes,
is when there's several of us just chatting. And it's hard to do more and more because
yes,
all the shows have become so busy with people coming in.
yes.
But it's interesting when you get like 3 or 4 brands together. Like this would be a great format for that. So, a lot of interesting topics come up that way. So it's just an idea.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. Well, I'm gonna be trying to have a lot more of like people in the industry on the streams going forward. So hopefully we'll be able to build enough context to have those kind of discussions.
Yeah.
Because up until now it's very tough. It's very tough to get the guests on because a lot of people they're worried. Well, is this going to be just a waste of time? Or is it something that's going to help everyone? And I think what is your opinion of the show? What did you think? It's okay, right?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Make sure.
Yeah.
I didn't want to overstep. No,
No.
I think this was great. I think, like for me, I know personally, I love. I love talking to people. So, and then we met briefly at Wind Up in New York, but I feel like any opportunity to kind of sit down and really talk about the watch industry, and I love hearing the perspectives, your perspectives on watches, what other people's perspectives are, what their thoughts are. So I feel like if there's any opportunity to talk to people, whether it's an event or online, to me is a positive thing. So I think this is great. I think it's a great format. You're a great host. So I think, I think to me, there's nothing but good there.
I try my best. I try my best. Let's talk. Let me pull this up.
Yeah,
let me get your
by the way,
opinion.
hello from Japan, right? I mean, forgot to mention that
Marcelo is from Japan, live from Japan.
Yeah. Where are you, Marcelo?
In Tokyo.
Oh, beautiful. What time is it in Tokyo right now?
Now it's 8, almost 8:40 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
So it's Thursday, of course.
Yeah,
we are in the future.
So it's breakfast time. Coffee.
No, so I might go outside. I wanted to do maybe some shootings of some of the watches that I have. But yeah, I mean,
nice.
Beautiful day actually today here. It's sunny and nice. So.
Yeah, Marcelo is a bit of a YouTuber himself. He has quite a bit of history in the YouTube space. He's an up and coming YouTuber. He's going to be working on the videos, and he has an incredible watch collection. Actually, one of his latest pickups was just absolutely insane. He got a platinum Daytona, which was the 50th anniversary of the Daytona release.
Oh, wow.
It was released and he's got it on his 50th birthday.
Wow. Well,
with the date stamped.
Well, Marcelo, I have to tell you, I celebrated my 50th birthday last July. And I did not get a platinum Daytona. So you've made me feel very inadequate all of a sudden.
Look, I mean, the way that you look in this visually in the stream, I would trade my Platona to look like you're looking now at 50. Okay,
don't say that. No, obviously, there's pixelation going on.
Oh my god!
Although I do have to say, on my 50th birthday, I think I was assembling about 8 watches on that day.
Wow.
So I had watches around me on my 50th.
But you should have called us the 50th birthday edition.
I should have. Yeah.
But
you always have to.
Yes. I'm going to ask actually an interesting question to you as a watch collector. Do you see new generation collecting watches as the way that we used to do in the past for the fun of it, or they
Mm.
collecting more for the hype of the value that's going in the market?
Mm.
What is your impression of it?
My impression is the former. So while and I think this is what we were talking about a few minutes ago, is while you'll always see the flippers, you'll always see the people who are um, who are collecting maybe for prestige or for hype or for money,
Status.
for status. A lot of the people I talk to, and this is at watch meetups as well as watch fairs, I talk to a lot of people who collect for the joy of it. And I feel in some ways since the pandemic, especially with some new collectors, it's kind of given them an excuse to be like, I just want to have fun. I mean, for me, I've collected watches for, 25 years or longer. I found in some ways it's actually changed the last, I would say 8 years has influenced how I collect watches. I used to have much more of a narrow set of criteria that I would look for. A lot of my watches end up looking the same in my collection. But then as I've gone forward now, I want stuff that looks really different. And obviously a lot of what I'm doing with my own watches, trying different things, has really influenced my collecting too. But I feel like a lot of people I talk to are really like that. Even if they've been long-term collectors, they want stuff that's different, and they are actually collecting things and buying things that they wouldn't have considered 10 years ago. So for me, I kind of think I'm an optimist. So I think that's actually a really beautiful thing, that people can really judge it with their heart and their emotion versus just looking on paper. Do I buy this watch because I feel like I have to buy this watch? So I guess that's a long answer, but I feel like, that there are a lot of collectors who are still driven by what brought them to collecting years ago, is like falling in love with a watch or the story, or if it's a vintage watch, the patina, or just different things. So, and I'm that way. When I look at something, I fall in love with stuff, and I kind of judge it by my heart as opposed to my brain, which sometimes you need to use your brain too when you buy watches.
No, I agree with what they say, because what they say is what a true collector actually care or think about watches. And there is a lot of especially now in the industry with the gray market, that actually they pushing pieces. They try to make you a collector for the money value of the piece, and not necessarily for the passion
That's
of the piece.
that's the marketing. That's the marketing angle that has been very, very successful at making sales. But I don't know how sustainable, long-term sustainable it is. Because if people buy watch as an investment, so for example, like Ming, one thing that put me off from the Ming is that I almost feel like I was tricked a little bit into buying it, because there was all these
Hype
people talking about
behind.
the hype, and it was going over retail, and there were previous models that were selling like 2-3 times over retail. And I got this watch. It took like a year and a half to deliver. Over that time, they produced so many other models, and it has really, like, they produced so many watches. Actually, it cooled off how their brand, and that over retail value has really fallen. Not just on this watch, which I'm not that concerned, but it's almost like I learned my lesson. And also it kind of pisses me off. Like, the brand just really pisses me off a little bit, because that they use that against me, and now they're no longer going above retail as much. It just it's off-putting a little bit.
Although if you love the watch, right? If your
Yeah.
heart tells you that you love the watch and you want to
Yeah. It's a beautiful watch.
Yeah. If you want to strap it on your wrist in the morning and
Yeah.
admire it, then it's all worth it. Is what I would say
Yeah.
with any watch. But
Hey, look, take an example of yesterday, when it was the release of the new Moon's watch that everybody criticized, that stupid gold hand anyway. People actually got out of the stores. They didn't even care. They just got out are ready to flip the piece for more money. You know, it reminds me almost like a football game when you want a ticket and the guys come out, how much you give me for it? You know, is going to sell you the ticket for 3 times the price. It's like, and you want the ticket, you know. So you enthusiastic because you want the ticket, but the guy just went out to flip the thing. Nearly 90% of the people, especially here in Tokyo, there was in the line was
flippers.
Flippers, exactly.
Huh. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of like going to a concert of a band that you love, and then you realize that someone goes right outside and is scalping the ticket. So, yeah, it's not a true love of the band. It's
it's just the desire to have the latest, greatest thing. John D says, John, of all the companies you see as part of your peer group, are any of them doing things you find interesting?
Oh gosh. That's a pitfall of a question, because the short answer is absolutely. But I almost feel bad highlighting some people, because then I would leave out. It's like you would leave out a lot of other people that you love. I mean, I think there are a lot of great micro brands that I know personally that do great things. Like the Laurier guys, I know them well. New York. I've always, in terms of just brands that have been around for a few years. I've always thought Ferrer had a great perspective in terms of their,
from UK, right?
Yeah, the UK. They've just always had great perspective in terms of their use of color. Laurier love, because I think they have kind of a vintage vibe to their watches, and they're obviously they're all very popular. Ferrer actually just released their moon phase, which I thought was pretty interesting. You don't see a lot of moon phase watches, but the one at the top.
That's very, very interesting.
And again, I think it's I really appreciate when brands kind of do a twist on something traditional, such as a complication, like a moon phase complication that you don't see a lot of. I mean, Christopher Ward doing the Canto, the chiming watch. I mean, no one saw that coming. That was So I really admire people who try just unique things that on paper would really not work from a business standpoint. Like if you were to say, okay, let's develop a watch around a particular complication, or develop our own complication. From a business standpoint, that's a tall hurdle to make sense of. But I love the fact that companies do it, and even just a lot of the small brands in general, they're producing watches in limited quantities that there's no guarantee they're going to sell, and they do something because they love it. Whether it's a different kind of case style. I mean, Laurier, they did a beautiful tank watch recently. So I think it's really that, and actually Henry makes a good point about passion, right? So passion, the reason to buy watches, and I think also the reason to design watches. So I think that's an interesting way to flip it. Think about the brands, whether they're large or small. Do they have the passion? What they're creating, does it represent passion?
Yes, and it's like we see a lot of brands who, like, for example, like Steinhardt is one of the brands that I just, because they're not really making not making their watches. They're just making watches that other brands have
money,
made.
you mean?
But that they no longer like carry or discontinue. It's just a little bit disappointing, because the reasons for them to do it seems to be just like just make.
Well, I think
it's
interesting, because I follow. I'm not really active in terms of voicing myself, but I follow a lot of the microbrand groups, like on Facebook and places, because I'm really curious about what people are coming out with. And there's so many small brands that I've never heard of that are just coming out with their own take on things. And I find that there is I think there is a good number of folks out there who create homage pieces, or obviously models that are inspired by certain other models. And I think there is a passion for that. I think, while some of those might not be for me, particularly as a customer, there are definitely a lot of people out there who want to buy kind of iterations of established models, like who love a Submariner, and they have 20 watches in their collection that all are a variation of a Submariner. And if that makes them happy, then I want them to be happy. But that's not for me. But I feel like there are kind of a significant number of small brands and startups as well as Kickstarters that are inspired by doing their twist on something that exists. So I find that I feel like the space has grown. That's much more broad than it was, say, 5 years ago. I mean, it's almost so big now that you can't even keep track of it.
There's too many watches.
There's too many. Exactly. It's a buffet. The buffet is too big. I can't.
Oh, it's so crazy.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Interesting. You say, look, regarding homages of watches, I mean, we sometimes feel it's not fair because they basically copied a design that already is of somebody else. It's like basically copied the shtick. But if there is a homage of something, take for example artists of Geneva. They take for example Rolex. Yeah, this is the case of Rolex. This is the same thing, but basically they do things that Rolex never going to do. This kind of skeleton dies and this kind of colorful dies and crazy things that he's a Rolex, but he's not. For the craziness that's going on there. This I appreciate. This you can say, wow, I like that.
I think part of it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think, and this actually goes into. I've run into the same thing years ago with product design. You see a lot of like iconic, say, furniture pieces, for example, that you immediately have the recognition of it, and then you have a lot of designers over the years who did iterations on that, and some of them were very close to previous designs. And I think like what you said, Marcelo, is like part of that is craftsmanship, part of that is artistic intent that you can immediately recognize there's an artistic intent and perspective on the watch. And there's also something that is intentionally changed, it's a different kind of concept. It's not just trying to be what the watch was inspired by. And I think sometimes it can be very subtle when you see watches that are clearly influenced by a particular kind of iconic watch. It's hard, it's not like you can have a rigid set of rules around it, but you can tell when a watch is clearly something that was inspired, even though it looks a lot like something that came before it. So I think you're totally right. I think there is something there that you can immediately recognize as being unique and special.
Yeah, it take your artism and creativity. It's like, hey, I don't work for AP, I don't work for Rolex, but if I would be the designer, this is what I would do. And you have that thing appearing.
Well, you find out with car modding as well. Like when you have doing their own take on something that's established. I mean, but clearly their own perspective. So yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's cool to I like seeing that kind of interaction, to be honest. People with their own unique take on things.
Where do you like? I had this question that I forgot to ask you. Like, where do you draw your inspiration for like the next like dial that you're going to produce? Where's that come from?
Yeah.
Where...
I'd say part of it is just my own. So three things, pretty parts of that. Part of it's my own kind of personal taste. So, for example, I love sector dials. I've been producing like variations on the sector dial for a while now.
Wow!
So, and this is actually kind of a rosy color metallic dial.
Kind of a little bit of a salmon.
Yeah, exactly. So I love sector dials. So I might iterate on, say, something that is a traditional dial design. I love bullseye dials, which I'll actually be releasing soon. So doing kind of like a two-tone effect with metallic dial.
Very interesting.
So I'll take historical references that I really like in horology, but then another part of that answer is I'll do things that I've been a graphic designer over the years too, as well as illustrator. So I'll doodle with ideas that I have for dials that don't necessarily start as a dial. And sometimes I'll be pulling from historical references and I won't even know where they come from. For example, I did one of my dials a few years ago that's been a popular one. And one day I looked up from my desk and I saw that I have a collection of 1940s radio dials that were sitting on my desk. And I realized that I was channeling some of the graphic elements of those antique radio dials. So a little bit of Art Deco, like you never quite know how that will manifest itself in a watch. So I think for me, it's just iterating in those kind of ideas. And then the last answer would be just process. So just like an artist would, if you start on an abstract painting and you're as influenced by the process of painting, as well as the medium itself, then some of my dials start out that way, where I'll be playing around with different patinas on copper, for example, and then I'll get a really unique finish. And then as I'm actually machining the dial, it gives me an idea to try something, just like the dial you were looking at earlier that had the brushed finish. So so it's a part of it is like historical reference, part of it is experimentation, part of it is the materials itself and allowing the materials to speak to me a bit, I guess. It really is kind of like producing a piece of like a painting, as much as a watch, I would say.
A lot of your dials are very symmetrical. Symmetry seems to be like a theme that you have running through your dials. Would you ever experiment with asymmetrical?
Yes, absolutely. It's funny that you say that, because that wasn't really necessarily intentional. When the first watches I was doing years ago were pilot style watches that I would actually use a subdial. So those were all asymmetrical for the most part. A lot of them were asymmetrical. And I actually love asymmetry. So it's kind of ironic that most of my dials are now very symmetrical.
Yes.
So yeah, I definitely would be doing experiments around that, doing something a little bit different. Even incorporating different graphic elements, so it's not totally symmetrical, or a subdial or a date. I would love to do that. So it's I guess there is a certain order to symmetry, obviously. So it's inevitable to a certain degree in watchmaking, but and as you've noticed, the circular motif is prominent in my work.
Yes,
whether it's the logo or the graphic elements.
And I also like that you chose to do a movement without a date. Was that something was intentional, or
yes?
Why did you decide to go? I mean, to me, a no date is always more catered towards enthusiasts, whereas the date is like a little bit more functional for non-watch people. What was your logic behind it?
Actually, that's an interesting take on it. I have some customers that are very pro date. Like, I find that they're definitely people who feel strongly for it or against it. For me, my choice in doing these dials this way, I really wanted to keep things clean and simple, and really allow the dial and the surface of the dial, the finishing and the artwork itself, to really be the prominent aspect of the dial, and not interrupt it with any sort of opening for the date. So it was a conscious decision. However, in the past, I have done some more traditional dials with date. But at least for right now, I feel like the no date approach to these collection of dials, I feel like do have a certain kind of elegance to them that I like, without breaking that surface with a date. So I'm not anti-date. For me, I have watches with date, I have watches without.
What about watches with just a date, like this Submariner date?
Is that the jumping date watch?
That's just the yes.
Wow, what a watch!
That's when you're going diving and you want to make sure you come up by tomorrow. Come up before midnight.
Complications of watch remind me almost like mechanical interpretation of, let's say, a watch with abs. I mean, so you have the simple one. If you are one watch guy, you have the simple, then you have the date, then you have a date, then you have a commercial calendar, then you have, you're adding more functions, how we say, more abs to your your watch, So then, my watch have more abs than your watch, so it's great. But when you're starting to collect multiple watches, multiple functions on the watch just become a hassle that you need to reset the whole thing. And I have friends that have perpetual calendar watches that they just fix the time and everything is offset, but it's like, hey, I'm going to wear this only for event, and tomorrow I'm going to take another watch, so I don't want to mess around with all the whole thing, you know.
You know what's funny is I have some watches in my collection with date, and I think probably only 10% of the time have I ever really made sure the date was set when I wear them.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I mean, I just don't really look at the date. I mean, I have nothing
Yeah,
against.
so you understand.
Yeah.
I love the
what I
watches,
say,
but I usually don't rely on it for the date. So I'll catch myself not necessarily setting the date. So I think a lot of collectors just they like the idea of complications. Yeah, and
By the way, John, we have a member chat from Newbie who says he was asking whether he can send the design of a dial in just for creative fun. I mean, I guess they
creative
can
fun. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I have folks that reach out to me
Mhm.
and want to do something really custom, and they'll send me designs, or maybe we'll go back and forth and collaborate. So hey,
Yes,
if someone has an idea, I'm all for it. Send it to me, and I'm glad to. If they actually want it to turn into a watch, then
yes.
I'm glad to give them.
You're glad to talk about it, right?
Or I've even had some students and other people say, "I have an idea," and I'll just be glad to give them feedback. Or so, yeah. I mean, whether it's just for fun or feel free to send it along.
Yes.
But by the way, do you have like access to all kind of, let's say, stone dials? Like for example, what Rolex doing special things. Let's say, I don't know, meteor dials and all kind of different zenith and all kind of stones. I mean,
I haven't done a stone dial yet, although that would be an interesting thing. If I do it, I'd want to make sure that I could transform it in such a way so that it's something unique. But I'm all for experimentation. So, like for example, I did a limited series of Damascus steel dials a few years ago.
Oh yeah.
Which I kept just a very simple Damascus steel where I finished it, applied different finishes. But I haven't done stone yet. I've actually done, believe it or not, I've done wood burl dials. I've done. So I've definitely experimented. Oh, there's a Damascus. Yeah. So I've experimented with some different materials, but I haven't tried stone yet. But even my current line of dials with the patinas and engravings, I mean that really did start out as an experiment. When I started that process 6 years ago, I actually almost gave up after a year of doing some testing. I thought that I couldn't really do what I wanted to do, but then I kept going. So I never say never in terms of trying new things, especially when it comes to different materials. And I feel like actually I've seen a few stone dials recently, so I feel like that might be an interesting thing that you'll start to see with some smaller brands, I imagine.
Yes, I mean there's a lot of very very interesting brands coming out of like Asian countries. They're starting to get really really good at watchmaking over there. There's just
and
so
then
many
stone, a lot of the stone dial production is
I've
from
seen
there.
Damascus cases. I think Zealous is one of like a great examples. Over there. Yeah, they do crazy.
Yeah, actually,
crazy
my dials, I only did I think 14 total dials in two different sizes. And a friend of mine, I got to make a Damascus sheet, and we're able to get it. It had to be 0.5 millimeter thick for a watch dial.
Yes.
And I wasn't sure because it gets so hard and brittle. But we were actually able to get it 0.55 millimeter thick, which was just thin enough for me to do dials. So yeah, that was, again, it started out as an experiment. So yeah, I think when brands try different things just for the heck of it, I think that to me is a big part of it.
It's a lot of experimentation, and also like to make these dials out of different materials, you have to have the tools ready, to do it. And I mean, you've got all the tooling to make almost any design on the copper. Is that that's what you're working with right now?
I use copper, brass, zinc, sterling silver, gold alloy,
kind of soft metals. But to do a stone dial, you would need a completely different set of tools.
A little bit different, yeah. I mean, although I have to say that it might be engravable. Probably it was similar method that I'm using. So, so it might be that there's certain designs that work better, like graphically, and to engrave into the dial. But it's one of those things until you really experiment a little bit, you don't know. And of course, a lot of brands just don't have the bandwidth to try anything new like that. So,
Tim, imagine domestic hands. Wow, that would be crazy.
Nick is saying, how do you feel about N-ordained dials?
Oh, I love them. Actually, I know them. Actually, I met them at Wind Up Watch Fair. Some of the nicest people. And I have to say, as a person with some Scottish ancestry, I have to say they're Scots, so I like that too. No, but their dials are beautiful. I think that they do really good work, and they're one of the few brands out there that use a traditional method in a new way. The way they enamel dials, I think that to me is great. How they take a traditional process but make it their own. They do it all themselves. And their dials are very intensive in terms of the work involved, the time involved. But I do have to say, I was aware of them when they first launched, and then finally met them a few years ago at one of the Wind Up Watch Fairs. And then I think at that time, it was around that time that I really saw their dials in person. And there was really no replace seeing them in person. Like, you have to see, I think there's some watch brands that you really do have to see them physically. So I think once I saw their watches and their dials in person, it made me love it even more. So they have a certain depth to them. So yeah, they're great. I think, obviously, I mean, dials are only a part of what I do with my watches, but obviously the dials are kind of unique in my approach. For them as well, I mean, their dials are very unique. I mean, even though their cases are wonderful too, but I think that they have a really unique take on things. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where they, what they come out with next as well.
Yes. Boston Collector, has John ever tried a Urashi dial, like on some of the Chrono Tokyo?
And I do own a Chrono Tokyo. Not exactly. I mean, I kind of, my technique is my own technique. So I guess my short answer to that is, I love the fact that they have the technique they use on their watches, whether they're the high-end brand or the Chrono Tokyo brand. I would say definitely that there's some of the same inspiration in terms of me producing and trying different things on my dials. I mean, a lot of what I do on my dials are, hand applied. Like, this is a custom patina. It might be hard to see, copper dial. So I actually keep a recipe book, like a sketchbook when I achieve a certain,
like a chef.
Yeah. And when I achieve a certain patina on a dial, I make note of what it is. And sometimes you can replicate that again and again. Sometimes you can't. So it really is being kind of like a baker or a chef. And I do appreciate that organic process of the dial making, which is similar to the, Chrono Tokyo and a lot of the N-ordained too, where there is a physical process involved. So I've actually come to really embrace that part of it. And so part John, of that,
I'm going to ask you something that maybe you're going to laugh, maybe going to be funny.
Oh, I never laugh.
Did you have, let's say, a design, a project, something that you wanted to do with a dial, then you do it, and then basically you screw up. It didn't burn, or it didn't work directly the way that you wanted. But when you took it out, you said, this actually looked better than it was in my original plan. That screw up actually is better. I actually like that. And then you need to reset your recipe to that specific one that came out as a mistake, actually.
You know what? Every Tuesday. No, seriously. I'm always producing batches of dials myself anyway, aside from custom orders. I would say probably 20% of the time, maybe 15% of the time, I'll have a certain idea that I want to execute in terms of a color, finishing, patina. I'll have an expectation of what I want it to be. It will be something different, and I'll actually like it better. So what I mean, and I'll learn from it. So part of the reason I keep my recipes and patinas and I take notes is that I'll actually come across a certain approach, whether it's I apply a patina at a certain temperature to a certain metal, and then I'll brush it a certain way, then it actually results in a certain finish. I'll want to replicate that. So I would say a lot of what I've done over the last few years has been from those experiments. And I actually keep some of the watches myself that are so unique that I don't know if I can do it again. So, part of it is that process of that kind of organic process of creating, which I think, in enameling and other things, that's a part of it. So.
Boston Collector says, John, I always wanted a microbrand to do a vintage vinyl dial, like an old record dial. It would be cool to take an actual dial that is shrunken from a vinyl record, or like cut out of a vinyl record, with the hands being the player arms. Whoa, that's a
You know what? I've
good
actually
idea.
thought of that. The reason I thought of that is some of my dials have I don't have any in front of me here, but well, I mean, some of them obviously have a very circular theme going on, right?
Lots of circles, yes.
So I do actually have some black dials I've created where I'll do a circular brushing on them. And I've actually looked at them myself and said, wow, that really looks like a record. And I had a friend of mine that I created a dial. It was a black dial, but it was kind of a bullseye dial, where it did even look even more like a record. So I've actually had the thought of that kind of theme. I haven't done any custom hands for that, but I do have, for example, I've done a almost like a lollipop second hand. Like you see on a diver watch, like a diver watch, you'll have a lollipop second hand, but has a square marker, a loomed marker. So I've almost gotten to that point where it almost looks like a record player. So it's funny that you mentioned that, because I've thought about that, and I've had a couple of people that I know requested doing a custom piece that has that kind of audiophile record theme going on. And I love music too. I have records, so
Yes.
I think it'd be a great idea. So not sure
that
I'd want
would
to
be freaking amazing,
I
especially.
don't know how far I want to take the hands, but I think I'd still want to keep it simple. But
Yeah,
to still have that reference, I think would be very cool.
I think it would be cool to do like a hand that's a bit of a maybe not a set, maybe a minute hand that's a reference to the player head. Like it would be very easy to do.
Maybe the hour hand is almost holding down the
or the hour hand, something that's not moving, like, because if it's a seconds hand, it's gonna wear out the viewer very quickly. But if it's like an hour, it's a custom hour hand or a minute hand, and
or if you do a
then
rotating dial, maybe.
then
sure. Make a
think of it this
rotated
way.
dial that play a music for 30 seconds,
a minute repeater. But I could see, you see how
for me it'd be 80s music.
Vinyl records, they have that inner part where the label sticker goes on, and you could have like different colors in the center, so there would be like different editions of the dial.
Yeah, you could have the EP and the LP version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could say it could be a music edition, and it could be catered towards music enthusiasts.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, there's a red. You could do a red vinyl, the orange vinyl.
Yeah, the picture disc.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
And you can tell your customers to say, "Hey, send me 30 seconds of your desired."
Yeah. I do have to say though, since I love music, so I'd have to say if I don't like the music, then I might have to turn them down. So it would have to be something like, I'm sorry, I can't make the watch for you unless it's a different song. But there could be something there. I mean, I do. What's interesting about that is there are a lot of audio enthusiasts that are also watch enthusiasts.
Yes.
So people into cars, audio, like watches, it's all very
Collecting
similar.
vinyl records have become very, very, very popular. So there is overlap in that collecting cars, watches, all of that. Now, another question. Is it are you able to do like a custom dial for example, for a different watch, for like a Black Bay 58? Because I have someone who's interested in, because he got bored probably of his Black Bay 58, and is interested whether it's possible to.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I've had that asked a lot. So my short answer at the moment, and it might change, but at the moment, what I tell people is I pretty much incorporate my custom dials as a part of my own watches. So I don't implement a custom dial in another watch. However, the only exception that I've done thus far is if it's, say, an old vintage watch. So someone had their grandfather's watch that wasn't running, and they wanted to do a custom dial for it, and it was a very special heirloom. I have made an exception in that case, but I don't do anything with contemporary watches. And for the most part, I don't do dials as kind of one-off pieces. I do them as a part of the watch. However, I'm always open to every situation's different. So if someone has a watch and they're like, hey, I'm thinking about doing something to this, I'm always happy to consider it or to look at, to review something. But I haven't done anything with contemporary watches. And part of that too is like, obviously it's my work that's going into something else. But also I don't want there to be any sort of confusion between brands or legally, for that matter.
Right.
So I want to be very careful about that. And even just for my own brand presence, I want to.
I understand.
Incorporate in my own watches.
And in your own watch is actually an interesting question. If you have a watch, a model that you release with a specific dial, and then later on you release basically the same watch, but with a brand new style of dial, something new and that is different.
Which I do all the time.
And then a customer come and say, hey, I don't want to buy one more watch, but could you change the dial in the okay.
I've done that. I actually had because I'm always coming out with new dials. So I've actually had several customers who said, oh, I love that other dial. Can I swap it out? And and I've done that for people. Also, a few years ago when I had my before this new case design, I had my mid-size watch, but I engineered it so that the dial is the same size. So when I came out with my new case, I had a customer come to me and said, I bought a watch a couple of years ago, but I love the new case. You know what? I actually want to buy another watch, but then I want to swap the dials. So I actually applied a new dial to his existing watch he's had for 2 years. So it felt brand new. And then I put that dial in the brand new case that I had. So he actually had 2 new watches.
Wow.
This is amazing. It makes you feel like you buy a new watch all the time.
Well, the dial is like the piece of art that's inside the watch
that you might want to swap out. That's actually something that I've had done a few times, and I've considered ways to maybe, for some of my repeat customers and some of my friends, ways to actually have something almost like a club or it's almost like having a certain kind of tier that you belong to as a collector, that if you're in the collector club, then you could actually swap out your dial at any time. Or, when I come out with a new case, then you could actually buy it for a discounted price. So I've considered ways to actually do that, since the nature of my business is bespoke. So that is an interesting question though.
Carolyn Martin wants to know what's the turnaround time on the watch.
So for I have a page of ready-mades, which are obviously ready-made, and then for the watch, then the watch builder for building a watch. On average, it's 4 to 5 weeks. Although I've found that typically, especially for a local customer, it tends to be less than that. So I would say typically 2 to 4 weeks.
Whoa. Oh, I thought you said 45 weeks. It's
No,
4 to 5.
425. Sorry,
I was like
425.
45 weeks. What are you doing?
Yeah,
Are
I'm not
you
even.
a YouTuber or something?
Yeah.
That's how long it takes me to make a video.
That
What
makes
is
me
this?
sound like
Yeah.
that makes me sound like another watch brand.
Yeah, yeah.
No, 425. But I would
Okay.
say the nature of what I do in the watch
Mm,
builder is I actually refresh those dials up there with dials
mm,
that I'm making. So all the
mm,
dials that you currently see in the watch builder, I actually have in my studio right now. So I
mm.
can literally go start assembling that in the next day.
Yes.
So that's why I've been able to kind of shorten the time
But
span of it.
if you have a really really custom
Yeah,
request, like a dial that's made of like
different
from scratch,
color, different.
yeah, different color. Let's say if somebody wants, you had these beautiful like sunburst dials. Let me just pull it
Hmm.
up here.
Yeah,
But let's say somebody wants it in a different color, like maybe they want it in pink or something.
yeah. If they
Like,
wanted to do different finishing or something that maybe it's one of my
let's say one of these, right? Like
or maybe
this
it's one
is
of my that one, or maybe it's one of my existing designs. But they say,
yes.
for example, if they want a California dial,
Hmm.
but they want to actually change something graphically, so it
Mm,
really is a custom variation.
yes.
In that case, then yeah, it would probably take more like 6 or 8 weeks.
Mm,
But
Uh,
still, it's pretty quick because again, I am constantly doing batches of dials. The
mhm.
ones that you see in the builder, I have ready, and then if it's something that is custom, then I'll just kind of incorporate it into the next batch of dials that I'm doing,
Mhm.
which is tip.
Okay. So
So
let's say if
it's like a
if someone
flow.
commissions you to make, let's say, a batch of these, so well, they'll commission you to make, like, let's say,
Like if you
I said,
wanted, like say
yeah,
for
let's say I want
example,
this one in pink. Let's say I want this one
yeah,
in pink.
or if
Uh,
yeah,
like say this style for example, you're like,
mhm,
hey, I like that blue and zinc, but instead
mhm,
could it be on copper?
mhm.
And I actually want a different color. Yeah, like
Yes.
I don't know, black on copper or something. Then
Mm,
I would just incorporate that over the next 2 or 3 weeks into my
yeah,
dial making, and then
yes.
assemble it. So
yeah.
I'd say on average, yeah, really no longer than 7 or 8 weeks. Just
John, when I was before I opened my restaurant, when I was actually doing catering, I
mhm.
used to have all kind of requests for all kind of food items that they wanted, and because it was my reputation of how
Yeah,
tasty I am or how good I am in what I do, if
yeah,
it used to be a request for something that I saw is not going to be tasty,
yeah.
I used to decline that order. So the question is,
I do that
maybe
too.
even with you with dice, yeah, if I'm going to
Yep.
ask a crazy request of a die that you don't want that to be represented by your name, you probably deny it,
Mm,
right?
Yeah,
uh,
I've done that
Yeah.
before. I've had some people request. Well, first of all, I've had some requests that are beyond kind of what I can do.
Mm.
Um, so the term custom or bespoke means different things to different
Mm.
people. But I like to tell people,
Mm.
like, if you're going into, say, a bespoke suit shop in London, they might have 100 fabrics that you can choose from and different silhouettes, and they can do a lot of custom things, but maybe not everything under the sun. So if someone comes to me and says they want to do some sort of custom case and different material, then it might be beyond what I can do or want to
mhm,
do. But then to your point directly is if someone says, oh, I
Mm.
want to do this kind of dial, but I want it to be diamond encrusted, then
mm,
yeah, that's just not my brand. And
right,
that's not,
Exactly. Yeah.
nothing, if
right.
nothing, no judgment against what they want. But I've had some people contact me and say, this is what I'm looking for. And I say, you know what, I'm probably not a good fit. Here's someone else I could recommend to contact.
Yes.
So, I'm pretty open with people, but, oh, there's another question that popped up
Oh,
here.
no, no, no. Can you make a watch that has a timing bezel alarm that looks like a
Wow.
mouse trap, and uh, when the minute hand mouse gets to it, the trap falls? Ah,
Wow. Yeah.
yeah, it's
Holy
too
shit.
complicated. Too complicated.
That
Maybe someday, yeah.
actually, literally, that would be a complication. That would be,
Yeah.
uh, I like the creative thinking though.
Mm,
You know what? I feel like I have seen, and it was like just a cheaper watch, but I think over the years I have seen one with a mouse on the dial, like a mouse going around.
Oh,
Like I think I've seen a cat and mouse dial somewhere.
oh, that's cool.
Okay.
By the way,
Yeah.
are you able to make your own hands, or do you get them somewhere else?
Well, a little bit of both. So I have batches of hands. I do have a kind of a broad selection of hands.
Mm-hmm.
Even some that aren't represented here.
Uh-huh.
But I do tend to stock them in limited batches, and when I make hands, I do in limited batches. So there's not as much customization, or there are not as many customization options in terms of hands, in terms of saying I want to, record player hands, for example.
Right.
That would be a commitment that I would have to actually design the hands, get them produced, and probably produce 300 of them, 500 of them. So currently I don't have the service to do one-off custom hands. However, that's something in the future that could change, because just the nature of machining and stuff. I think it'd be very cool to have the flexibility to do some different hands outside of my core selection.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow, we talk already about crazy dies like this. Okay, let's go to something maybe more crazy.
Yeah.
Would it be possible? You remember this kind of once used to be these cards, kind of 3D cards that when you move them, they change sometimes the color. Let's say it's red, and when you in a different angle, you see suddenly it's blue and things like that.
Oh yeah.
Would be possible to make a multiple color dial that depends in the light. Now is red, now is green, now is blue, something like that it changed completely the colors.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd say that would involve a lot of testing, obviously, but even some of my metallic dials have a little bit of that quality. Like I did a kind of a metallic red dial recently, but when you tilt it and see it in person, it kind of changes from an orangey red to something that looks more brown to something that looks more silver. But I know what you're talking about. So I think any of that's probably possible. In other words, just using different coatings. But yeah, I think I would have to experiment with that. But I like where your head is at.
Yeah.
By the way, is an example of what this could look like. Yeah, the record. There's an Etsy. There's already it's on Etsy. It's somewhere made in China. But like these are just like cheaply made garbage watches, disposable kind of stuff. I don't even think that's a real. I think that just looks like it's Photoshop. So it's not even.
Yeah, I think that's a Photoshop.
Like and it's probably going to be a plastic quartz disposable watch that.
And the hands are too short.
Away. Yeah, the hands are too short. It's all.
Tim, this dial is amazing because it does play the record of the 30 seconds that you.
That costs 3,000. What? My God.
But then you
also, when you play with the light, you can read all your live history appearing on the dial.
Oh wow!
With the angles.
And I could actually I could actually press your DNA and your DNA into the record. Yeah. I've actually had some odd conversations with a couple of people at watch shows where they were actually talking about with the materials that I use and experiment into putting into watch dials. Could I use any materials? Let me just put it that way. In terms of like, people's ashes, or like, I've actually had some interesting conversations. Like, I don't know, I'm not sure about. But anything's possible. But it's actually kind of interesting what people think about once they start thinking about possibilities.
Hey, look, it was a company. I think it's an American company that since the realization that diamonds is actually carbon, is actually a compressed ash. Why not burn one of your relatives, compress them to a diamond, and then wear it that guy forever?
You mean like a
right?
That's crazy.
Hey, maybe that might be one way for me to stay around with all my customers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, wouldn't be so So that's why I wouldn't be surprised to hear a black ash dial that is one of my relevant or whatever.
Like Gene Roddenberry. Yeah. I see you found a Carl Cox edition.
Carl
Zenith.
Cox,
Wow.
yeah, this is
Yeah.
Zenith limited edition. The running seconds on this watch is actually like a mini vinyl.
How did I miss this? Wow, I didn't know about that.
And you see it. The seconds hand is just this little line that indicates which way, so you can keep track of where the top is. But that spins around.
But I wonder how big that watch would have to be.
It's
massive. That'd have to be beefy to actually have that complication.
Limited to 200 pieces.
Wow.
Let's see here. It's a Zenith El Primero. Oh, Defy El Primero.
Yeah, why don't show him Jacobin Co with the watch?
It's 44. It's huge.
That actually played the whole movie.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool addition. But that's another way, like interesting way of doing a vinyl where it's a second, but that's a sub dial. So
yeah. You don't get to celebrate the full vinyl. Yeah, that's
pretty cool.
Something to think about. Yeah, and then of course, packaging would be everything too. So
Looking Glass says he's correct. They do make diamonds out of people. Well, it is
more than
we are made of carbon, right?
More than just Soylent Green. Anyone's familiar with that movie?
Actually, you just kept something that actually was interesting. Regarding your watch and your brand. Do you think about how you represent the watch, how you ship it, in what kind of package? If it's I mean, the box and everything. I mean, what is your spec about that? Especially as a watch collector, that you have different watches in different boxes. I mean, what do
you have sample like of your
actually? I wish. I just realized I don't. I have it somewhere on my Instagram. I should probably put photos on my website. But no, I take packaging very seriously. So my package. Let's see. I don't have one in the room with me. I have a kind of a black. It's a black box that has embossed. I mean, this is actually one of the cards from my packaging, but I actually do embossed approach to my black packaging, and then you open it up, and then the watch is inset in the box.
Nice.
So it's very, for me, packaging is very important because I come from design. So it has a very tactile quality to it, and also it's when you get one of my watches, it's enclosed in a tote bag. I have like a black tote bag, so it's all very. For me, the unpackaging is a big part of it.
Yes.
So that's something.
The unboxing is nice.
Yeah.
To see.
Yeah, exactly. At the same time, I have, as a collector, I have so many, and I keep all the packaging from every watch I've ever bought, which gets to be a little bit of a challenge after a while, especially if you have big, wood watch boxes, or if you ever buy a JLC, they like large boxes. So it's something I think about in terms of like usability, because I think there is a good argument that you want to give people something that is attractive packaging, but also not just a completely waste of space. So I like to think about what I can include that makes it functional. So, for example, I've been working on some designs for, having like a watch pouch or a watch portfolio or things like that could be incorporated into being something that encloses the watch, but also something you could use every day.
Here is the thing about that. You're absolutely right on that, but here is the problem. When you make amazing, usable, let's say, travel case or a package that actually you're thinking about that is great because I'm going to use it. The problem is I'm not going to use it because I don't want to break the originality of all your set.
Yep.
Because it is almost like it's not that I'm thinking about selling, but I want to have this. You don't want to. I have the full set box and paper. Never was touched. Everything is original.
So maybe if I gave you a watch portfolio, like a leather watch portfolio as the packaging, maybe if I just go ahead and scratch it up for you.
Or another thing. Now, another thing that could be interesting would be, I mean, and this is decide this. It depends on you, but let's say I get you what there's this travel case, everything is great, and I'm using it, enjoying every day. One day, I don't know, maybe I want to flip it to another watch. I want to sell it. Then I contact you. Hey, could you send me the exactly the same pouch that I had in the original package? Because now I want to make this again full set untouched. You know, like.
Oh, actually, no, that's a great point. So the short answer is actually whatever I develop, if it's a watch pouch or portfolio, like I would want to actually sell it as its own item too. So I think my intention would always be to have something that's useful, but also something that people might just want to buy a watch roll or a watch pouch. So I think I would always have it available as an item anyway. And I love watch accessories. So it's something that I'm going to be expanding on. So. But,
if it become in the box and also as an accessory, fuck yeah. I mean, everybody's going to use it, no problem.
You know, I really like some brands. They started incorporating like a travel pouch into the box that the watch comes in.
Yeah.
So, okay, this is not a great example. I'm actually not. I'm not a fan of this Ming pouch.
Actually, I haven't seen it close up, but it looks pretty cool to me.
Yeah, it's almost dropped it.
What do you not like about it?
It's just I don't know. I'm not. It's a kind of a travel pouch, but it's.
Is it too big? Do you think?
I think it's. I don't think this will protect anything. I think it would be better if it was round, but okay.
I do appreciate the simplicity of it. So.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to do it. I don't think it's the most functional thing I've ever seen on the planet.
I've actually done a similar.
It's the job done, I guess.
I've done a similar pouch before, but one that is if you have the watch like this.
Oh, yeah.
Slide it in. Then it's like a nice compact pouch. I think that's kind of like a nice size. It's like the size of your hand.
Yeah.
Then you can throw it in your bag.
I really like these parts. Let me just show you something.
Yeah, I actually was thinking about creating.
So this thing right here,
a watch hood.
This is cased in time, like like a watch donut, like one of these.
It makes me hungry for a bagel.
Yeah.
And Tim, I
really like this, and I think
it works well.
Yeah, it would be so cool if someone were to take this pouch and incorporate it, because this is so useful. I mean, that you can put any watch into this, not just because it's only a watch on the leather strap pin buckle can be put into here, so it makes it very limiting. But this, you can put anything, and if you properly build the watch box around this, could be a great presentation. This thing is bulletproof.
I'd actually love to see that in molded leather too.
Oh yeah.
So if you had a hard molded leather that felt like a nice object that was precious and
oh my god, like this out of leather, I would pay big money. I'll pay $200-$300
just like a molded leather.
Yeah, because this is like disposable, made in China. It's just the cheap, nasty.
It's sporty. It's sporty.
It's the job done. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is not.
If you have the vinyl, if you have the record player watch, maybe when you set it inside that's the speaker. It plugs into a speaker somehow.
Yes.
Magically. Yeah, I think watch. It's a good topic because I think watch pouches, watch containers, watch travel goods. I think is a really important. You occasionally see people coming out with something new, but I feel like that's an area where there could be a lot of innovation. I think for something nice, for something that collectors really, because if you think about what we all spend on watches, we don't. I mean, at least for me, there's not enough out there to proportionally spend on containers for the watches, if that makes sense. If you think about like what you invest in a watch, what would you be willing to invest in a really nice functional container, whether it's for travel or for display? And I feel like there's a limited selection for some of that stuff.
Oh yeah.
And some people have told me that, they're like, hey, if you have like a nice leather watch pouch that's functional or something like that, that I would pay good money for it. So I think that it could be interesting to see. Yeah. I actually have a couple of those that you have there, but but they're you only see that one kind.
Yeah, I think it's the same company that makes all of this, and then
Probably,
they just put custom
they have a
logo
monopoly
and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just they're pumped out. They're pumped out. But look, I'm pretty sure it's possible to contact this company and put any logo on here. This is just a little rubber sticker. They can put almost anything on here.
Yeah.
So yeah, this could be a way. It would be nice though to see these because this type of thing could be manufactured in the United States.
Oh, totally.
Just have to find proper leather worker, do a and do a collab with them.
I mean, you could do different innovative materials to use recycled, molded recycled materials, whether it's felt or maybe even cork.
Ooh,
something like that. That's like a molded material. That's maybe it's recycled, but you make something nice out of it.
Yes.
Quality zipper, all that kind of stuff. Suede interior. So yeah, I think definitely someone in the US could do that.
Looking Glass says you can even put that size in your pocket. Yeah, this thing is very.
That would.
God damn, this is like a ruler.
That would get me stopped at the airport. Although I can imagine that looks nice on your desk. Having that like sitting on your table looks nice. But
this is more practical because if you open this up, and then suddenly there's space for 2 watches. So when I travel, let's say I can carry 2 watches with me. I can have one with me in the case, right? And that's when it's closed. And then at night, I open the case up and I can lay down a second watch next to it. Like right here, because there's an area on the opposite side. Right? So there's two areas. So it's a place to put watches where they won't get scratched. Instead of putting them on the table and and putting a wear and tear, put that here, put the second watch here. In the morning, you wake up, you choose which one you want to go with. You could like that. You can have 2 watches. And then let's say you decide to change the watch up. You just take the one that you want. You close it down and you go on with your day.
So it's your little your watch caddy basically.
Yeah, it's an extra watch and it holds 2 when you're in the hotel. Lovely function. I love that piece. Nathaniel Hannon, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Really appreciate supporting the show, guys. Supporting the Watch Talk. Boston Collector, I would make safe that looks like a watch box and it could hold multiple watches. Make a safe. That's a decoy.
I was thinking about making a watch roll, and I just saw the work that required to do that, and how much money it costs. This is wow.
It's hard. It's hard to do.
Although I love the idea of a cool watch safe. I think that's another area that they can be really, really expensive. And but I think there's room for an affordable watch safe that's something kind of, still could hold a lot of watches, but something smaller. That you could hide somewhere or you could bolt somewhere.
Decoy. That's something that looks like a Nike shoebox. And then you weld it to the floor. That's
what? I went to a watch event recently and I took about 20 of my watches. And I usually have it in my bag, and I get on the train, go in the city. And I'm a big enough guy that I usually am pretty confident that I'll be okay.
Yeah. But spotters. Yeah.
You just never know. And so the thought crossed my mind recently, like, maybe I should throw these 20 watches into a box of Fruit Loops and put it in a CVS bag, and
it's like a cereal box insert.
I just did it now in the sun.
Marcelo's collection. Collection.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
That's the 3. What did you call this? What did you call this, Marcelo? This collection?
The trio.
The trio. That's it.
Okay, no, I'm going to
the Holy Trinity, right?
The Holy Trinity.
So this is the Smurf white gold stab came up in the 100th anniversary of Rolex in 2008.
Yes.
Papa
This
Smurf.
is Papa Smurf. This is the meter dial GMT
Space Pepsi.
referring
Space Pepsi.
as the referring as the Superman, and this
The
is of course the platinum Daytona. So
Wow.
The
with the sun,
Daytona, the
actually, they
50th.
look stunning.
Yeah.
It is quite an achievement, Marcelo. You know, you have done something many of the people watching would love to achieve someday. Quite a crazy collection. Nathaniel Hannon, $5 super chat. I have a hollow version of the handbook for the recently deceased from the
Oh, so you're
movie
saying
Beetlejuice.
turn a book into a watch safe? I think.
Oh
Is
yeah, he
an
says
idea?
no watches in there though, just the
Well, you know what?
Magnum.
You know what? A funny story similar to that.
Going to try the
Years
challenge.
ago, I came
Yeah.
across. I was in a craft show, and there was I wish I remembered the name of the person so I could plug them. But there's a woman who makes really cool boxes out of books. So basically, she went to the library and all the books they're throwing away, she turns into beautiful boxes. So you have it on your bookshelf and it looks like a book. Same thing as you're talking about there, Nathaniel. But I have a Michelangelo art book that's like a cloth bound, probably 50, 60-year-old book. And it's a box. And so actually I've put watches in there before. Some people use it for other things. But I think actually it would be very cool to turn that into a safe. So I think it's actually kind of a great idea
to turn the Royal Oak book into a watch box. It's too obvious. It's too because people will want to steal. You have to turn it something that people wouldn't want to take.
But maybe it's in a secure room. Then you want to showcace it. You know. So it depends on what you want to use it for. Yeah.
And those Royal Oak books, they're heavy. They weigh 1 million pounds. What the? I was sent one as a gift.
Yeah.
It's I don't know what the hell did they make it out of. Pure platinum or something, because it's. I put it on top of the shelf. If it ever falls down on me, it will
lower
kill
light.
me.
You see?
Oh,
after
wow.
I charge
The
them.
loom.
Yeah.
That is good.
Good loom. Try to create a little bit the loom.
Oh, very nice.
The loom is absolutely fantastic.
Beautiful.
Looks like is it a blue loom? Looks like.
Yeah, it's a blue loom.
That's very nice.
All of it's already Super Luminova. Yeah, right.
Wow.
It's after they transitioned to the latest
Chromolite.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Captain Kirk, I only want a gun or a treasure map in the book.
Or maybe a gun and a treasure map.
Maybe.
Although I feel like you know what I feel like if you're gonna have a gun and treasure map, then you need a watch and a compass too, to have a full set. You know, like the Indiana Jones set. You know, you need a good watch. You need a good maybe a writing pen and a notebook.
You need
treasure map,
a nice pocket knife,
a good pocket knife. It's all the EDC stuff. So
a nice flashlight.
Flashlight.
Yeah. Maybe some type of a nice wallet, nice leather.
Actually, you know what? If I found a real treasure map, then I think everything else would fall into place. At that point, I could afford the watches and everything else. If I start out with a treasure map first.
By the way, there's actually in the United States there is a treasure. And the map is a poem. These guys have been looking for it for quite some time.
Yeah, I saw a documentary about that recently.
Yeah. So
hotly debated. Yeah.
Seems hard. It's a very, very elusive. Finding that treasure, man. There's so many people looking for it. I don't think they're ever gonna find it.
Maybe I'll do that at some point with one of my watches. It'll be a one of a kind watch, and you have to go find it, and then I'll have clues.
Just bury it somewhere in one of the. Well, actually, that's kind of. I might even do that. That's a great collab. Hey, John, you want to collab? Look, one of my passions is hiking, right? and there's few hiking trails that I'm hoping to do in the next years, and I can bury one of your watches at a certain location
Yeah.
along the route, right? Then
Yeah.
we can make
Give
a
clues.
riddle, a type of a map, and hey, and it could be like a field watch, right? It's a field.
It would literally be a field watch. It would be buried in a field somewhere.
Field watch buried somewhere in the field along this trail. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
It's
you have
amazing,
to.
and some aliens will find it more 3 million years from now.
Yeah.
This would be great.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll have my DNA in it, just so they could actually on Westworld they could recreate me at some point in the future as a watchmaker.
Exactly.
The distant future. Yeah, I think they're actually the gamification. I've actually talked to people about, like, where, I mean, obviously having a custom watch or one of a kind watch is cool, but to actually have some activity involved in finding it, or a competition, or giving clues on a website, where you
for example, let's say we do a limited edition. Okay, do you know about PCT? Do you know what that? You live in San Francisco, you should know PCT. Have you heard of it?
PCT, is that a
the Pacific Crest Trail?
Oh, okay, yes, I've heard of that.
It's the trail that goes from the border.
I'm not sure what all the kids are calling it these days, but I've heard
yeah. It's PCT. It goes from the border of Mexico and then ends in Canada.
Yep.
And it goes through entire California, Washington, and Oregon. So actually, you live close by the trail. And let's say you could do a limited run, let's say 30 pieces, the PCT edition. I mean, it would have to thematically represent. I mean, I had this was like my idea. Like, if I were gonna make a limited edition field watch, this is something I want to do. Now I would after designing it, I would bury the number 0 somewhere along the trail, and then give the map give the map to the PCT hiker and say, hey, somewhere out there's this valuable watch, and there's a riddle, and then people who go along the trail, there's something. Well, technically, I would bury it somewhere near the end, and then all the clue. The only way to find it would be to do the trail. You would have to go to certain location to get the clues. Maybe there's shops along the trail. There's all these places where you can go in and get clues. I can stop by each place and say, okay, if people come by this the shop, because there's like a lot of like the hiker lodgings. You give them a clue, and it's almost like these people are going to be on the treasure hunt, and they're also doing the trail, and they're experiencing it, and they're hunting it, and someone will find it.
I mean, what I think would actually,
how valuable is the watch?
Well, it's one of the. It would be valuable because it will be a treasure. It would
be one of a kind. Or, I mean, I think actually what would be very cool is to tie that to a charity. So if you actually had like a charity hike or run, which people are going to raise money by doing the event itself, then if you had some sort of treasure associated with it, but they have to do the physical activity to take part. Then I think it's kind of cool because you could essentially raise money for a charity by the nature of participating in the hunt.
Yes. Well, for example, look, the other 30 portion could go to the National Parks and Services.
Yeah.
So the charity is people can buy the non-limited edition one, like the 1 through 30, for example, and the number 0 is a treasure hunt, and then who finds it, they can auction it off for charity. I don't know. There could be. There's interesting stuff. There's interesting ways to do limited editions and connect them to stories in real life. So that's.
I'm a huge believer in that, because I think we all we especially watches, kind of the story behind it. And imagine if you had a watch that you're wearing years from now, and you're like, you know what, I found this. I took part in this event and I found it. Like, that's kind of an amazing story. You're at a party and you're talking to someone that this is a one-of-a-kind piece that I actually found on the trail. I had to fight a bear for it.
That's fine.
The bear's fine. We're friends now, but we had to fight for it. So yeah, I mean, I think it's all sorts of possibilities, right?
There's ideas. This is just that was the idea that I thought. Well, if I was going to be doing something like that, I would incorporate like my passions.
You're out there hiking anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So, Boston Glaze, I will make a treasure hunt. I will put my John Mayer Daytona at the end. Cost is $1,000 for the map. Ooh, well, but the problem if you sell the first map. Well, look, actually, I thought if you sell the map, then people will just share it online. But I think a lot of people, if they buy the map, they will
unless there's a serial code. There's a code for each map. You can't share, maybe.
Well,
it's unique to
each picture. But I don't think people would want to share the map because they would want to be the ones to find it. Yeah.
But that could be the thing too, is if the map is ever shared, maybe each person's registered. So
how would also the people who let's say get the picture of the map know that it's in the real map? What if the person who's sharing the map just trying to mislead everyone? Yes.
Oh, this is turning into a game.
Yes. So you have to think about all of these.
All of a sudden, this is it's a British murder mystery now.
Yeah.
Tim, I think you're watching too much video games.
Okay, sorry.
I'm watching too many detective shows.
Yeah.
Hey, there's something there though, right?
It's tying in one passion with another to bring something that's more deeper.
And you get people outside.
Yeah, get people outside. You know, because we're all been cooped up in our basements for too long. So
yeah, I know. I can only eat so many salads to undo what I've done. So I have to get outside more, get moving more. So it's
Logan Hall says, make the winner provide their code before receiving the prize.
So again, everyone's registered. So to win the prize, they have to provide.
It's not enough to just find. Oh, but because what you bury like a token that says you found the token, and then you can redeem that token for the Daytona. You don't bury the actual John Mayer out in the woods somewhere.
Yeah,
you bury a token that that people have to find, and if they retrieve it, they find it, they bring it to you. If they show the proof that they bought the map, those two things. Boom.
Or maybe it's missing the bezel and it's missing the movement. Maybe not.
No. No, because you shouldn't be just burying stuff out there. It's gonna get lost.
Yeah.
Jay's great. Always to have you here. Pull up some maps of Antarctic. Yeah. Try finding something in Antarctica.
Too cold. Yeah,
too cold. I can't be bothered. I don't like the cold. I really don't.
Plus, I don't want to bother the penguins. They're too cute. You know,
yeah.
Just,
yeah.
No, there is somewhere in the glaciers of Antarctica about 3 million years ago used to be a watchmaker, and there is some watches somewhere there that we're going to find one day in the future.
Yeah, there'll be aliens will find watches someday. Yeah.
We don't want to accidentally lose the watch. So
no.
Gotta be careful with that. Gotta be careful. Can't we do a Willy Wonka ticket? Yeah.
You know what? I'm pro Willy Wonka. I'm just saying. I think it's a great idea.
Oh my god.
A winning ticket, a gold ticket, and
yeah. That's funny.
If I could incorporate chocolate, I would.
By the way, let's get to this because I need to talk about this leak in the Rolex watch world.
With Rolex, everything is possible. You know, I mean, Rolex don't give a shit. I mean, they can do that, and people still going to buy it. You know, I mean.
Yeah, John, I don't know how much you follow the Rolex releases, but
a bit, yeah.
Yeah, you like Rolex? What do you think?
Yes, sure. Although I have to say, my personal affinity is more towards vintage.
Yes.
Specifically with Rolex, just because I
yes,
for different reasons. But I think they the way they release things obviously is very different from other brands. So
yes, they have a lot of leverage in the watch world, unlike a lot of other brands that they have to meet like quarterly sales.
Yeah.
Rolex.
When Rolex pops up as a topic, I'm always there for the comments. That's all I get. I start my popcorn.
So
I like to hear the comments.
The popular opinion was that last year Rolex released the Sprite, the left-handed GMT Master 2, and because a year prior they released a Tiffany Blue Dial Oyster Perpetual and then discontinued a year later, everyone seems to think that Rolex is going to discontinue the left-hand drive. My prediction, however, was I think I was like, no. That's what they want you to think. They always kind of go in the opposite direction. Like nobody predicted the left-hand drive. So my prediction was actually that they'll make left-hand drive for all other models as well. Like they'll complete the collection where there's going to be a left-hand, where there's going to be a Sprite in the right-hand drive, and this was one of the leaks. This was one of the leaks. It's almost like my prediction is coming true. Now, this doesn't prove that the other ones are going to be released in left-hand drive configuration, but this could be a first step to that if they release this in the right-hand configuration.
So you think there'll be a whole destro collection of left-handed models, basically?
Yeah, I almost feel like they want to make the GMT Master 2 a watch that you can really customize. Like you could choose the bracelet style, because it used to be the Pepsi was only on the Jubilee, and the Batman was originally on the Oyster. Then it came out. It was discontinued. Came out on the Jubilee, and then to the Jubilee, an Oyster was added. So then you could choose.
Tim, don't worry about it. I have an inside information from Rolex. It's going to be 2 catalogs. One catalog for the right hand, one catalog for the left hand.
You buy both.
This leak coming out, I thought this was quite it's agreeing with my narrative that they're going to. What is your favorite? Do you have a favorite like Rolex in the current lineup, or in something that you look interested in seeing in the future?
Gosh, you know what? I feel like I'm kind of a boring guy when it comes to probably Rolex, but I feel like I love the Explorer. But and this is something Rolex would never do. But I kind of wish. I always liked the vintage Explorer,
like 1016.
Yeah, like graphically, and I feel like it'd be nice to have some variation in that. And I know they'll never do it.
Like a white dial. Well, there's always a possibility they might release a white dial Explorer 1.
That would be interesting. Yeah. And then of course, having talked about dials and other brands and stuff, it's like it would be, and again, Rolex would never do it, but it'd be interesting if they did some crazy metallic colors or different dial treatments.
Oh, that's never gonna
they won't do it. But but I'm even thinking if there's something very subtle. And Marcelo, this is to Marcelo's point earlier a little bit, is like, what if you had a dial that looked black and kind of metallic, but then if you're in the light, it changes to kind of an amber or something other, blue. So on the surface, it looks like a traditional Rolex, but there could be a subtle treatment to the dial finishing. That I think could actually be a really interesting thing that, again, too risky from that standpoint, but I think it could be super interesting because across the room, it looks like a standard model, but then in the light, it looks totally different and changes. And then, of course, I can imagine collectors would really, have their favorite,
Look, I do know what, I mean, and to know is not like knowing the future. You just need to look in the past to understand what Rolex actually want to do, and I do see in the future a special, for example, in the Pepsi. I mean, the first Pan Ams that came out when was with the plastic hazellite crystal, they had loom bezel. That so everything was loom. Also the the bezel and everything was it was functional like that, but it was loom. Then of course it was cracking. They went to aluminum, and after that today they went to ferrochrome. So I do believe that you have today the technology to make a loom bezel, the
Oh,
same like
loom bezel.
the same like the
Yeah.
Blopan did it with the 50 Phantom.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
do see this coming,
Oh,
a
that would be
loom bezel. Yeah.
that
Mm,
seems like a really good prediction. Yeah.
And like
mm.
basically replacing the ferrochrome bezels to actually
Mm.
a sapphire bezels, like loom sapphire bezels.
What if you use two different shades of loom on the bezel for
This
like
is this
like
actually what
slightly like green and blue, or a
well
different
this what Grand Seiko do. This what Grand Seiko
There's
actually did.
there's
Yeah,
exact Grand
yeah.
Seiko has actually like loomed where
Mm,
the numbers are loomed on top, and then the
mm.
bottom is reverse loom, so the entire
Oh yeah.
bezel is loomed and the numbers are not. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh
Kind of
yeah,
So
night and day. Yeah.
yeah. But
Mhm.
the cool thing about
mm,
these Rolex bezels is that they inlaid with platinum. So
mm.
I don't know if they would wanna
No,
go from
they would, Tim.
yeah.
Because it's brilliant. Because first of
Mm.
all, the amount of platinum that they put in
Oh,
that
it's
bezel, trust me,
insignificant. It's just
it
plated,
doesn't
right?
even cost $5. Okay,
Yeah.
It's not really. But
It's a
Mm.
catalytic
yeah,
converter.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, they just look. They already the new titanium watch have completely Rolex name for titanium, and they of course they have the name for the steel. So it's going to
Hmm.
be a bright new technology innovation of several years with the special crazy name of this
Hmm.
new sapphire a loom bezel that basically is all bullshit and is just a loom sapphire bezel. But yeah, trust me, they know how to bullshit and marketing themselves, you know. So yeah, and we're all
It would
going.
be a new luminium dial or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Aluminium bezel.
Yeah.
Uh, like where the loom is integrated with the metal, or something.
Double
Yeah,
D
and the
says,
loom,
Tim,
of
why is
course,
the
is
GMT hand on this gray? No, it's actually green. I think it was just too far
Oh
away.
yeah, I see it. It's kind of
mm,
faintly green.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Stonefist says, anyone going to Basel World? Actually, I will be going to the
mm,
Basel World. That's right. I'm gonna be live streaming
Oh, awesome.
from the floor, from the ground level.
You're going to be walking, aren't you?
mm,
That's
Walking.
right. That's
Yeah.
right. Walk and talk. Gonna be
Yeah. Walk and
doing one
talk.
of my
Yeah.
classic walk and talk live streams.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I'm really excited. But yeah, this is it. This is yeah, Marcelo.
mm, mm,
I was hoping the same thing, but when I saw this leak, with
Hmm.
mm,
that this is a basically gold Hulk.
Hmm.
mm.
I realized, you know what? Next 10 years, there's gonna be no changes to the bezel. They're gonna keep making these the same type of ceramic bezels they've always been making.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this Tim, this what people said with the aluminum bezel that they did it
yeah.
nearly for 40 years.
Well,
So
yeah, yeah. They
don't
had
worry
those
about
aluminum. Yeah,
that.
40 years. Maybe they'll be doing for 40
Mm,
years with these
mm,
ceramic bezels. Who knows?
Hmm.
But
mm,
they're not going away, and because of with the announcement of this, it was like,
mm.
oh, okay. So this would probably be what the 60th. No, no, no. Submariner is 70-year anniversary.
It's
Oh
70,
wow.
but it still is not
Yeah.
proven that this even going to be real, Tim. It's
No,
just
no, no, no. It's not proven, but it's so close. I remember because last year I was covering these leaked images, and this is the kind of this is the
mm,
this image looks exactly like the image that was leaked last year. It's possible
Hmm.
that Rolex
mm.
made this fake leak, but I don't know. It looks too good to be true. Too true to be good to be not true. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That was
Or too true to be good. This what he
No,
wanted to
the
say.
other way
too,
around.
too
The other way
true
around.
not to be true. Yeah.
Yeah. And it makes sense. It's so lazy. It's so lazy. It makes sense in the catalog as it is. They withheld the green dial from the current green bezel Submariner to make it more special for this release. There's also a possibility, like people are gonna look at this and they're gonna think, oh my god, this is so special because it's got the green dial, whereas the current Submariner with the green bezel doesn't have it, the Starbucks. But I would expect even the next year or 2 years afterwards, what are they gonna do? They're gonna re-release the Submariner with the green steel, green dial, green bezel.
Tim, this is very Smurf green
This
dye,
is like the
like
Smurf. Yeah, the Smurf. What would this
it's
call? What
not.
would they even call this? Still don't know
Yeah,
if it's
because it's
gonna
not
be.
sunburn green. It's basically very plain boom green.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't change with the color with the light. It just stay there like this.
No, I think this would be a sunburst, just like a bluesy,
A radiant Hulk. Yeah.
So what would they have to undiscontinue the Hulk? I don't know. We'll see. But this would be
The
pretty cool.
turf.
The turf, the turf. Jace Gray said, Design Italy didn't make this rendering. He is far better than this. No, this is not. This looks like a picture from a catalog because you can see there's some cut off text over here on the side. Yeah, this looks like a legit leak. There's one more leak, but this is for the Daytona, and in this image they're suggesting that solid gold bracelet will be available on with the ceramic bezel, which makes sense because they could basically sell the same watch for maybe even a little bit more money, and instead of putting, because right now these only come with matching precious metal bezels, they could save on the precious metal and just put a ceramic and then keep the price the same. There's even a reference number here, which I think I don't know the reference numbers that well, but somebody could check and probably show that this watch doesn't exist yet, but these numbers probably make sense because they did last time. So pretty crazy. Nick says, "Will we get a precious metal no date this year?" No, I don't think so. They're not gonna do it. They'll keep it with a date. Yeah.
Too risky.
I don't know. No date sub precious metal actually does make sense.
They could do. They'll probably save it for another 10 years, and then they'll release this kind of one with no date in 10 years.
Look,
They
you need to
really
understand one thing.
stretch out their releases.
Listen. You need to understand one thing. You need to follow a little bit history, Tim. Look, the Platinum Daytona, beside being the 50th anniversary, the reason to have that kind of light blue, ice blue with brown, is also because Paul Newman, I think, died that year or a couple of years before. And it was very much tribute for Paul Newman. The reason I mentioned that is because I think last year or 2 years ago, I think Sean Connery died. So I do see a tribute, a kind of elegant tribute to Sean Connery, of course, without mentioning him name or whatever, is because now Omega is with the James Bond. But I do see a tribute on that segment, something that try to think, and especially you, John, as a watch designer, what is the most closest to Sean Connery that you could attribute there, on the original sub that he had, plus maybe a little bit of his, I don't know, face, colors, whatever, time,
Yeah, that's a hard one. Yeah. Good. I think everyone associates that model of watch to Sean Connery. It's almost hard to color outside of the lines on that.
Maybe even the NATO strap, because that was the one with the
NATO strap. A bespoke watch on a NATO strap. By the way, do you also sell NATO straps to go with?
I do. I only have leather, and of course I'll have the bracelet soon.
Yes.
But it is a strap monster. So
is it 20 mil?
20, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
20, and so I would say this case specifically is a strap monster, so it really does handle NATOs really well. Like as we know, not all watches look great on a NATO, so it's but I've thought about doing that as having a batch of some fabric straps as well. So I'm always doing different batches of straps for it.
Very cool.
So yeah.
Negroni seems to
actually, I'm sorry, I have to sign off, guys. So I'm sorry.
Hey, you've been through it. I know how these things are. We thought we'll be on for only an hour.
I mean, we a lot of people like to see you. I mean, I was fascinated the whole hour with Tim that I saw you.
I appreciate
there's a lot of people that after today, days come, weeks come later. Oh, I wish I would ask this question. I wish I would. So please come again. I mean, there is a lot of interaction here.
I would love to. And then, and also, I mean, I'm always, people reach out to me on Instagram or my website, my chat. So I'm always, if anyone even just has like something I want to talk about, I'm always happy to. So, but yeah, I'd love to join again. This was fun.
Don't worry about the invitation or schedules.
I'll just ambush you.
Exactly. If you turn on the stream, we're live. I always go. I try my best to go on at the same time every day, and so that my window is like New York time, 5 to 11. That's when I do my my show. And also we have a second channel. Whoa!
Oh my gosh!
Holy moly!
$49.99.
David H.
Wow.
$50. Jesus Christ! Thank you for coming, John.
You see, John,
wow,
this is said it all. This is said it all. You see, this is alone said it all. So please, definitely come again.
Well, you know what, and it's also you're helping me as well because I'm trying to. Become better interviewer and try to add like a guest segment to my live streams. So I really appreciate you giving me opportunity to kind of do something.
Yeah, it's fun
like this where it's we're just me and you. Usually it's you'll see it. It's just a little bit of a crazy house. Marcelo has never been more behaved in his life. I think look, a lot of people give him so much shit for being annoying and doing all kinds of quirky stuff. You'll find out his
you know what we're all quirky, right?
but we all quirky, exactly. We are
but I think Marcelo proved himself how valuable he is to my streams. He goes, look, no nobody else was able to show up, so he was great contributor, Marcelo.
That's great.
Huge shout out to Marcelo time, guys.
Please drop the link. I mean, for somebody to watch my video, it would be great.
Let's not do that, Marcelo, because they're just gonna unsubscribe. What we'll do instead, we'll drop the link to John's Instagram account. That's Bespoke Watch Project, and also the website. So guys, you can check him out there. Yeah, John, you're always welcome on the show. If you turn it on, we're talking about something that interests you in the chat. Just put in, "Hey, John here." Drop the link for me, boom, and I'll put that link that I emailed you earlier today. I'll put that in the chat. You'll be able to click.
Very cool. Yeah, I'd love to join you. Yeah,
cool.
We'll keep.
Thank
in touch.
you so much.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah, good to see you, Marcelo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good to see you, Tim. See you soon again. Bye.
Bye. There we go. There we go, guys. It was something a little bit different. Huge shout out to John. Man, he stuck around with us for 3 hours, answered quite a few questions.
Exactly.
Being a watchmaker in United States, freaking hard. It's hard, and there's the competition. The competition is more vicious in watchmaking than between all the different streams.
Yeah. Tim, shit, I forgot to ask you. Never mind. Next time we will jump so we can ask
Next
the
time he's gonna
question.
jump on. So maybe he'll become a part of this watch community that we got here. Uh Newbie says, I emailed you a question, John. Apparently the correct answer is Naples. Wanted your take. Okay. Well, he'll see that during the replay. Let's drop the link to the StreamYard. Maybe someone else will want to jump on the stream to join us. Look, this was also a great opportunity for me to practice, this kind of uh different style of live stream with someone that I wouldn't be too nervous, because if I got Kari Voutilainen on here or someone like that, it would be so much more difficult. But John was a gentleman, hopped on, helped us out. Hey, Jay Gray.
Hey, Dre.
Hey, that was great.
Oh,
Keep up that momentum. Go.
Oh, thank you, Jay.
Go.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate
Go.
it.
Again, the Watching Wonder is going to be more things like that, I assume. So I think this is a good. It's not only practice. It's like it was great thing, It was this actually what we're looking for, not drama. He said that, she said this, he said that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we want a little bit more quality. Let's put
Right,
it this way.
it's look. Fat
You
Winback
know,
Ben. Wow, he says, "Well done, Timbo." Thank you, Fat Winback Ben. Actually, I put up the poster
Yeah.
finally. Put up the poster.
Tim, going to be honest with you, yesterday,
Mm.
with all the shit that's going on, and they talk
Yeah.
about me, and I thought, yeah, give me, fix me the link. I going to jump, and I going to explode, and and I was preparing all myself, getting warm up, like getting ballistic. Osi opened the stream 10 minutes before I actually basically going to I see Osi, and then, hey Osi, how you doing? Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I'm just going to make off. I mean, man, the guy just calmed me down in a second. And then I thought to myself, why the hell I going to give them the energy and the space? You know what? Yeah, let's just move on, and I mean,
Haters gonna hate Marcelo.
Yeah.
That's all they got. That's all they got.
Yeah.
Okay. There is and there's no future in hate. David H, good to explore other formats. Thank you, David. Yeah, exactly. Listen, I'm always trying to try new things. In this world, you always if you don't try, you don't know. It's always good to have your options open. One thing that I think we know for sure.
The best thing about what happened tonight, Tim, was that it was live. Most watch videos that you see, an interview with someone who was producing a watch,
yes,
pre-recorded and cut down.
Yes,
you did it live.
Yeah,
and that is well done.
Thank
well done. Keep it up. Keep it up.
I mean, people thought that it wouldn't be possible to do something like this in a live format.
Fuck off.
And you know what? I was glad to hear that that he said he really like, because during the email exchange, he said he was more interested in doing like a one-on-one. But then when Marcelo hopped on, when Daniel Katz hopped on, he was like, oh, he liked it. He liked having other people on.
You gave him respect. You gave him an hour to discuss.
Yes.
No,
and then you brought in your miscreant friends who treated him, Marcelo, and everyone else,
Mm.
treated him with respect. And well done, my friend. Well
Yeah,
done.
look, I mean, I behave in the way that I behave in team. This is also sometimes part of a shtick, part of a this. But look, I do have a restaurant for 12 years. I do know how to behave. If not, I wouldn't have my business. Tim know me also more in person. I talk to him. That's why he knows a bit who I am.
But
Look,
I know a bit
also,
about your miscreant side because
yeah.
I've spent
Now
time
here,
with
now,
you.
okay. Now here is another thing also Tim need to know. Yeah, the idea of one-to-one, the way that he requested, you're going to have more requests like this, probably with more artists and individuals, because it's very stressful and very unknown to come here and see a bunch of people that hey, I mean, let's make one-to-one. I want to represent myself. I want to talk about what I'm doing. About it's very. It does make sense. It
Right.
does make
That's why,
sense.
yeah,
And
I think that that 1 hour, maybe 45 minutes, it's good to just have a one-on-one so that
yeah,
he's got a little bit more air to explain, to talk about his company
and his
about his
first time. Yeah, his first time
Yeah.
ever to do this.
It's
Yeah,
always
you want
very
to be
stressful.
one-to-one. Yeah.
It's very stressful to be on the live stream, But Captain Kirk, this is proof that Marcelo can control his giggling, interrupting, and dumb comments. Marcelo was very intelligent, actually. His questions were on point. On point.
This, by the way, this is not
Kudos
me
to you,
knocking.
Marcelo.
This is like Greg knocking in the.
I've tried to give up on you so many times, Marcelo.
That's why people keep telling me, "Oh, why you keep supporting Marcelo? He's this, he's this, he's that." I
He's
know what Marcelo is in heart.
Marcelo.
Yeah, I know what he's in his heart. It's just he's a sweet, sweet guy. He's more intelligent than people give him credit to. That bird brain is fucking
He's
nickname
not
is
filled with
bullshit.
brains. Let's put it this way.
Yeah. It does not represent what Marcelo is like. Speaking of bird brains,
speaking of sweet innocent guys.
Oh yeah, yes. Hey OC, how you doing?
What's up? What's up? Great interview. Good format. It's good. Good idea
Try
to line
something
up that.
new. I don't have listen. For everyone who's freaking out, like, please don't let this be a new format going forward. I would not be able to find enough people to join me every single day. Okay, so look, it's gonna be a circus most of the time.
It's a feature. It's a feature content.
Yeah, we wanna
look. I mean,
if I don't try, I don't know if it works.
Tim, that was interesting. Somebody say, "Hey, make sure it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen regular." Maybe we can do maybe once a week a special guest.
If I can get a guest for let's say for every Wednesday show, that would be interesting. I think someone new
has
or
to
something.
Be organic. You take it as it comes, and you keep looking for it. You keep looking for those wild mushrooms.
Wild mushrooms.
Well, I think Tim looks for wild mushrooms every 2 or 3 days, right?
I'm gonna be looking for some mushrooms tomorrow. I ran out of edibles. Hey, you know what? Look. As much as I love to do more of these shows, they're not very good for super chats. I mean, it's absolute super chat poison, and I do have to make a living. I mean, those edibles do not pay for themselves.
No.
So
you build.
That's what I said. Once a week. Look,
once
Tim,
a week. For everyone who's freaking out. For everyone who's accusing me of just being about super chats, okay? It's like
build a foundation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, I hope, I wish that doing a show like this every day was sustainable. But you have to blend. We have to blend all kinds of stuff.
Well, you know the algorithm, so it's not my department.
Yes. Kyle D says, how about you start once a month? Baby steps. Yeah, once a month.
The audience is in withdrawal if you don't launch right into panel talk at 5:01 Eastern.
Yeah. Well, but we had such an incredible community stream that has
I think it was
amazing
an
panel.
8.5 hour community stream today.
Yeah,
crazy.
So I think, look, I've helped set up that, planted the seed, and then you guys ran with it. Okay,
OC
Holy
just saved me
Buckley,
today. I mean,
OC,
Boston Collector did. Boston Collector, Buckley, Marcelo, even
legend.
Kelly came on.
Kelly, shout out to, and she super chatted. She was the first
nice.
super chatter of the night.
Very
She
nice.
super chatted, guys. Huge
Shout
out to Kelly.
You know when Kelly came on? Right when you started your show, she wanted to rebel stream against you, and she was very successful.
That's fine. That's fine. Hey, guys, you're free to run that show. If I'm doing, and you know what? That was perfect because I was doing this type of show where you guys couldn't join. So you're a guy. By the way, guys, you got permission to rebel stream this show as much as you want.
It's like anarchy. Anybody who is on the panel has full editorial control of anything that happens. It's crazy.
Right.
It's
anarchy. I'm so thankful for OC. I'm so thankful. Yesterday I prepare myself. I'm going to go ballistic. I see OC there. I say, Marcelo, go to sleep.
Then I said, come back in 15 minutes.
And then, sure, it was great. I love that. Marcelo, what you doing? It's late. Go to sleep.
It's funny. Kelly was on. She was recounting the Friday night before Watch Time New York, because she mentioned Humble. I had just gone to dinner with Humble Pine, and she had gone to dinner with Humble Pine. That the infamous evening, Friday. I see.
You didn't go. You didn't go.
But I've seen the pictures.
Oh, it was rough. Thank God there was not a video. Okay. Thank God there was not a video.
She's out to dinner right now with Dubs and Dials. I don't know if I got that right, but one of those things. Forgive me, Kelly.
I've seen.
Her friend.
You mean her friend?
Her friend.
Vinyls and vinyls.
Why do they make their name so hard to remember?
Vinyls and
Dials. Vinyls and Dials, maybe. Don't say the one that you're really thinking of, Tim. It's not that one.
Don't remember, please. Vinyls and Dials.
What did you guys think of that Zenith, Carl Cox?
Carl Cox Zenith. It's very nice. I like vinyls and dials.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Good. She's got amazing collection of wristwatches, and more importantly, of vinyls. This is probably one of my favorite pictures.
Wow!
I would like a close up. Image. Very, very cool. Very cool. OC, what did you think? What did you think of the Bespoke Watch Project? Not your kind of thing. Are you going to be ordering a piece?
I was on the train and I was in the shower for most of the time, but from what I saw, you ran a fantastic interview. He seemed like a really nice guy, and I think that $10,000 he paid for 1 hour interview will hopefully lead to.
We'll go far away. Hopefully, he'll make that money back.
I don't think anyone caught on that was product placement or that was a advertorial. It seemed genuine to me.
By the way, talking about that note, OC, did you get my money transfer that I sent you? I mean,
you know what? I should have told John that I offer a sponsorship placement on my thumbnails. So there's a sponsorship pay. Ooh, OC doesn't like that.
We'll put you on the fridge. We'll put you on the fridge.
Oh.
Because right next to the wizard.
Yeah, right next. Oh no.
Yeah, well, see, I sent you some wire.
By the way, I was the first one to take down the wizard from their refrigerator. Okay.
Marcelo sent me a wire, but we all know it takes 3.5 weeks to get wires from Japan. So.
Yeah. Sorry, it takes time.
Yeah.
Well, at best.
OC. I think
what's happening today?
I think I'm being proven right. Get it? I'm being proven right.
Tim Wright.
Oh, let's ask
again
Let's ask Brian.
with the right-hand drive. Get it? Okay, the joke just went above most people's heads, not hands. Or hands,
Hands are down.
depending if they're left
Hands are
handed or
hold
right.
your hands up.
Back
Oh, there's more
Back
to
off,
it. These jokes. They're so.
Listen,
Man, I'm
why
the
Rolex
worst. I'm the
cannot make
worst.
why Rolex
I'm
cannot
worse
make
than
two
Daniel Katz. I need to go
crowns?
to the restroom, guys. I'll be right back.
Why Rolex don't
You-
put two crowns in both sides? Let's do it. 2 crowns.
Well, oh, absolutely, Marcelo. Why not? Why the F not? Why not? And did you guys read the news today about? Did you guys read the news today about the corduroy pillow?
No, please light us.
It made all of the headlines.
I think you muted.
No, he's not muted.
Please help me. Someone jump on the show and save me from being here with Jay Gray and Marcelo. Please.
Jay, what do you think? Rolex makes 7 crowns. 7 crowns in the watch.
Well, why not? Bling, bling it out. Bling it out.
Yeah, it's
Why
brilliant.
not?
You can actually wind your watch with any direction you want. You know, that would be okay.
All right. Completing our full anti-Semitic panel, Daniel Katz. Let's see. We have 5 Jews on a 5-person panel. Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm Armenian.
Are you a little bit? Is there a little bit of Armenian in you?
I am Armenian. My name. Yeah, I'm Armenian.
Oh yeah.
Back up.
Well, I'm Ukrainian Armenian.
Daniel, are you driving? You're driving and looking at the phone at the same time.
Yes, I am.
Don't.
He's in the
do
passenger
that.
seat. He's in the passenger seat.
Passenger seat.
Okay,
No,
guys.
he's not.
I guess that OC you acted desperate, so I came on to save the show while driving the car.
He's driving the car.
Okay,
He's driving.
I can't do this like
Yeah,
Sean, so I'm going to go.
No, we can't do that. See you later,
No.
Daniel.
Okay, guys, later.
Bye. We cannot allow people to drive and live stream.
He is not in England.
I'd asked Christopher Negroni and Boston Collector to come on, but they spent literally 5 hours on a live stream earlier today. These guys are crazy.
But you see, we can do whatever we want. We are not live. It's okay.
We're not live. Not live right now. Speaking of not live from Brazil, Sergio 9999 straight
Como
from
vai,
Brazil.
amigo? Tudo bem?
Rio de
How are you
Janeiro
guys doing?
or Sao Paulo or
No,
Rio?
no São Paulo, no São Paulo. Rio de Janeiro.
Rio de Janeiro.
You know what? See,
Rio.
you know how we say from Rio is carioca. He's a carioca guy.
Carioca. Carioca comes from an indigenous word that means the one who lives in a white house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm basically Paulista.
Oh man, I know you couldn't be perfect, Marcelo, and this is proof.
Good evening to the Southern Hemisphere. Good evening.
Aw. John D. Tim doesn't have a car. He can't drive with either hand. Good point.
Well, we can have a Tesla. Tesla does not need to be driven.
Captain Kirk says, all my friends in high school were Armenian. We gravitated to each other.
Aw.
Aw.
Yeah, listen, it's the Armenian people have been genocided for a very long time. Look what's happening to Ukraine. I'm Ukrainian Armenian. Holy shit. A one-eyed Armenian Ukrainian. You're kidding me? See, let's talk about some Audemars Piguets. What do you reckon? You guys want some Audemars Piguets or?
We were watching the Sotheby's auction, and one of the auctioneer there was a very calm, kind of maybe British sounding guy. And when he got to the first AP, he goes, "And here we have a fine Audemars Piguet And the whole chat was like, "What? Pig what? What did you say?
Pig what?"
He said Pigue. Okay, it's the first time I've ever heard that particular pronunciation.
Can I share an image with you? This is just unfreaking believable. This is the next mug that we're gonna make.
You know,
The curse of
you know,
Oak
see,
Island.
you know, a lot of Americans cannot say "Je l'écoute," right?
JJ LeCoute.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon?
Boston Collector is the new star on the mug.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
What happened with me? Why am I not there?
That's an oversight. What happened with Marcelo? Marcelo's been replaced with Blondie, who sells mugs. Let's just be honest. She helps sell mugs.
Exactly. I mean, we need a female on the. It's inclusive. We're trying to be an inclusive stream.
What is Oak Island? I'm not familiar. Is that a series like some hot show on Netflix or something? Or
come on, you can't be asking me that. You know, I don't watch other shows. I'm producing currently a show. How could I know this?
I believe that Oak Island is.
But it's a royal oak. Get it? It's everyone who wants to get a royal oak.
No, I think it's a treasure hunting island. An island that has a treasure hidden, something like that. And people try to dig in and try to find a hidden treasure.
Oh, yes. Okay, this is a reference to what I was talking about, burying a watch on the trail.
This image is actually quite clever and very detail oriented. If you look at it, I mean, look at the size. First of all, the size of Lolex.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, look at the framing of Lolex. Do you think that was intentional or just a mistake? Mistaken Photoshop?
I can say it was intentional. I can say it was intentional. They wanted to rip Lolex.
Was spent on this graphic.
Yeah, time was spent on
Yeah,
this.
they just tried to fit in Lolex. That's why. Yeah.
How come I'm the only one with a watch on?
Well, the one brave
this
enough
is
to
the platinum day date. The platinum day date appearing there.
I'm not sure what that is. They made a very muscular forearm for me. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
It was hard to believe it was you. See, I was kind of in doubt if it was you or maybe Brian, 20 years younger.
Well, I have an arm stunt double. Just comes in and poses for the arm.
This is actually, I shouldn't be in this image because you know me, I don't do any type of work. I'm actually allergic to actual work, okay?
Which is why you're staring off in the distance, you know?
Yeah, I'm just like, yo, you guys know me. You know me more than anyone else.
Look at the expression on Red Shovel's face.
He's sleepy, right? It was a photo. When he was daydreaming or something like that?
Yes,
great photo. Yeah, but a great one. A kind of candid photo that someone took from him.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And there's also this one. I need to do this one as well. I have come here to chew edibles and kick cartel's ass, and I'm out of edibles.
This shameless profiteering off the backs of the victims.
Of the victims.
That's how it will be spun.
No, I'm profiteering from the victims.
So this is Cartifa.
By Ragu.
So this is Cartifa. Tim, you should write down Cartifa. You know, you can.
Cartifa. Man. Oh my God. Buckley. Everyone on the mug is white. That's racist. Well, look,
and more importantly, anti-Semitic, like Buckley. They.
Well, you know what? We got a man, a woman. We need to get Cam back on somehow. I don't know.
just to use him for quotas.
Just to use him exactly. That way. There's always we can play the race card. Hey, we actually got a black guy
for the sake of diversity.
Yeah, for the diversity, we'll do anything.
Sorry, we got Lolex, so we can represent little people.
That's
Whoa.
You have me, okay, represented big people. So
yes.
you don't get any rooms.
Red Shovel
I need
represents
the
fat
bird
people.
rights. Bird rights. We need the bird
Bird
rights.
rights matter.
Yeah.
Bird rights matter, guys. Anyways, that's whew, that was
So
a
this
good
is
one.
this is an image that was the same Not Your Watch's website that showed the yellow gold Hulk, the new yellow gold Hulk, and the precious metal Daytona with the ceramic black bezel is now showing this image that you just showed.
Yes,
with a
this
basically
one.
the sprite, but just the bezel, same bezel, but put on the right hand.
Yeah.
Crown.
Guys, I have a prediction for Rolex. You know what's gonna be? It's gonna be anything that we didn't see in this rumor so far. It will not be any of those rumors. It won't be any of those rumors. It's gonna be something that is gonna smash us on the face. We are going to get just like this Moonswatch, Moonshine, crazy stuff. It's not going to be anything that you ever saw. Any rendering that you saw, any leak, any rumor, any of this. These guys are going to do something.
I mean, I think Giorgio is right. I mean, let me teach you guys something for everything that people really want Rolex to release.
Do they really want or just really want?
Yeah, don't ever make Photoshop on things that you wish Rolex will do. Just do the opposite. Then Rolex will release what you want.
That's very insightful there, Marcelo.
Take the
Let the record reflect that I also agree with Giorgio.
We always take the high road. Don't do it.
What's that?
I think it was Jay Gray talking something. But to talk about the Rolex.
Mugs available.
Yeah, talk about Rolex. Remember that we said in the past that they are going to discontinue Milgauss, they are going to discontinue Air King, and then they came with the new Air King, the 05 Air King. The revolution of
I thought they were going to improve the Air King. And they did.
People are saying that, the people, come on, man, improve with a zero.
Look, what you guys talking about?
The biggest improvement was the flip lock clasp. The flip lock. That is
okay. The clasp. Yes.
So, Giorgio, what you know? In 2020, they Rolex discontinued the whole sub lineup. Now it's only Sea Dwellers. You know, I mean, with this 41, everything is Sea Dweller.
Ooh, Shambo Basher says Batman discontinued in favor of Sprite.
Since you're looking at this green GMT, I just dropped something in the private chat. It's a little similar. I mean, I just wanted to.
Yeah.
I thought the audience would enjoy taking a look at something that.
This is on Hodinkee, actually.
This is my watch.
No. This is new. This is the GMT, Marcelo. This. You see
very
that?
Similar to my green.
But it's not the Seiko 5.
No, it's not Seiko 5. No.
Automatic 3 days power reserve, 200-meter water resistance, and it's got the diving bezel with a gold GMT hand. Wow!
Tim, I have this watch. I'm going to show you.
It's not your watch.
It's modified.
Time.
It's basically like a better.
I know it's not my watch. I know.
Better version of your watch or something.
It is a better version of that one.
It looks good, right? It looks good. It's
attractive. It looks incredible, actually.
When I
saw this on Hodinkee, I was actually considering to buy it, but then I thought, why would I even think about this?
How thick?
Tim, do you have a picture of the loom if the bezel half loom or no loom at all?
Well, it's going to come out in 3 versions. First of all, it's going to come out with this. And this is a more expensive version with the blue printed dial. I think this might be actually kind of Grand Seiko almost dial stamped like the Grand Seiko way.
Wait a second, it's 200 meters. This is cheap. This one's going to be
1,500. 1,500.
Yeah.
Well, this one is like 2,000. The blue one is 2,000 because the dial is a little bit more complicated. Yeah. The black one and the green one is same price. This is like
This
a
is
little
How
bit of
thick?
a ripping off Rolex in a way, right? The black and the Rolex
Ah,
green.
Tim, this is a true GMT hand or office GMT like they did in the Seiko
I
5?
don't know. Good question. Good question. No
Oh, I
way
like this NATO.
to know. The
how
NATO
thick
is
are they?
Yeah, I have this NATO. I
Yeah,
have that.
coming up.
I got that in. Yeah, I got that in present. They don't sell it. They look like $300 a NATO if they will sell
Wow.
it. Really, very
And you
good
have it,
quality.
Marcelo.
I have both of them. I have a gray one and a
12.9.
brown one.
Oh, nice, man.
12.9 millimeters thick. It's not that bad. 42 millimeters
Huh?
in diameter. That's a great size.
Yeah.
What's the lug?
Casey
Yeah.
Jones, Brooklyn. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. By the way, guys, the super chat have been re-enabled after the interview. The super chats have been re-enabled. Feel free to send your purple sub to be introduced at Watches and Wonders. Call it the grape. There was already a grape. The
Red
Tim,
Grape
oyster
Oyster
grape.
Special.
Yeah.
Tim
It was a-
OC, could you guys pull it up if already they have the Watch and Wonder watch list? I mean, what is the brands that will participate in the event for us to have a better idea?
I don't know where to find it, but
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you.
yeah. There's the Rolex grape. Rolex grape. You know who had this one? Oh, what was his name? Will, I think. Will. It was during the good old days. It was such a. You know Will?
Was
OC?
that
No.
before he slapped you in
He
the
was an
mouth?
intern. He was a great intern in the watch community. Unfortunately, he's from UK, and these live streams are very late for him. Actually, met him at the London Watch Show.
Wow, this is a beautiful color.
It is beautiful, right?
Very
Rolex
nice.
should bring back the
Very
purple.
nice.
Bring back the
Very
purple. Lord Fleck, Tim, you should talk to Mark and make a Tim Wright Islander. Might be the only way we will ever see you wearing a Seiko. You get to add watch design to your resume and make a couple of bucks, limited to 200. I don't think I have that much influence. I don't think my brand is strong enough to sell 200 Seikos. Are you fucking kidding me?
But,
No, I mean I wish.
No,
Someday.
come
Someday.
on. Come on.
No.
200 Seikos.
Someday.
Bro.
Someday.
yeah, for
200.
sure.
Yeah.
For sure. You got the reach, Tim. You got the reach.
Oh, these are the brands. These are the brands. Oh my god. These are the brands that are gonna be at Watches and Wonders.
Let me take a
Lange,
picture of this.
Alpina, Angelus, Arnold and Son, Bowman Mercier.
Oh my god.
What the Buratega? Okay, I don't know. Bell and Ross.
Beauregard.
Never heard of him. Cartier, Chanel, Charles Zuber, never heard of it. Chariot, never heard of it. Chopard, Chrono Swiss. Hey, shout out to PG. PG just got a man, he got it as cheap as chips. Cyrus Geneve, never heard of it. Chapek and C, never heard of this brand. I know Chapek, but Chapek and C,
nope,
never heard of
it.
Ferdinand
Oh,
Bessud.
Grand Seiko is there.
Why are you jumping ahead?
Okay, I'm not going. I'm not gonna. Grand Seiko, Kronfeld, all this Hermes, Hublot, IWC, JLC, Laurent Ferrier, Louis Monet, Montblanc, Oris, Panerai, Parmigiani. Whoa, Paddock is gonna be there. Holy shit. Piguet something, Piaget.
Piguet, yeah.
Yeah. Rebellion timepieces. I don't know that. No, never heard of it. I think I should be armed with one of those. Resonance, Roger Dubuis, Rolex. That's it. That's what we're gonna be going there for. Rudy Sylvia, Speak Marine, Tag, Trilobe, Tudor, U-Boat, Ulysses Nardine, Vacheron, and Van Cleef Arpels, and finally Zenith. There's something missing that's very important, and I don't know what.
AP is not there.
AP is not there.
Yeah, AP is not there. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but all the options and you're going for
Omega is not there. I didn't. Did you guys
Omega
see
is not.
Omega?
Oh, Omega
No,
pulled
Omega's
out. They were
never.
so salty last year. They were so salty
No,
because
none of the Swatch brands are there.
Yeah. So we're talking Blockpan and the Brig. Yeah, they're
No
not there.
Breitling. No Breitling. Breitling was embarrassed. Like they came out with I remember like I think it was 2 years ago, wherever the last one was. Breitling released 74 variants of their watches, and it was an absolute flop. I mean,
Team F Pigeon is not there, right?
no, he's not. He's not. No.
Nothing
Team F
different
Pigeon
from
also not there, right?
watch.
No Rada.
So
no
for me,
Breitling.
if I was going to Switzerland, I would want to see Chapek.
Omega week is coming up. Exactly.
J. Lecoute, Laurent Ferrier. I wouldn't see Mont Blanc. Panerai, just to appease you. Marcelo, give me 1 second more. Parmigiani, why not? And Patek Philippe, of course. Piaget for 5 minutes. Renaissance for another 5 minutes.
5 minutes? You want to see Piaget for 5 minutes?
Tudor, I could spend a lifetime with Tudor. Vacheron Constantine, another lifetime. And Zenith, about an hour or two.
Let's make a prediction. What of these 40 brands that are participating, which 3 will deliver the most positive surprises?
Vacheron.
Thank you, sir.
That's a good bet.
You know, I would also to see different. I mean, from all the special. Let's say everybody would make crazy releases. Everybody would go to Rolex, Patek,
Parmigiani. I think Parmigiani, Vacheron, and Panerai. Those are my 3.
I think last year Tag Heuer made some splash too. I don't know if they'll try to make the same this year.
They're really making some incredible pieces now, but they're still in that price.
What I don't know is this Rebellion timepiece. What is this? A Star Wars themed watch or what?
Ooh.
Not all of them can be well-known brands that roll off the tip of your tongue.
Yeah, I don't know.
You never know.
Rebellion.
Cartier is there?
Yeah, they are. There could be. Well, look at the Champa Bear. It says Cartier, Parmigiani, Panerai. Parmigiani going full on in-house. That is seeing what they came out last year with. I have been pleasantly surprised. I think they're gonna make some bangers.
No Richard Mille, huh?
No Richard Mille. No.
IWC is there. IWC could introduce the Ingenieur. Relaunch the Ingenieur.
Actually, well, I don't want to say anything, but I heard that it's coming up. Actually, some people that I know already got on the wait list for the new Ingenieur, like
really?
a pre.
That?
Engineer, not engineer.
I can't say who it was. They got, but basically, they got on the like a standby list. It's
kind of like when the flight is full, and it's like, hey, if there's an empty seat, can I get in?
Yeah. If they come up with this, I want to be the first one. No Maurice Grossman, unfortunately. No, it's really sad.
But we saw Maurice Grossman at Watch Time.
We did.
You can just call up Christine anytime you want and see the new pieces. You're a VIP. You're the brand, practically the brand ambassador at this point.
For Chilean, I should. By the way, is Cellini counts as a gray market dealer, or is it counts like
authorized dealer?
Authorized.
Of course
dealer.
They are.
I should ask them to sign. What can VC do? Release a Steel 222, and that's it.
Oh, but that's an amazing idea. That's an incredible.
They want to light the world on fire. That is.
Tim, you might be the one in our watch community, the first one to touch the new pieces, to touch them.
The new penis? What?
The new pieces. You might be the first one to touch them, and of course the penis as well, but definitely the new pieces.
Buckley, IWC. Is Tudor there?
Yeah, Tudor's
Yes,
there.
Tudor is there.
Tudor,
Oh,
you think Tudor will actually introduce something interesting for a change?
If Tudor doesn't
Mm,
release something
I
interesting,
don't think so. I think they'll try to stay in the
Probably
shadow because they want to give the prime time to Rolex.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't do that. Everyone tries to get in the spotlight. It's a friendly sibling rivalry.
Come on.
Hey, if I'm not mistaken,
Tudor is
the
the
first
laboratory for Rolex. They do titanium first. They do left hand
they did
first.
ceramic.
Yeah, they did the ceramic first. They are
Did bronze.
the proving grounds for Rolex.
Yeah,
It
but
used
if I'm not mistaken, first time that they released the steel Pepsi, they released also a steel Tudor, right? Pepsi Tudor that time.
Pepsi Tudor.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Diet
in the
Pepsi.
same. Yeah, in the same time release of the
Wait
introduction
a
of the steel.
minute. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Tudor. Let's go to. Let me just show you something. I think I just had. Wait. Let me show you something. Holy shit. Let me pull something up. Let's pull something up because I think I just remember a connection. I just
Pull
realized.
it up, Timmy. Pull it up.
Pull it up.
Guys,
Pull.
there is also one more thing. Omega going to make a presentation release in the same time of Watch and Wonder just to create distortion. You're going to see.
Last time they did it, I think the week before, right? Was it a week before?
Yeah. And it's actually really, you would think strategically it makes sense to come out first. They want, because what happened was when they made those releases same time as Rolex, they would get zero attention, right? Well, they would get overshadowed by Rolex. So what they did, they said, okay, instead of being overshadowed, we'll do our own release privately before Rolex makes release. And what happened was they announced the releases. Everyone was like, "Wow, it's so amazing!" And then the Rolex would get released, and it would be actually even worse for Omega, because then they would be like, "Oh my god, Rolex is just so much better."
Tim, you're right. What you're doing now, you're brilliant. Yeah, and it's going to be a green no date, and not in a leather strap, but maybe with a match green oyster flex. Yeah, but this is brilliant. You nail it because you in psychology. You fucking nail it.
You see that?
Yeah, you nail it.
Boom.
Yeah.
Green Hulk. Like they experimented with it, how it would look, and guess what's gonna happen if they release this Rolex Gold Hulk? Then there's already a Tudor, like a diet Gold Hulk.
Yeah, but Tim, it will not be in the bracelet. It will not be in the bracelet. Remember my word. It will not be in the bracelet. You need to look in the Tudor. You're right. You need to look in the Tudor to see what's coming. It will be probably, because it's a diver, oyster flex, maybe even matching color. Yeah.
By the way, guys, you reckon what's the next full moon? Next
Well, good question.
Moon.
What are the boogies?
Full moon calendar. Wait,
Why can't you just check on your moon phase?
It's hard.
And
It
by the
doesn't
way,
tell you ahead of time.
whoever wants to
April
screw up
6th.
whoever wants to screw up the prediction that I just said now, green sub, yellow gold with a green oyster flex matching color, somebody need to make a Photoshop of that, and then Rolex will not release the prediction that I just said.
Yeah. There's a. Do you guys think next full moon? Maybe Rolex, maybe Omega is gonna start releasing. Now that it freaking worked. Okay, the marketing tactic for releasing a watch on the full moon, with as much as we hate it, right? The moon swatch. right?
It's a beautiful bullshit you're trying to say. Yeah, it's a very nice bullshit.
But it worked. The mind trick worked, and everybody bought it. People waited in line to get their moonshine moon swatches.
I didn't
Mission to moon
travel.
swatch. I would expect maybe this was like OC, right? Like let's think about it. It's a mind game, right? It's a mind game. We were expecting this, and they give us something that was not even close. What if they go like step by step? First, they released just the second hand. Next, they're gonna release a dial that's PVD'd with event, and like, because they could just stretch it out. There's it's a mission. They called it the mission to moon swatch. The mission to moonshine gold. It's a mission.
They just pump. Tim, they just pump a million
putting a
pieces
seconds
before.
hand is like the first step
mission
to getting there. Get it?
No, Tim, they want to continue cheap.
They'll do 10
pieces.
iterations until they get to this version. Think about that. How cool would that be? I don't know. Maybe not. Just thinking out loud, guys. Okay. Nobody likes that idea. Okay, fine. I'm just
go with it.
Spitting ideas out. Spitting ideas. Captain Kirk, the moon has its own time zone now. I see Omega doing a moon time zone edition. Nick, that would mean a new Speedy, though. I doubt it.
Tim, I do see a moon. Sorry, not moon. Swatch. No, a Seamaster coming soon.
New Seamaster?
Yeah, James Bond edition.
Tim, why don't you send a poll asking the guys here what they feel about this new moon swatch moonshine, if they liked it or not? Is it a pass, I like, or something like that?
No, it looked like a piece of garbage, like most of the moon swatches that came out last year.
I guess 90% is gonna be garbage. Pass it, but never know, man. Never know tastes. And in fact, they were very disappointed.
It's a fair question.
To know if someone liked this moon swatch
I give it
stuff.
a hard no.
Yeah.
Okay, I made a poll. I made a poll, guys. Go in the chat, vote, and while you're voting there, hit that upvote button. We're already at 100 upvotes, but let's get to 150. Come on, guys, don't be lazy. It's a tough day for me. Trying new format, experimenting, and also doing interview one-on-one. That's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. You have to understand.
You did fine. You did great.
Thank you.
You know who else did great?
I agree with you.
One second. What? One second. So you know how back in the old days when you used to work at a company for like 20 years, they'd give you a bonus, or they'd give you like a gold watch as a present. Good to. I'm just going to take over the screen real quick.
Take over.
Boom.
But I'm going to ask
Marcelo.
a question like this.
Marcelo.
Give us a minute.
I'm in the middle of a story.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Okay. In Singapore, the Paradise Group awarded gold bars and 98 Rolexes to their staff, who some of whom had been serving with the company for over a decade. So those who were there for 10 years were awarded a Rolex. They were among those acknowledged during the company's annual dinner and dance on Monday, March 6th, presented with Rolex watches as a token of appreciation for their years of service. You may not be able to walk into a store and buy a Rolex watch, but for 98 long-serving Paradise Group employees, it was the company's reward to them.
Holy shit.
Work. According to the Straits Times, the Paradise Group said the celebration cost them $2 million.
Damn. What the hell is a Paradise Group?
Some company in Singapore. Who knows? Maybe they're a gambling company, or who knows?
Who saw the story about the Perth Mint selling? I think it was $9 billion worth of salted gold to China.
You know
What?
this. You know what this reminds me of?
Tell me.
You know what this
Tell
reminds
us.
me of? Q actually got like 20
He did. Yeah.
Longines for his employees. Do you reckon this is like the owner of the company wanted to jump the line and become a VIP, and he wanted to increase his spend history? So he went to AD and basically put it on his business credit card as a to increase his spend.
So hey, I need 98 Oyster Perpetual 36s.
This is actually brilliant. It's actually brilliant if you think about
it. Yeah, right. Anyone who does this because instantly gets any freaking watch they want from the AD.
Yes.
Right?
would
They
love-
instantly become the number one customer. This is
I
like
would
buying entire
love-
brick of Rolexes.
Who
They,
would
were they
not?
all? They were not Oyster Perpetuals. I think it was like a blend of different ones, right?
Who would not want to be in that position?
Yeah, it's probably a mix of different watches.
And
So
we
basically,
all
all the,
want to
I
be-
would just pick up any garbage. Like, look, if it was for my employees, just pick up Datejust, you know.
If you
Don't
have
say
it,
that
I
they could
want
give
it.
us Cellini.
Have it, I want
Yeah,
it.
you pick up anything is possible. Yeah, just pick it up. Just wrap it up. Yeah, send it to me. Wrap it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Paradise Group, by the way, owns restaurants, I believe.
Is that a Miami based?
Singapore.
Oh.
Whoa.
So never mind.
It's hard, Tim. It's hard.
Why it's hard? No, I think we're right. It was you know
Yeah.
the
But
guy
I have
was
a
trying
question.
to get on the wait list.
When Giorgio Armani was making suits, like his expensive suits, he have a market, he have a clientele. When he's
Giorgio
starting to
Mondani?
expand, now when he's starting to expand, let's say to Armani Exchange, does that actually increase the sales of Armani suits, or actually affect the company? Like he's selling more the cheap stuff, or he actually help to sell the expensive stuff. Basically, what they're trying to ask is, does the expansion of Moon swatches or collaboration of Omega swatch help Omega, or it just make Omega worse? It help the swatch group, but they don't think actually help Omega.
Oh.
Do you want the short answer or the long answer, Marcelo?
Both answers. You can make it the short and the long.
Whichever one prevents Marcelo from talking the longest.
Yeah.
Okay, the short answer is we will never know, because whatever happens, they are going to say it was a success.
And the long answer is, how can it not help Omega? Am I wrong?
Because it's cheaper the brand. It's cheaper the brand, and you prefer to buy the the Swatch Omegas because become the thing. It become a fashion, a hype item, and you started to disrespect the brand. It actually remind me Tag Heuer, actually. You know, everybody respect Heuer when he was Heuer. Everybody have nostalgic memories for the models and iconic pieces that they did. Until Tag bought Heuer, and they cheaper the brand to fuck. I mean, they actually even had plastic versions of Tag Heuers back in the 80s, and not even mention the dispretation of stealing a Seiko movement and put it in a Tag Heuer. So basically, they did a lot of shit. And today, Tag Heuer can make the best watch in the world, the best one in the world, and nobody would give a shit just because basically they hold
Well,
their reputation.
it'll take them time to repair. But look, Tech Heuer, they're very clever. They're not going after enthusiasts. They're going after new people entering the watch hobby. You know?
Tag sponsors the
It's an aspirational brand. That's what it is. It's
well,
aspirational
they
brand.
sponsor the #1 F1 team.
Yeah.
The Red Bull.
What they do with the Red Bull?
Red Bull.
Yes, they are Red Bull sponsors.
That's really cool. Tickology. Do you realize how much they made on those moon swatches? It's disgusting. They've that those moon
They're
swatches
like
do real
selling
cash cow.
M&Ms. It's like selling M&Ms. It was like.
They're really they're a cash cow for these guys. It's incredible. Aaron Fletcher, question Tim, what is your favorite Madonna song? What would it be now? Ah, that's a great question.
How deep fake is that?
What?
Come on.
That's a very
never
important question.
mind.
By the way,
Never mind.
just a real
question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Answer the question.
No,
Okay. Favorite Madonna? Maybe express yourself. I don't know. No.
Okay.
From express yourself, like a prayer, I don't know.
Like a version for somebody that was viral or something.
I don't know. Papa don't preach. Papa don't preach. I say that to OC all the time.
How can you choose?
It's
too many. Too many to choose.
It's hard.
He's
Mark
incredible.
Gerard.
I am a material girl. I actually material. We're actually all material men
I
now. Material
Damn, I
men.
can't. Sorry.
What? Okay, Marcelo, you have to calm down. You have to calm down. OC can't take. What? See, I don't understand. I mean, Marcelo, you were good when
I know.
John was on.
Anyway, I also can jump on because I'm also going to jump out.
You
I
gotta
need
go,
to
right?
actually do something. Yeah.
Okay.
So love you guys. See you guys. Maybe later.
Bye, Marcelo.
Okay.
Bye. Ciao.
Okay. Take care, Marcelo. See you later. Hey, Mark Gerard, disagree with Sarah. Everyone knows it's a swatch rather than Omega. All it did is given aspirations to many people to buy Speedy that never would have had them otherwise. More Speedy lovers. Yeah.
Well, I reckon the CEO of Omega once was asked about that. He said that in the beginning he didn't like the idea, but he credits a higher sale of Speedmasters in that year, last year, because of this. So what Mark said makes some sense. The other thing is that although it's expensive for being a quartz watch, a swatch, it's an expensive swatch, but it's a cheap version of the Omega, and lots of people get to know the story of the Speedmaster because of that. People who are not watch enthusiasts.
Yeah, it's like they get to make money and advertise their expensive watch. Yeah. It's kind of brilliant. Usually you would have to pay money to advertise your watch, but here they're literally making money hand over fist advertising their watch. It's crazy.
That is what is going on.
Big Meech says Marcelo driving away the donations and panel members. Marcelo was contributing today on with John. Everyone else was busy.
He did.
So.
He did a good job with you, Tim. In fact, I didn't say it before, but it was a
very
nice
Marcelo
interview.
giveth and Marcelo taketh away. It's what can I do?
Marcelo is unique. Piece unique.
It's a piece unique. It's a piece unique, guys. What can I tell you? What can I tell you?
The hairspring is only so long.
Yeah, it's hard, guys, doing these streams and everything. It's complicated. Marcelo just couldn't hold it together. It's true. John D. Boston Collector, really appreciated all the afternoon streaming you've been doing lately. Great to hear all the investing and collecting strategies. That's right. Thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
Over here.
It's good. He's a really really good guy.
Here.
Mark Gerard, and people get to try the Speedy experience for a couple of $100 and have fun. Plus, it has Apple Watch effect. More people used to having an must to having a watch on the wrist. Yeah. It's like people get
No.
in for all the wrong reasons. They get in just to flip it to make a few dollars, but they stay. Uh, but they stay.
No reason is the wrong reason.
Mm,
And Swatch and Amiga have done a brilliant marketing plan to give a
mm.
reason. What? No? Am I wrong?
What happened?
Well,
One second. One second.
I'm
Sorry, just changing something here.
We are losing you, Jay
Oh,
Gray.
Jay, you're breaking up, Jay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna drop the link. If anybody wants to hop on the stream, guys. Yeah, let's take a look at David SW. Let's take a look at like what's going on in the watch world, pricing, etc. Well, first of all, you know what? Watch charts, the daily check. Let's see just quickly here. Oh, there's a bit of a rebound. Okay, fair.
before we look at David SW,
Ooh. Okay. Hey, there's a little
Before
bit
we-
of a steadiness. It looks like from February 26th to March 6th, it's pretty steady. You know, it went down, it went up a little bit. Okay, there's a bit of a rebound there. Cool. That's working out. David SW. Get Explorer 2 for 11,000. What? That's the one I have. Literally my variant of the Explorer 2. Freaking gorgeous. Super underrated watch. December 2015. It's a little bit older than mine, but I prefer Sergio and Jay. I actually prefer this one to the older model. And I'm not just saying that because I like the one that I have, right? It's kind of like I have the Cermet and the sub 40, right? And I come to realize I prefer the older one more. It's honestly, I'm telling you, there's just something about this one.
I can't remember the last time I've seen an Explorer 2 black dial.
A what?
Black.
You
Black
don't remember
dial.
when was the last time you seen the black dial one?
I think those are the sleepers.
The black. Well, the new black dial one is amazing. You know.
I prefer the white dial. This white is so crispy.
I do as
It's
well.
this white is amazing.
But all I said was I am not familiar with the black dial.
Oh, well, with the black dial, it's reverse for me. I like the new black dial versus the old one with those ghost hands, the floaty hands. Oh, look at this! This is a new piece on this just appeared. The Portugueser boutique edition. Holy, fuck. Have you ever seen this?
How big is this one?
Damn.
What kind of disc?
Well, I think it's 42. Let me just check.
That's a big one.
41. No, it's 41.
Oh no, it's not that big.
Well, it wears really big because it doesn't have a bezel.
The bezel, yeah.
Yeah, usually, a watch would have some type of like a ceramic or tachymeter. Like look at the Daytona, for example, right? It's got the tachymeter scale around for the chronograph. This one doesn't have a tachymeter, doesn't have anything. It's just open, just giant dial. And also the what is it called? The Rohar is sloped, and it slopes towards the sapphire crystal. So it's even bigger. It's like every millimeter of space is used.
It's taken, yeah.
Yeah. I know Oshin has the older version of this one, which he got for like 9. That one has a closed case back, which you can say, listen, it's more gold. in that one, but this one has the in-house movement with some beautiful finish on it. So this looks pretty nice as well. Only 30 meters
30.
water resistance, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is nothing.
Oh, it's a deploying clasp. Jesus, those are
The way
heavy.
you,
And look at the
the way you
strap.
love.
Yeah, it looks like a Bottega Veneta or something. Right? What's that brand, right? Bottega Veneta that has this a basket weaved leather.
Yeah, Bodega Venetas. Yeah, yes. See.
Yeah, kind of looks Bottega Veneta strap. Damn,
I
this
would
is pretty
rather
sexy.
an 11.59.
Row Heart. Okay. Oh no, Row Heart. Boston Collect says re-hot. There you go. I think that sounds better. Re-hot sounds more correct than Row Heart.
Sounds
Row Heart
good.
is how I say. Oh,
Well, what do you want from me?
yeah. It's so cool. It's so cool. Jay.
It
Yeah,
sounds
this is
hot.
it's
Go
pretty
on.
nice, right? For 14 is still a lot of money though.
I'd
14.
rather 11.59.
Yeah, 14.
The
That's a lot
11.59
of
is
money.
the only AP that I like.
Yeah.
The
14.
only AP that I like is the 11.59, Tim.
Huh?
The only 11.59 that I like
Uh-huh. Which one?
is the 11.59.
Oh, the 1159.
The only AP that I like is that.
Code 1159?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah.
You don't like
So
regular APs?
No.
You
No.
no Royal Oaks?
No.
Wow. That's really surprising. Because like most people hate on the Code 1159. They
I
don't
love them.
understand
I
it.
love them.
They
I think
don't understand it.
yeah, 1159 is still growing up, right? So people
You know what?
receive it with hate and it's slowly gaining traction. I believe so.
By the way, check
Oh, this is
this
a
out.
great one.
Yeah. For 19. This is a $30,000 watch, right? The skeleton Santos.
Yeah, man, this is crazy.
Let's check Cartier. I think it's like 24 plus taxes. It's expensive. Man,
It's a sexy
seeing it
watch.
for like 19, that's yeah, it's 29,000. What the?
Is it in silver or white gold? Silver, right?
It's steel.
Silver. Yeah, still.
Yeah.
Sorry. Damn it.
That's in 30,000. I mean, this is a lot of money. I don't know why they're charging so much. I mean, I get it that it's a
Yeah,
very
it's-
unique movement, manual
Yeah.
wind, skeletonized.
it's hard
This is
work.
probably the best Santos that they produce, in my opinion. I mean, look at the skeletonization work. You can see all the like Roman
Yeah,
numerals. It's so sexy.
that's what they did very well. They used the Roman numerals for the
Mm.
skeleton. So it's crazy. It's amazing.
Mm.
That is.
So it's
very
legible. Is it? Yeah, it's legible. At
Yeah.
least during in daylight, it's legible, right? Because sometimes the skeletonized watches you cannot even see what are the hours, especially Richard Mille. But this one you can kind of see where is the hour, where is the minute. So a very beautiful one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well designed. Well designed.
And listen, this price collapse is good for the buyers. I mean, if David SW is selling one for 19, that's 33% off, right? 33% off.
Yeah,
And
it's a
there's not a
Cartier.
lot of these. For example, at my AD, they do not display this watch in the window. This is something you have to ask them to pull out of the cupboard because they don't like. These are actually big sellers somehow, but now you can get it for 19. That's insane. Look, I would want it cheaper though. I mean, I don't have 19. I don't have 19. Maybe at like, how much would I pay for this? I don't know.
Well, the regular one in steel, the mid size, not the large, is about 6.5. I think the large is 7.5, something like that.
I like
Brand
this
new.
because this is large, but it doesn't have a date. All other large Santoses, they have a date, and it just annoys the hell out of me. Okay.
But it's a date. The date's on the 6. It's not on the 3.
Yeah, no, but still.
I have the dates. Don't say anything bad, team, please. I have the large.
I
And I love
know.
it. No, but you
No.
can say no problem. It's about taste. I understand what you mean. It took me a while to convince myself to buy the large instead of the medium.
Yeah.
Because of the date. But I'm happy with it. I have no regrets.
Look at the back. The back here is so nice.
Yes.
Oh, there's the more pictures of the back? No. Oh, but well, look, it looks nice, but there is a bit of a problem with this watch. Is that when it's on the wrist, you actually look through and see your hairy wrist. Yeah.
Yes, because the
Yeah.
skeleton is kind of a thin
Yeah.
structure, right? It's not like a thick structure in the others, like
Yeah,
the Zenith. Yeah, I got it.
yeah. And look, it's a completely it's not like you're seeing the movement. You're seeing completely through you're seeing through the movement to the other side. Right?
Yeah.
And when you put it on the wrist, it doesn't look as good because, you know.
What's
But
that?
what I like, sorry, Jigger, what I like on this one when compared to the other skeletons is that it's kind of a minimalistic movement. When you see others like the Zenith, for example, is full, is complex. You cannot see the other side, okay, because lots of pieces, lots of gears. But this one is kind of minimalist.
Yeah, it's very, very clean, very cleanly done.
What is that Cartier that has multiple sapphire crystals within the movement?
Cartier that has multiple sapphire crystals.
I guess talk about the Mysterique.
Yes.
The one that they launched the last year, where the motor, the caliber is the rotor.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's the
it's too big. Those are so. You know how big those watches are?
Inexpensive.
Really expensive, like $200K expensive.
Yeah, those watches are from the Mysterique line. They are the tour de force of Cartier to show everybody they can do FU watches.
Yes,
they are a watchmaker and a serious one, and they are. Yeah. Those watches are insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Casey Jones, Brooklyn, $2 super chat. Gordon Gecko wore Cartier's the best power watch. The power watch, guys. Cartier. Which one did Gordon Gecko wear? The Cartier. Was it Santos?
It was a Santos, like it was yellow gold, if I recall.
Gordon Gecko Cartier watch. Let's see here. Let's just pull. Oh yeah, that's the Santos. Solid gold Santos. Was it solid gold?
It has to be.
Wow. Yeah, that is serious. Was it? Let's see. Some of these images they load so slow. Oh, okay. So he had the old version. Okay, this is actually the same watch that
Theo Harris.
No. Theo and Harris has this one.
I think he bought one watch like this, or he has a Santos Gabe. I don't recall. No, I got confused. But go ahead, please, Tim. I interrupt you.
No, Elton John. Elton John wore this watch in "I'm Still Standing" in the music video. It's beautiful, beautiful piece.
Benny and the Jets.
What the hell? Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, this is nice. This 19. Fuck. Yo, watch market is imploding. There's too many watches, guys. Too many watches. The market is fully saturated with the stuff. Casey Jones, Brooklyn. Wow, another $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Casey. Uh, Bud Fox, Charlie Sheen, starts with the Quartz Lotus, but when he gets good at inside trading, he moves on to Cartier. Wow. Well, you heard the roommate a couple of days ago, right? Well, if it's between Cartier and JLC, she said Cartier because Cartier is almost Rolex type of brand, if not more impactful in the world. Like Cartier is just such a when you talk about brand power. I'm not talking about watchmanship, history, heritage. That's sideways. Most people don't know history, heritage, blah blah blah. They only know brand name recognition. Cartier is so powerful. Is there a way to like do a Google like check the Google search terms, how many times people search something on Google, and then like compare it Cartier to Rolex? Because that would tell us like what's the brand awareness among public.
I think you can Google Analytics.
Google
You
Analytics.
can, yeah, you can also Google what are the top brands in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they're going to do a mixed bag of brands from Coca-Cola to NASA and Cartier and Rolex, all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I agree with roommates when she talks about Cartier is much better known than JLC. Much more. Rolex and Cartier, I think they are household names. And Cartier does not have that bad rap that Rolex has sometimes with people, where people feel it as a flex watch. Okay, Cartier is more, old money, old families, tradition, so comes from the past, has a rich history. Also, Rolex, I'm not saying Rolex does not have, but Cartier is more seen. You see lots of people who use Cartier along from Muhammad
John
Ali
D.
to Jackie O. So lots of people.
John D. Surprising considering the entire movement has bridges with multiple attachment points for rigidity. Interesting what Chanel. What Chanel did? You see that? Mark Gerard was Chanel. What did Chanel do? Was there like a release from Chanel? Let's just check Hodinky. What has happened here? Pekulik. Oh, German watchmaker Philip Pekulik takes handmade seriously. For a second, I thought that was Marcelo. You see that? It's the moon, the moon swatch, the moon swatch. Oh, no, they only have the article on the new moon swatch.
I saw an article, a video from Adrian Baker talking about the launching in England, and he said it was nonsense. Over 700 people in the line.
Wow. How many did they sell? Did they mention what was the number of these?
No, they didn't say.
Damn, look at this.
But I tell you, whoever goes to the line to buy a moon swatch is either a flipper or a loser.
Some people they're looking to make money, and this is a great way to make easy buck.
So better be a flipper in this case.
Yeah,
I hate flippers. Just for FYI, be a loser because you stay the whole day, man, from 9 o'clock until 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. to buy a watch. Plastic. Buy a ceramic watch. Come on. It's not even for free. You don't stay the whole day in the line for this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone who went for this launch release was actually interested in the watch. They're just interested in the hype. But this is pretty image, at least, Look at this. This is all the different hands. How many hands? Oh wait, no. I thought this disc was she was taking it from the disc, but no, they're here in the little pouch, right? And she's putting them all neatly in order.
Yeah, I
Wonder
think they are
why.
lining up their hands on
You think the
this.
machine is going to? She's putting. They have to put them all like nice, neatly in a row, and then the machine is going to stamp them, put them into a watch, or it's hand put together.
That makes sense because everything is machine made. There is no, there
Yeah,
is no hands, no manual stuff on that.
yeah. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. So there we go. That was the Santos. Ooh, this is a nice one. Tank MC. What the? That's a,
Wow.
wow, that's pretty cool. 4,500. That's a nice
It,
Cartier.
it has your calendar. You don't like it. Oh,
As
but
a date,
oh, it's
yeah,
a see-through.
yeah. Open case back. But look at
Wow.
this open case back. It's got the steel kind of a divider inside with the round movement in there. It's kind of yeah.
Yeah,
It's
different.
a little bit cheesy, but if it was no date, it would be better. Yeah.
Yeah, if it was no date and
Mm.
without the small hands.
Mm-hmm.
But they have, if you go up, they have a more regular Cartier tank with white tie.
Oh, they got it. Hold on a second. There's few interesting things that they got here. First of all, Hublot. I don't know if you heard, but did you by any chance get a chance to watch that live stream with what's his name with um
Time and Tide?
no, Time and Tide guy. You know the age the
The effing time.
yeah, about effing time. Yeah. When they had Nico on, and Nico was like all yelling about how if Rolex doesn't step up their game, Hublot is gonna be the next Rolex or something like that. It's like, whoa. Not highly doubt, almost impossible. But look at this, 13.6. That's pretty solid for this Hublot. You know what?
There is one thing that has to be said about Hublot. They
Mm-hmm.
were not the first, but they go all the way to new materials, right? New stuff, PVD, all the stuff. So I don't like Hublot.
Rubber.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rubber. I don't like Hublot, to be honest. I think it's too
Mm-hmm.
much. It was more a marketing project than a watch project.
Yeah.
But it made success, and lots of companies try to do the same because they try. Hublot was, I think, it was the first to try to impress the artists, and then
No.
use the artists as a way to sell their watches, right? The influencer before influencers, right? Where you could remember every basketball player had a Hublot, every rapper had a Hublot, and now they moved to other stuff, but they were the first ones. But I don't like it. But you have to give credit where it's due. They tried the materials. They are good at that. Okay, ceramic, titanium, whatever they do it, rubber, as you said. Okay, but they are incredibly ugly, man.
That's the problem.
Incredibly ugly. You'll never
Oh my
see me
god.
wearing a Hublot or a
In
Richard Mille.
Philly.
By the way,
In fact, Jay, and Sergio.
sorry.
When I went to Philly, to do the protest pictures, we stopped by a boutique, and there was a lady wearing a watch from afar away. I thought she was wearing a Royal Oak. So I was like, oh my god, that lady's wearing Royal Oak. I wonder what it is. I started walking closer to check it out, and then I saw it was an Hublot bust down with diamonds. I was like, oh no, I was tricked. I was lied to. But
Oh man,
oh my god,
they are not inspiring watches, not at all.
yeah. I look, they're not as bad as like it's for certain type of people. Look, for 13.6, what else can you get for 13.6? Not much. Okay,
Well, what are you
not
talking
much.
about? I've
Come on,
got
man.
a Rolex, any Rolex. Thank you, sir. Done and dusted. No, Rolex, please.
So your friends made a double scene, a busted out Hublot. So not only a Hublot, but a busted out with lots of those diamonds. Crazy, man. Anyways, this is not my kind of watch. I would use anything. No, not this Bulgari either. But this Bulgari is
No, but this Bulgari, I want
phenomenal.
to bring up this Bulgari. This is an interesting
It's a
Bulgari.
beautiful one. It's a
Yeah,
painting.
because
Yes.
we were just at Bulgari. We were just at Bulgari and there was an interesting comment that I got from Bulgari from someone. What happened was I was at Bulgari, and what happens? Uh, like we got the price for the watch. They had the Octa Phoenicium. I think it was like 48,000, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it's expensive, right? And someone said in the comments like, Tim, you know what? This is why we need gray market, because you can get these watches cheaper on the gray market. I'm like, no. Actually, that's not what. He was trying to say that this is capitalism. You have to. We can't do this without the gray market. I was like, no, that's not capitalism. Capitalism is Bulgari competing against other watch brands, okay, and fighting against each other who makes the best watch, right? And they will dictate the price. The gray market actually is responsible for the bubble that happened and then kind of and burst. And I think a lot of people probably is going to lose shit ton of money because they there's so many people who bought watches at the peak of the market. They thought, because they were promised that this is a great investment, and they were just lied to. So uh yeah, it's the capitalism is these brands fighting each other out, and people going to the brand that makes the best watch at the best price, not gray market.
But
Martin
Bulgari is a
Bolden,
beautiful one.
Tim Wright is taking Briar. What are you smoking, man? What are you talking about? America 5524G. Will Bulgari go deep discounts for you? Used to be even Rolex would give you 30%. It all depends, right? I don't know. I don't know if they will give discounts. It all depends. It all depends. Uh, if nobody's buying, that's the thing. If there's no people buying them, then they will have to give discounts.
And they need to close the quarter in sales so they can give. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know about 30%. You would have to talk with them in private about that. Like nowadays, a lot of these brands, they have a lot of leverage. Okay, for example, what is this? I don't know how much this Serpenti costs at retail. Let's check, because 33.8. I bet this might cost like 60,000 or something. Bulgari is a really expensive brand. They're not joking around. Like,
No,
they're charging through the roof. Okay,
yeah.
45,500. Wow. See, these are expensive.
Because it
So
crosses the line.
45, it's almost
It's not only a
50% off.
watch. It's a jewel. It's also a piece of jewelry. It's amazing. Come on.
It's interesting how that internal kind of mechanism works, where it stretches out and it forms to fit your wrist. It's a women's watch, but hey, it's design. It's great design, very unique, instantly recognizable as Bulgari, right? That's what I really like about watches, is the iconic designs, right? Something you could see from far away, you know exactly what it is. Then you know it's an icon. You see someone with a Daytona, boom, you instantly recognize that as a Daytona.
Come on.
With the
You cannot see
Hublot,
what's
I
a
got
Daytona.
confused.
You cannot see a Daytona from far. You cannot see the hours. I'm kidding.
No,
But you're
no.
right.
You can. No, yeah. No, you can't tell the time on the Daytona even up close, but you can tell someone's wearing Daytona from across the room. You know.
Yes, I agree with you.
America 5524G. Those gold octas were so nice, but I need 25% off for the full gold, and they were really, especially the one that was personally I like the one that was beat blasted more. Let me see if they have. I don't think they probably don't even have it on the website. There was only like a handful of them. Like if I could have a Bulgari,
Yeah,
I would freaking love this one right here. Ah, shit! I just pressed the wrong button. One
the
second. This one right
location.
here. This. Oh my god! I would actually pay full retail if I had the money for this. I would easily take my sermon for it. I would trade my sermon for this instantly.
Did you try it on your wrist? Because it's a big one.
It's this. I tried on.
If I recall, it's a
I tried
42,
on.
right?
Hmm?
If I recall, it's a 42 millimeters. But it has more wrist presence, just like because it's a square watch. It's not a circular one. So I think I tried it once in a boutique, and I like it. I think it was the gray one, the chronograph gray. It was too big. It's thin like hell, but it was too big.
Yeah.
On my wrist. But it's a nice one.
No, on my wrist it works. As this one worked perfectly. Well, I'm actually, truth be told, I haven't had. This was like limited to 100 pieces, right? And I haven't, I didn't have an opportunity to try one of these. But I met PG. PG had this exact same one, but made out of ceramic, black ceramic, right? So, and this one is the same, same kind of dimensions. It's just different artwork. It's like the
What is this
sapphire's
dial
got
made
this.
of?
I think there's like a mirror polish on the dial, but sapphire has this circular printing that obscures the dial. Look, you see, it's got these circles, and it creates this illusion. It's an art piece rather than a watch to tell time.
Got it.
This is. Let me show you. Oh wait, that didn't copy. Let me pull this up. It's called Tagao and limited edition Octo. This is another one. This is a really good one. I think this one.
Wow.
It's like a.
It has
so
the
cool,
moon
right?
face?
No, it's not a moon face. It's just it kind of looks like a moon. It looks like a reflection of a moon in the lake. To me, like you see, like if you were to drop a stone in the water, right? It
Like a
like you
ripple.
see the
Yeah.
ripples, and then that little piece, like that moon, that's actually gold, like a gold piece, and it reflects. So it kind of looks like a reflection of the moon in the dark lake.
Wow. Beautiful.
Yeah.
You sure the dial doesn't move, right? So is the same
No.
image?
Yeah. The dial doesn't move. It's like a printed dial. It's nothing like crazy.
The one that I
This
like
is
the most
different.
is the white dial. Is the regular white dial. I mean, none
Yeah.
of those are regular, but looks like a
Right.
smile this way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little a little bit of a smile, and it's ceramic, I believe, as well. They're doing a lot of these collabs.
It's a beautiful one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but it's a monster. It's big because you see the bracelet. It starts is I think it's almost 36 millimeters when it starts, 34, 36. So it becomes really big. The presence on the wrist.
Yes. The bracelet. This bracelet is wide, like 24.
No, I think it's more. I think it's 34 or something like that. But I can be wrong. I don't remember
24.
the
It's
dimension.
wide. It's wide. I should have measured it, but there's also this. Look at this thing. This is like carbon or something. Holy shit! With the tourbillon, of course. It's insane. Yeah,
This
this
watch
is
is
this is
insane.
actually a good direction for Bulgari, because they have what they have. Their watch is a canvas, right? And then they're collaborating with different artists to customize it, right? It's almost like as if they hired, um, you know that brand that customizes Rolexes. What's it called?
The one in California that was sued by them.
No, no, no. The no, like the legitimate. There's a like hardcore brand. Design.
Atelier.
Shit, I forgot. No, Design Italy. No,
Atelier
that's a
Design.
YouTuber. No.
Oh man, sorry I forgot. Sorry.
Artisans de Genève. Artisans de Genève.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, James.
The Design Atelier. No, that's Artisans de Genève. Design Atelier. He's a great designer. Hopefully someday he'll. Well, I think he already designed some watches, but he mostly works with like micro brands. And those are hard to sell. You wanna design like something for these guys. That would be incredible. He did like a sketch. There was a competition to design a Royal Oak, right?
Yeah.
And he actually he entered that design competition, but he went so overboard. I think it actually hurt his chances, because the winners were like made out of plastic or something, like recycled plastic dial or something. Like they chose the simplest version, like watches unchanged, just maybe different material. Make a dial that's like simple. This is simple stuff. This is clever design here. Easy to implement for the brand. They don't have to like do a lot of reworking. Mark Gerard, releasing her from Rolex saves her life. Hans Gruber falls to his death when he was hanging onto her wrist. He's talking about that's from the movie, right? The Yeah. America, I have to say Bulgari is criminally underrated, especially with the Octo line. The recipe for success is all there. Oh yeah. It's just all, man, Bulgari marketing is terrible. All right? Let's be clear. It is terrible. They don't know how to market watches. Okay? They just can't sell them. They can't sell them. you know?
Yeah, but I think that because they didn't have a watch like the Octofenissimo, right? They were mostly a jewelry company that also used to make watches. It was not like Cartier, but at least from my
But now
point of
they're a
view.
serious watchmaker. I mean, the
Yeah,
movement, they were one of the first brands that I was like, I didn't like, but I was like, man, these guys are making in-house movements like this complicated, this unique. How are they not getting any respect? Everyone else was talking about like in-house, but no one was talking about the Bulgari in-house. But they are
yeah,
so different though. They're so different from other like watches. Even like, okay, the closest this thing comes to is right like Royal Oak, right? You can say, but it's so different from Royal Oak that it doesn't even look like
it looks like a
your standard
origami.
watch.
If
Yeah,
you look at it, it looks like an
yeah,
origami
Die
more than a Royal
Hard.
Oak.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
talking about Die Hard. Yeah, actually, I think Ashin made a video about that as well. There's somewhere he was talking about that.
I just hope that the Octofinissimo line does not become the one trick pony, just like Royal Oak for AP. Right?
By the
Because
way, I'm gonna
it's
drop
good
the
because
link. If anybody wants to join me and Sergio on the stream, please free to hop on. Devil Diver says 120 people, Tim. Internal games from the panelists hurting the channel. It's also because I started out with what's it called? With like just by myself with John. Um that he's a new person. People are not used to him. Like they don't usually people want to watch people that they already know. So seeing John on the stream, that's kind of and then people, if they don't turn on, then they don't then they'll probably went off to do something else that they're interested into. Maybe some people would just went to watch movies or something. So it's okay. It's we don't have to have big crowds every day. It's a loss. What was slow and steady wins the race? I don't know, something like that.
Yeah,
But
and a lot of
yeah,
people go and come, right? Because you have a very long stream. So even
yeah,
myself, I do not watch all day long, the whole 6, 7 hours that you stream. Sometimes
yeah.
I, I, I jump in, I take a look, and I heard. Sometimes I join you. Sometimes I go out, do some stuff. I go back.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I can say about you, Tim, is that because of you in YouTube, I don't watch TV for a long time anymore. I prefer to,
Mm-hmm.
I prefer to watch you and the community and some other stuff on YouTube than watching TV.
Wow. Thank you. Well, I don't know. I don't know whether I should actually. I don't know whether I should say thank you or I should say I'm sorry.
No, no, thank you. Because I mean, TV is for news and movies. Movies are not that good anymore.
Mm,
And to see the news, you can surf in the internet and have the news. So
mm,
YouTube and you and community have become more the entertaining part of the day than anything else.
yes. Hey, I'm glad that people like watching. And joining the community channel. Unfortunately, I can't watch it because if I watch it, I try to kind of jump in here and there, but I just because I need to work on my own on this show, right? So my focus is like throughout the day, I'm looking for content. If I'm watching the stream, I'm not looking for content, right? And then when the time is to run my stream, I would have nothing to say. I did that one day, and then what I realized when it was time to start my show, I was like, oh shit! Basically, all everything that I had to talk about, I already ran out. Like, usually I have like 6 hours in me. 6 hours, I found my perfect balance. If there's people to kind of to take a little bit of edge off of me near the end. Like I love when Sean hops on. That way I could just relax. Yeah, relax, lean back and just let Sean run the show for me for an hour or something. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Because he's very educated. He's very knowledgeable.
mm,
He's a nice person to listen to.
yeah. It's a really, really cool, and very knowledgeable too. He's got a lot to say as well, which is
And
great.
he,
Yeah,
and has a
George
better English
Varghese.
than mine.
Oh, yeah, you have saved me. By the way, where are you at right now? You back to?
I'm still in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. I'm going to stay here one more week, and then I'll
Oh,
fly back to Nigeria.
okay, okay, very cool, very cool. George Vargas, good evening, gentlemen and ladies. Good evening, George. Welcome to the show. We're looking at new watches, seeing what's going on to the market, what's leaving the market. Ooh, I've never seen this type of Grand Seiko with which seems to be a little bit of a tapisserie look-alike bezel with dial, tapisserie kind of looking dial. A little bit of a royal oak inspiration. Kind of looks cool. 5,400. What the hell are they smoking over there at Grand Seiko? Huh? Jay.
It
Oh, Jay.
remember.
Jay's not here.
No, it's okay. Jay is gone. But
Oh.
it reminds me my King Turtle, the grenade.
Hmm.
The
Oh yeah,
tapisserie
yeah.
is almost the same, but it doesn't cost 5,000.
Yeah, this $5,000. What the? So what is this? It's a titanium. Okay,
Wow.
not a fan. I'm honestly not a fan of titanium. High bead, drive with blue dial. It's a limited edition. I see. Limited edition, so it's fine.
That's okay. I can live
Let's see
without
what
it.
else. Oh my God! Look at this. You know who has? You know who has this exact same watch?
Oshin, right?
No, no. Oshin has the
Is it?
one. He has like the first version
I think this is
with
the
the
one with the
rubber
rubber
bezel.
bezel. Yeah. This had
Yeah,
it
with
has
the rubber
this
bezel.
one is the rubber, right?
No, this is a gray ceramic.
Oh, okay.
This is
Sorry, man.
called the Ghost, the AP Royal Oak Offshore Ghost. Actually, I might have a video of it. Let me see here just real quick. I might have it on my computer. Damn it. I don't see it. Don't see it. Can't find it. Hey, Jay, welcome back. Hello? Hello.
What was the question?
Oh, Jay, your audio is can't hear you. It's just a whisper.
It may be far
No,
from the
can't hear
mic.
you. Yeah, you sounds like you're a mile away from the microphone. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is it. The Ghost, the AP Ghost. Bam. It looks actually really nice. Look at that. That dial, look how sharp those squares are, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure whether it's printed or whether they cut it or what the hell how they did it, but the squares, they're so sharp to like an atom, to the atomic scale almost, the sharpness. So this is actually the Humble Pines Ghost AP. He brought it in to put it on this rubber strap. That's the
Mm-hmm.
proprietary strap that came. I think he bought it because
Is
oh no
is
no
what the
he had it.
original?
It came with it, but he bought a titanium bracelet. But the bracelet was too big. There's actually a flaw in the bracelet for this Royal Oak. You know what the flaw is?
Tell me.
Okay, so it's got it's got the actually I have a picture. Let me show. It's a thing that they definitely need to fix. Look at this. 1 second. It's okay. Here we go. Let me show you this. You're gonna see. This is so crazy. Look at this. 1 second. I'm pulling up the image. Check that. So this is the bracelet from it, right?
That looks nice.
So the problem. Look how far the butterfly triggers project out of the sides of the bracelet. You see that? So what happens when if you have it on the and those parts, those triggers sit really close to your wrist. So like if you imagine you have those fins, let's call them, sitting right there. So whenever you bend your arm like this, they dig into your skin. Really, and they're sharp. I mean, look, it's like quality construction. It's really they're really sharp, but they're so sharp, and by the way, other versions don't have those massive fins. So I don't know what they were thinking when they made this bracelet, but they could be half the size and they still be functional, but they project like crazy.
I'm not familiar with the terminology of fins.
Well, I called these like these buttons, the butterfly buttons. I call them fins.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they don't open accidentally if you bend the hand, right? They do not if you close your hands the way you're saying, they do not open accidentally, do they?
No. It's you really have to press them really
Hard.
deep.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
right.
hard.
So at
Yeah.
least this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think the offshore. I think is better on on strap, not on bracelet.
Definitely. Especially of non-deploying. They're just a pin buckle. Just so much more comfortable. You don't have to size it. You don't have to worry about anything. Oh, your hand shrunk. Yeah, just put it into a different hole. There's so many holes to choose from, and also you go to event. Somebody wants to try it on. Guess what? They put it on. Boom, it's sized for them. You never have to worry about the
Much more
sizing. I love it.
practical.
Yeah, pin buckles are winners. That's it. I love the pin buckles.
Timmy,
Yes,
Timmy, didn't
Jay.
I
Jay.
thought I may have heard you make a complaint about the pin buckle on one of your own watches just in the last few days?
I don't think so.
Maybe
I love the
Panerai?
no Panerai. I love the Panerai. See, I've got the Panerai.
Did
Yeah.
you did have a pin buckle complaint?
No, okay, no. I remember. I think I know what you're talking about. No. It was yesterday. Blondie said that the leather strap is too big for her, and she said she's gonna punch a hole in the strap. Yeah, and I said, no way, you cannot punch a hole.
No, sweetheart,
No.
sweetheart. We all love you. We all love you with all of our hearts. Don't do that.
That's not. You're not allowed to do that. Even on this strap. No, that's why we told her, because it was a Casa Fagliana strap too, that comes with. And look, not that she should, I don't know, not that she should be thinking about selling the watch later or something like that, but
get a
it's an
custom
expensive
strap.
watch.
Get a custom strap for it, my love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's expensive, and that's what she's gonna do. She's going to just get a new strap. That's all. Check this out. Royal Oak 15510. Is this with the limited edition rotor? No, it's not.
No.
Unworn. I bet this was literally just bought. Just bought straight on the flip. It's got not the 50th anniversary rotor, but the 2023 rotor without the 50. Damn. 46,000.
I know which rotor I would want to look at.
I prefer this one. I prefer this rotor. It's rose gold. It contrasts against the movement. Okay? It's so much better. The 50th is nice because it's the 50th. But if they made the 50th in rose gold, that would be the best case scenario. But they didn't. They fucked it up.
But I would rather look at a Vacheron Constantin rotor over this one.
Oh yeah, well, not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close. Let me see. Do I have a picture of Vacheron Constantin rotor?
Well, and Nautilus and overseas and not first gen because they're solid case backs.
But from the in my opinion, the Royal Oak is the most beautiful of the integrated bracelets. Comparing to the overseas and comparing to the Patek Philippe, the Nautilus, I prefer the Royal Oak. I would have this one.
Yeah.
Not the other two.
I agree. The Royal Oak has the best bracelet design. It's such a perfect bracelet. Yeah.
I think it's the best bracelet they have in the market.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. For some reason, I mean, it's a miracle that Nautilus is like Nautilus is more popular it goes crazier over retail.
I
it goes
understand.
Much crazier over yeah. It's like how? I mean, look, Royal Oak is still doing really well. Was it 45,000? But look, why is Nautilus going crazy over retail? Because Patek Philippe knows how to play the AD games better. Instead of leaning into a Nautilus and making it a cash cow, what they do, they discontinued it and made it something that's impossible to get, something that people will freaking have to put in. I'd have to have 250,000 at paddock spend history to get.
So
All right.
that tells you that they are very proud of this piece.
What's going to happen in 10 years? The market is going to be so saturated with these Royal Oaks. The price on these is going to collapse. And with the 5711, well, it has gone down in price. I think it's going to rebound and become even more desirable, because it already is the most desirable of the Gerard Genta steel sports pieces.
Yeah, I think that at some point in time, the beauty or the most
Mm.
revered watches are going to be the sleepers that we see today.
Mm.
I don't know which one. For example, 222 maybe, because we
Mm.
never know who could bet on the 70s or in the 80s that everybody would be crazy to pay $50,000 for a Royal Oak.
These were discount. Humble Pine bought his first Royal Oak Chrono for 30% off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We never know what craziness comes, and we never know, man. It's exercise of trying to believe, try to shot into the future and pray to be right. But anyways, I don't buy watches for investment. This is the biggest BS that you can do for yourself.
Yeah.
I buy watch because I like them. And
All right. Yeah, it's a really easy way to screw yourself over. Really
yeah,
easy to screw yourself over.
can be a very expensive hobby if you do not set your mind straight.
Oh yeah, like what's if you could get a Royal Oak 15510, which one would you get? And guys in the chat, which color? Actually, let me bring this up. If you can get at retail, okay, any Royal Oak 15500, which one would you get? See, there's the OC got the white one. Marky's got the silver one. There's a green one. There's a black one, and there's the blue one.
No, I'll take the white because I don't have white dials. I have just one
I want
watch
everybody
in white dial.
watching to go into the chat and type which Royal Oak. You can walk in. You walk in tomorrow into AP, and the sales associate says, "You're a lucky winner. You have been chosen. You're like our, I don't know, 10
Or
millionth
1
person
million.
walking through
Yeah.
the door, right? You have an opportunity to buy at retail right now any 15510. They show you 4 of these. You can only buy one. Which one do you go with? Let me know in the chat. And you know what? I want people also who has never been in the chat. Just put something in. And if you're watching a replay and you're watching this section, let me know in the comment section below. Go into the comments and let me know. Listen to me, guys. You gotta work with me. This show does I can't do the show on my own. You guys gotta help me out in the chat and in the comments.
Tim, which
And
one?
remember to
Which one
upvote.
would you have, Tim?
Which
one would you have?
Which one would I have? So look, my dream was the white one. Originally, I love the white one. I just love it. Okay, it's incredible. But OC got it, and it's not. Well, hold on. It's not that like. It's not that like. I don't like it less, or I don't like it any less than I liked it before. I still love it, but I just I don't know. There's just that feeling like, oh, I just don't want all of us friends here having the same watches. It's kind of, we'll go to event. Imagine like me and LC. We'll go to some, I don't know, some place, and we're wearing the same goddamn watch, and it's just boring. Okay, so for me, the for me the white one and actually the gray one as well. They're off they're off. Like I can't get that one, and I wouldn't be getting the. I love actually the gray one. Extremely underrated. I have a full video on showing how beautiful it is. If you go to my videos here, this one where I show look how amazing this piece is. The silver one, holy shit! Look at that. It integrates so perfectly into like the case. Like it works so well with the look at it.
Yeah.
How amazing is that? See, okay, at least with with the silver dial, at least I don't hang out with Mark like every single week or something like that.
The
So
bracelet is
I
so
would
fucking
yeah,
nice.
I could go with the gray dial.
Bracelet is so nice.
Right? Look, oh my god. The bracelet is just and by the way, look at the triggers. Okay, so this is really important. Look how small the these buttons are here. Okay, literally, let me put this side by side so that you will understand how massive they are on this watch. You see the difference? They're like double. You see that? Look how far they flare out on the
Get
on the
what you
15510.
pay
They're so much
for.
shorter, right?
Get what you pay for.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a little bit monochromatic. The 50. Yeah, it's. But then look how. Oh my god, it looks so nice on the wrist. Wait, can I show it on the wrist more? Did it? Or did I not show it on the wrist? What the hell? Oh, here. Wait. Let me show you. I think I put it on. 15510 is so nice.
You don't say.
Holy moly. Look at that. Damn.
Ouch. Oomph. Oomph.
Ouch. It's a perfect watch on my wrist. Ah! Okay, so that's why like I know some people are gonna say, oh, the gray ones. No one in the chat actually voted for the gray one. I think. Let's see, there's few people. Negroni said green one. Celeb said black one, and but no one else said gray one. I actually, if it's kind of if I could get anyone, I would go with the green one. I know it's probably the most hype one today. I'm gonna be accused of just being a hype maniac or something like that. But man, that green one is it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay, what about Sergio? Sergio, what about you?
I'll get the white one. The white
The
die.
white one. Whoa.
Yeah.
The white one is nice as well. Really nice. What about Jay? Jay, what about you?
1159.
A what?
Code 1159.
Code 1159?
That's the only.
He doesn't like. Yeah, he said it before. He doesn't like any other watch from the EP other than the 1159.
Thank you for paying attention, my friend.
Oh, you're welcome, my friend.
One second. John D. MBNF really has some fascinating designs as well, and to share the build with other masters, amazing in its concept and linkage to history. MBNF, the problem is that people might burn out on it. Like I think it's kind of like they might be suffering a little bit of the AP like AP fatigue, where everything looks kind of the same, right? There's just slight tiny little modifications, right?
Can we explore De Bethune?
But even more so, you know.
What do we make of De Bethune?
The Bethune?
Yeah.
Expensive. Unobtainium. They're
But
made out of
why?
unobtainium.
But why?
The Bethune? Because Watchbox has invested in them and they've got the stronghold on them, and they're basically giving allocating them only to like super crazy VVVIPs nowadays. It's impossible to get. If you haven't been a De Bethune buyer since like day one, you're pretty screwed.
Are they magical pieces?
Are
they magical, the pieces by De Bethune?
Are they magical pieces?
Yeah.
I think they play more the exclusivity and the craziness. Not as much as MBF. MBF is more like a shy cousin of a Jacob & Co, right? I can say it this way. The Bethune is even more centered as a watch. They are very beautiful, they are very intricate, but they are not crazy. That's good on the Bethune, at least from my point of view. Tim, talking about watch, did you see the new Presage line they did in enamel and lacquer? I think you can see on
the new
monochrome.
Presage.
Yeah, the new
Seiko
Presage. Seiko, yes. 40.6 millimeters. They are doing the Presage line, 4 or 5 watches, but it's celebratory of the, I think, 100 or 110 anniversary.
Are you talking about this?
No, it's the
good, because I hit. Oh my, this is terrible. What the
not this one.
F
No, not
is
this one.
this bullshit? Okay, sorry.
SVB. Okay, I have it. SVB 393.
SPB 393.
These are the ones.
These right here.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
These are the ones.
Let's see here. Presage, Seiko Presage.
Because the dial is look like it's handcrafted in some Japanese crafting technique. So they have enamel, lacquer, porcelain. They're crazy. And the porcelain is crazy because the porcelain is that whitey, that milky, crispy that I love so much when I see, for example, the Explorer 2. So when you see a porcelain dial, you see that kind of whiteness that jumps on your eyes.
Damn, I'm trying to load this. It's not loading.
Yeah, it's
no, I
taking
have
forever.
Here we go. Oh, these are enamel?
Yeah, the first one is enamel. The second one, the brown one, is lacquer. Lacquer.
Oh,
I don't know how to speak in
wow.
English.
Oh, wow. Holy moly. These are nice. What the F? Okay. So it's got a retrograde at 6 o'clock, power reserve at 9-ish, and a day. So it's a day date. Day date with power reserve.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's a beautiful.
I like
It's kind
this.
of it's kind of very.
Yeah.
It's full. It's not empty. It's not minimalist at all. But it's not busy to the eyes.
Yeah, it's very well restrained. Yeah. Wow. I like the retrograde date, although like you can't tell exactly what date it is because you really have to kind of zoom in, right?
Daytona style. I have to punch in
on
your
Not
face.
every day. So like sometimes they'll have like every other date represented, but here it's like every 5 days.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
it's a workaround. It's okay. It's cool. It's cool. I like it.
The lugs are clunky.
I like the case.
Yeah.
I like the dial being in enamel, but this date I don't like too much. It looks like those perpetual calendars that you cannot even see what the heck is in the dial. Which is the day? What is the date of the month? What is the date? The day of the week? So sometimes it's very busy. But and you see the 31 is smaller than the 29. You see when you see.
Yeah, the 31 is in the small print because it's everything else is kind of like every 5 ticks, and the 31 is just there at the end, small one. It's cool. Then there's this one. Okay, this is Urishi lacquer. So wait. The first one was enamel. The second one is lacquer dial. That's beautiful.
Now go to the third.
Wow. Yeah. Truma. Then this is porcelain. It's a different movement. Wait. The other one. Okay, I was just sorry. I was just trying to make sure. Oh, this is porcelain. Yeah. Jesus.
This is my preferred.
Oh,
porcelain.
My God. It's actually because it's not as complicated movement as the other ones. This one's pretty cool. Look at that. Wow. This dial's new ivory color trend transports the wearer to Izumiya Ceramic Stone Field in Arita, a small town in Saga Prefecture that has more than 400 years of history, inseparable from Japanese porcelain. Master craftsman and his team make dials in a multiple stage process that requires tremendous skill and patience, and several firings in a scorching kilt to lock in rich color, texture, and depth for years to come. Beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't read what you just read, but I think it's kiln and not kilt.
Kiln.
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 No,
Thank
not
you.
Kilt. And
Jay is plastered, but he can read better than I do.
I haven't read anything. I just listened to you, and I know that. The word, the proper word was not kilt.
Okay.
Now take a look at this style.
Now this is actually something very similar to what I have. So as you can see, I've got this Seiko Presage. Show you. I'll zoom in. It's got this Seiko Presage. Okay. I think this has got that same type of enamel dial. It's a guilloche. Wait, come on, focus.
Oh, guilloche. Where's the guilloche?
It's underneath. It's under. Well, I don't think it's a real guilloche.
On the back of the case?
No. It's hard to see, and then it's lacquer. No. It's enamel on top of a. You see how in there? Oh, the camera's out of focus. See how
it's
in
the
this
lighting
one
itself.
Yeah, you see the ridges. This one has the same. Yeah, the lighting though is bad. You have to see it in person to actually see the. Yeah, it's got the same. You see? Is it real guilloche?
Yeah, I think it is. Take a look at the description. I don't think it's printed.
It has to be. Yeah.
Stamped guilloche.
Hand painted layer after layer of glaze onto the dial. Won't be satisfied until enamel is perfectly even, the surface perfectly smooth, and the beauty of the pattern beneath fully revealed. For environmental reasons, the glaze contains no lead, which is traditionally used to prevent bubbling. Jeez, your lead is terrible for you. When the dial is simply, he just feels the joy, sharing the joy. It doesn't say, but it is beautiful. This is amazing collection. And what's the prices though? Each one is so the blue one is limited to 800. The rest is limited to 1,500. Do we know the price?
It's about if I see 2,000 euros, 2.2 thousand euros. So
That's
it's
not
more or
bad.
less $2,500. Yeah, it's 2,500.
That's not bad. I mean, it's expensive, but the dial, that's what you're paying for. You're paying for the dial. The incredible,
Yes.
incredible dial.
And that white in porcelain it remembers what the
Mm-hmm.
Gresor.
Mm-hmm.
There is one 28, if I recall, 58. They are
Mm-hmm.
done also in porcelain. I think the rate of failure it has to be enormous because this is
Mm-hmm.
handcrafted. So it's a really good craft
Mm.
to see. Beautiful watch.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Although
Pretty cool.
Seiko,
Okay. Oh, sorry.
even though it's a Seiko, but it's pretty cool watches. They are pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is probably some of the best Seikos. I actually like. I really did not like the previous generation of Presages. You know, they were like they were bad. They were bad. You know, it's very
I think the
ugly.
problem, yeah, I think the problem is
But
Seiko.
this,
You have so many variants that so many
yeah,
types. You kind of get lost on it.
yeah. Let's go. Oh, you know what? Let's do some. Actually, I have a request to do some the Bethune shopping. Okay, let's go to Watch
Yeah.
Bot.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's go hardcore.
Oh,
yeah, just
Tim, I
calm
have to
down.
jump ship, man, because it's
Sure.
1 o'clock here.
No.
Oh, okay. It's the time. It's not because of Jay. I get.
No.
No, no.
If it was because of
Sorry, I'm
Jay, I would stay here
sorry.
forever. No. If it was because of Jay, I would stay here forever. But
You
no,
stay here
Yeah.
too. You stay here too.
Hey,
yeah,
it's all
but I
it's all
needed
cool.
to wake
Good
up early
man,
tomorrow,
Sergio.
or
Yeah,
better say today.
Sergio, I really appreciate you you hopping on, helping me out. You know, it's tough. You know, it's ever since I
Yeah.
launched the community, it's been very very tough because what happens? Most of the panelists they jump on the community channel. They burn out. You know, they burn themselves out there. They get they get everything they ever wanted to say out of their system there, and then they're kind of like they're kind of done for the day. So man, I have to look for new panels. I need fresh panel.
Yeah, but you're
It's,
doing a good job, Timmy. You're
yeah.
doing a good job. Be
Thank you.
real, be
Thank you,
you,
Sergio.
and you are going to go. You are going to go further.
Mm,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, guys. See you. Have a good night. Continue the good job. Keep up the good
Sergio,
Bye,
spirits.
please,
Sergio.
Bye,
please
guys.
don't
Yeah.
go.
Bye bye.
Don't go. Please
So
don't
cool.
go.
So cool. I'm pretty comfortable running even the show on my own. You know, we had Marcelo help,
Well,
Jay help.
should I
People be
step
hating on
aside?
Marcelo and Jay, but hey, at least you guys are here. Where's the other guys,
I
right? Buckley
didn't.
says, I'm burnt
I
out.
didn't hate. What? What? You told me that I hated on Marcelo?
No. I didn't say that. Nobody said that. Are you kidding me?
I thought I said to Marcelo's face that I love him and I hate him at the same time.
Yeah. Let's go. This is how we're gonna do it. The Bethune, I'm gonna put it in price mode from lowest to most expensive. Okay. So let's see what are the bargains over at the Watchbox on the Bethune. Okay, so this is the cheapest. Let's start with this one. I'm gonna close all other tabs because they're giving me the shits. Close everything else. Just hold on. Give me a second, guys. Close everything else. Let's close that. Close that. Hey, huge shout out to Bespoke Watch Project. John, that was fun. That was fun show with John. And shout out to Vinyl and Dials. She's cool. All right, here we go. Let's open this first one. This is the cheapest. This is the entry. This is your entry into the Bethune brand. Starts at $60,000 for
nice
DB25 gear
nice.
shade dial. It's really nice.
We're
Gold
not messing
case.
around now.
We're not messing around. Exactly.
We're
We've
going
got
hardcore.
hardcore. Exactly. This is the this is where like true enthusiasts. Anyone who sticks around for this segment is like a super enthusiast into watches. Okay. Ooh. It's automatic. Wow. So you're getting a solid gold automatic. You got that beautiful, crazy the Bethune movement. God, it's like looks like some kind of spaceship. This one comes with box papers. Yeah, well, listen, it's not the Bethune that we know today. This looks like wait, what model is this? Oh no, 2020. Okay. From 2020. That's pretty recent. But you know what? It's not the like the Bethune that everybody likes today with the blue titanium. It doesn't have blue titanium all over the place.
I don't like those ones.
Yeah, this one is just like it's pretty cool. Very clean. $60,000. It's pretty good bang per buck, right? If you want the Bethune, is this Power Reserve here? That line, that red line. I hope it is, right? Doesn't say. It's 44 million Ks in size. It's a pretty nice one. Okay, what's the second? Oh, oh.
No.
Okay, let's take a look at this one. Okay, this one I don't like so much because it's got the old hands, and these old hands look
Oh, it looks like a
bad.
cheap imitation of a Ming.
Ooh, that's quite a.
I'm
It's quite
sorry.
an accusation there. It's
Sorry.
quite an accusation there, Jay.
Sorry.
Yeah, man. Um, you know, I'm not a huge fan of this case on the Bethune because that leather strap, it's freaking wide AF. You know that?
It's a Mr. Wonderful strap that we see now.
What do you mean?
Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary. Red.
Mr. Wonderful strap. No, it's not red. It's orange.
Okay. Okay. I do have a color impairment with my eyes, so to me that looks
Okay. You see black. You only see black and white.
No, it's
Is that why your name is Jay Gray? You only see in shades of gray. There's also a different alternative. Okay, these I don't like. At least this first version, it's got those the Bethune hands that they still use. Okay, now this is now we're talking business. Okay, boom. This is like if money doesn't matter. Here we go. That's what I like. Okay, 7,000 extra, but it's got the insane dial. Okay.
articulating lugs.
No articulating lugs on this one yet. So it wears massive. Okay, you do have to have giant wrist. But it's got the same automatic movement, but it's got that blue titanium that they became so known for. It's probably one of the earlier models to kind of do this thing. Breguet hands. The numbers are okay. It's nothing too mind-blowing, the numbers, but like very cool, the Bethune logo, very subtle watch. Okay, lovely.
What does that blue look like under a loop?
The blue, oh man, it looks like a mirror, like a blue mirror kind of effect. All right, look at this. It's almost like it's got some type of blue glass. You see, it's really striking. It just really draws your attention. Very tough not to look at this watch. Like if someone was sitting next to you with this watch, damn, it draws your attention. You keep, and this is not even their craziest blue reflection, but the like a starry various that that George has, that's even crazier because it's got it's got design on that midsection. It's got like a skyline. Buckley says, "I get it. And Ming knockoff.
So
Well,
Am I guessing that the chat is not upset with my introduction to the conversation?
Oh, I don't think so.
Day Bethune.
Day Bethune, the Day Bethune.
These boys like this. They like this.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that rotor.
Yeah, it's going ape. It's going crazy. Really high beat. Oh yeah. So the hairspring is really high beat. Look at that. That is just crazy vibration. And the rotor, it's like one of the most lubricated rotors on the planet. Huh? It's just going crazy. Sometimes, I want to make the rotor move. I'll be filming a video, right, of a watch, and I try to make the rotor move, and it'll get stuck. This thing, the Bethunes, they're the most. I don't know what kind of ball bearings they use or whatever, but they just fly everywhere.
Uh-huh. I love it.
That is very, very cool watch. I like it. I really, really
and
like
the case. For me,
Yeah.
like it starts with the case, and that
Mhm.
case is very elegant and very. It's just a nice case.
Mm.
The lugs, the transition. Mm.
It's pretty cool. Wow.
Look at that. It's so sleek.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. Look. Oh my god, look at that case back too. You see the case back is actually carved out the lugs. The lugs are actually so when the case back is attached, there's space there for to go around the lugs. And that's designed so that the case could be thinner. You know, it's so cool. So cool.
Okay, so that's the first Day Bethune watch we looked at.
That's the first one that I really really like. Okay, so these are like the cheap. Okay, these two I would freaking avoid. I hate those hands. Not a fan. This gold one it's pretty nice.
No.
Now we're going into something that's we're going from 60,000. That was 70,000 with the blue titanium mid case, not the mid case, but mid dial. And now we're going to the 80,000 territory. 80,000. So these three are 80,000. This is where we get into really, really, really good stuff. Let's take a look at this one. This is the first one with the articulating lugs. Okay, so in this watch, as you can see, the lugs they attach to the sides of the case, and yeah, if you were to squeeze the lugs, boom, they hug your wrist. This is wild. I love it, but it's got that weird hour hand. Unfortunately,
No,
I'm not even.
no. Yeah, no. Sorry, folks.
You like it? You don't like it? What's your take on it?
Don't
No,
like
not a fan.
anything about it.
Whoa, really?
Really.
It's a massive watch, though. Okay, now.
Huge.
Wait, come on. Wait, how can I open this in YouTube? Usually there would be a button. Subscribe. Can I? Okay, here we go. Okay. Now this is these articulating lugs. It's sometimes it looks good, but as you can see here, Tim Masso has very small wrists. So what happens when you use those articulating lugs to perfectly fit the wrist, it looks like the watch is flying above the wrist, and that is not a good look. Okay, it's not a good look because too small of a wrist. But the integrated rubber strap looks kind of cool. The crown's the crown at 12 is it's so annoying to freaking use. Okay, setting this watch, you know what you have to do, like to in order to set the time. It's so frustrating. Okay, it's these I personally I would never get the Bethune with articulating lugs. Well, even if I had the money. Okay, so look, to set the time, you have to hold the strap like this and then squeeze it Okay, so you have to squeeze it so it articulates down, and then you have to like dig your nails in there to try and set it. And if you let the pressure go, you'll hit the crown, and yeah, it's so annoying. Okay, it's so annoying because if it's not pulled down, the crown, it kind of touches this part of the case.
This is not the first time that I've heard you complain about a watch because of the way that you would have to wind it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm very. Look. You see that? See how the
I
crown touches?
I see where the crown is,
Yeah.
but to wind any watch, you are going to have to wind it.
Yeah.
Um, how does this really the position of the crown? How does that really affect your enjoyment of the watch?
Well, it's the setting. It's the setting of the watch that's really frustrating for me. Okay, it's just it gives me the shits. Okay, when I was trying to set it. Okay.
You
So,
cannot
but yeah.
wear a Sprite on your left arm
Mm-hmm.
and wind it at the same time. You have to take it off.
You do. Yeah. Exactly. Well, you shouldn't be. No, no, no. Actually, you should always take your watch off if you're going to be winding it. So, for example, if you have, so I'm wearing a Speedy, right?
Yes.
I'm wearing a Speedy. No way should you be winding it like this while it's on the wrist,
Of
because
course
then you're
not.
applying pressure unevenly on one side of the crown. Actually, over time, what happens? You're turning metal, and if this metal, if the metal pinion is hitting side of the case internally, you're just grinding it, against like the interior parts of the watch. You're gonna be putting unnecessary wear and tear. You always should be. You should take it off the wrist, and wind it very evenly. You don't want to be pressing down or up or in any ways. You have to be winding the watch very evenly, okay?
And we should be holding the watch vertically.
Well, no. I'm just doing that because the camera is here. By the way,
Well, I'm trying to be specific.
3861.
I love you, Tim. I'm trying to be specific.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, no. That was a great question. That was a great question. It's very funny. 3861. Look at that. Little Speedy.
I see more gold in that than the latest Swatch.
Yeah, the latest. It was
What
it
a
was ridiculous.
joke! What a joke!
Okay, let's go to the next one. Here we go. The Bethune. Here we go. Moon phase. Now we're talking. Now we're
Yeah.
talking.
Now we're talking.
Serious.
Let's do a deep dive on this one.
I freaking love this one because
specifically
it's got
on
that
the moon phase
three-dimensional
itself.
titanium
What
ball.
else do we need to see but the moon phase? Let's deep dive into the moon phase.
Yeah, look at the moon phase. It's a reflection. By the way, in the moon phase, if I were to blow this up, we can actually see what camera. Actually, let's do it. Come on. Let's do a screenshot. We can blow this up and see what phone or whatever, where they took a picture. What device they took a picture with. Oh, wait. Oh, you see this? You can see the reflection. You know what they're using? They're using a photo box to snap this picture. You can actually see the outline. You see, this is the outline of the photo box.
That's
There's
a
the
reflection?
camera lens.
That's
Yeah,
a
yeah, that's
reflection?
how reflective it is. You can
Oh,
zoom
well
in.
then. Excuse me.
It's
Well
so
then.
insane.
Well
I mean,
then.
that it's polished to such a crazy mirror finish. Fucking lovely. I love this watch. And also it's very beautiful. It's such a perfectly contrasting watch, right? The print on this one, blue on the white with these blue hands that have like they look like, I don't know if to you guys, but to me, I see a rocket taking off into space. So the tip of the hand is like a rocket. The little bubble is like flames coming out of the engines, and then the kind of the rest of the hands is like, the trail that the rocket of smoke that it leaves as it's going into sky. That's what when I see this,
Contrails,
and then you
rockets.
turn around and it's got basically what looks like a Star Trek, like an
Right.
Enterprise.
You got a
Right?
spaceship that did
Yeah,
not rely upon rockets to go anywhere. That's a starship, man.
a starship, and that's why it's a starry vari. And you look at the back. Then another thing that this watch, it's a manual wind, which I love. It's a dress watch, manual wind, perfect. And another thing, that moon phase. The reason I really love this moon phase is because whether you set it or not, you don't. I mean, you look at it and it's like, okay, I don't even know how that would be. Where how to even set it. So it doesn't even matter. You never have to set the moon phase because it's so confusing. I don't get it.
No,
The
back up,
backside
back
though,
up, back
I
up,
I
back up.
prefer manual wind over automatic in these like like traditional looking ish pieces. Holy, oh wait a minute, this is something different. That's not the right one. They put the wrong picture. So here, see here, they got that's the right one. Why did they put this one by? Because that's a tourbillon. See, it's a completely okay. There's something they screwed up with the pictures here, but anyways, this is a beautiful one.
Okay, so we'll stop
Beautiful.
there. Stop. No, go back to that last
Go
photo
back.
with the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop there. Stop there.
Yeah.
The blued hands
Oh,
alone.
gorgeous. Yes.
Like, wow.
Stunning, right?
Yeah. Amazing. Now, in that
Freaking insane.
picture alone, can you find any way to zoom in to the moon? In that
To the
phase?
moon.
That picture alone, can you zoom in? That picture.
No,
alone.
I can't. I have to screenshot it and zoom in. I can do it like this. I have to screenshot. The website is they don't have the best website. Okay, hold on. I'll do it like this. Bam.
Well, that's better. That's better. Oh,
There you
fuck.
go.
Now we're gold.
There you go.
Look at that.
How it's so clean, right? So freaking clean, right?
Speechless.
Freaking beautiful. And there you can see the moon phase turning, because one side of this titanium ball is mirror polished and the other one is blued. So you can see here the blue part is peeking out. So it's gonna over the month it kind of rotates. But yeah, this is just unreal. Stunning piece. Absolutely stunning. This is
Amen.
probably like the best, cheapest one. Okay. And what's the price? 80,000. 80,000. There's a choice of rose gold or white gold. Those have the same one in rose. There you go. It doesn't look as good in rose gold, in my opinion.
I think we're
the other one
getting
looks
some.
better.
We're getting some encouragement from the chat. Let's keep going with De Bethune. What else
Yeah.
do they have?
Let's keep going. Whoa, what did I press? Okay, here we go. Now we're moving up into bigger money. This is extra 5,000. So same moon phase, but this is DLC'd or PVD'd. I have no idea, but they basically took that one, and instead of the blue, the theme is black, monochrome. Again, stunning piece. I love the contrast. The dial has been grayed out, right? You still got the moon phase. The hands, white gold, freaking beautiful palette. Beautiful contrast, very legible. I prefer the blue one with the white. I'm sorry, this doesn't. It's not gonna
No,
be as the Bethune as the
I,
Bethune
I agree.
is known to be for. They're known for
Wholeheartedly.
that stark blue. Not worth the extra money. I wouldn't pay the extra money for this one.
Wholeheartedly, I agree.
Let's take a look at this one as well.
I don't even
These
want
are
to see Roman numerals on the watch.
yeah. This one I hate. I can't stand it. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna spend much time on this one. It's got those articulated lugs again, and man, this weird date. Okay, this is a date complication. Okay, but why? It's a pointer date, but why the f? I don't understand. I don't understand the pointer date.
That's much more awkward than the Patek Philippe World Timer.
Yeah, it's so bizarre. No, it's not world time. It's just showing you a date. So it's pointing at the 19th. But why have that weird flap at the back? It makes every time I look at this version, I keep thinking like, well, are they trying to tell me there's something important about the other dates on the other side of the so it's like it's pointing at the 19th,
Well,
right? But then
sometimes
the
I
other
wonder.
side is pointing at 1 through like 7. So I'm thinking like, what is it? Is there a different way to read this? Well, why would they do it like that? I don't know. It's just
Well, sometimes I wonder if they have to balance the hands in a way.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just I think I don't like this hand. Weird design choice. Also, the back doesn't look that great. You know, everything's covered up.
Everything about this is a weird
Get this
design
shitter
choice.
off the screen. I'm sorry. Get that off the screen. Garbage. I've seen this one with the salmon dial on the auction. This was very disappointing in real life, guys. Very disappointing watch
Oh, yeah?
IRL. The blue and the salmon carries a lot of weight in watch world, right? Like, well, blue is the Bethune blue. The salmon dials, they're like the most desirable
Those
dials.
articulating lugs are just, from my perspective, not to my liking. No, I don't want. I want a strap or a bracelet that fits. I don't want articulating lugs. Am I wrong?
Let's see here. Let's close this one. Now we're getting into basically. I mean, this is
okay.
This is like what you actually want to get. You know,
yeah.
look,
Now
we saw
now we're talking
the one with just the basic blue center, right? There was that previous edition, but this is the Starry Various. This one's got that application on the dial, which looks like a Milky Way, like a night sky. This is freaking gorgeous. America 5524G. Tim, what was the full purple dial one in that variant? In that Aventurine. I think that was like a Middle East limited edition. I think the purple dial one has Arabic numerals.
Okay. Enough of that. Daniel Katz, 279 super chat. His birthday?
Daniel, hop on the stream. Daniel, hop on the stream.
But yes, the Bethune watch is masterpiece. Starry Various.
The Bethune, purple dial.
Happy birthday, friend. Pisces.
What the F is this?
Not something that I would wear.
It was a Starry Various purple. Think wait. Wait, where is it?
The
Damn it,
dials.
where is
The
it?
dials are.
They're
What
stunning. They're absolutely
what
stunning.
kind of magic potion is De Bethune
I
sipping?
don't know, but Daniel probably knows. Daniel, how are you doing?
No, same first name.
I'm okay. It's just my birthday. I'm going through birthday depression.
What?
But
It's your birthday,
Daniel.
Daniel? What?
You said some
Daniel.
watch was disappointing, and I was saying my birthday's disappointing. But
Daniel, it's today's your birthday? You're kidding me. Really?
right. Birthday amongst the guys in the
Holy.
community.
Okay, Daniel, you know what? Oh,
Don't worry about it.
I was
Don't
gonna
worry.
ship
No,
you
no,
the
no, no.
Zahara
Tim,
from the
Tim,
Whiskey Reaper, but it's I think internationally it's illegal. Like I can't ship fragrances.
No,
Or
no.
maybe you know what? I'll just throw it in the box. I'll ship it too.
No. I got a post office box. I'll go. You ship it to my post office
Oh,
box.
ship it to the post office. I'll
Yeah,
ship it to the post
yeah.
office box,
I
Daniel.
learned everything I know from the wizard.
Okay.
The two soul. You want?
Is as long as it's not too loud. What is it?
It's the fragrance that.
But it's not too loud, is it? It's like what if you like it, then I guess I'll go for it. What? It's not too expensive.
Well, it's got bad karma. It's bad karma.
Daniel,
It's from the
if you
Reaper.
can do
Well,
a
maybe you know what? It's
handstand, it
Oh
won't
no!
be
Look,
loud
the
enough.
Reaper. I with the friction that's going on, I like the Reaper. Hopefully that sorts itself out.
Ooh. Yeah.
You know, like
No.
whatever.
He's full on. He fully turned. He turned.
Okay, let's keep it to business.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, mate. I'll give you something. Oh, you have a hat coming. Did you get the hat?
Not yet, but maybe I didn't look outside. So
Do
I
we
came
all
in.
have hats coming?
Did you check your packages? Did you check
Daniel,
your
what hat
No,
do you
I'm
have
horrible.
coming? Daniel, what hat do you have coming?
Tim, what you just said a few hours ago with me, like privately, some deal that might work out. That's a birthday present for me.
Oh.
It keeps the effing cost down. If it works, okay.
Okay.
So don't worry about it. By the way, guys, any of these watches, if you see them in person, it's a blessing. If you actually get one of these somehow by some magic, like from manna from heaven, if you're lucky, one of the
Magic? You mean like the wizard magic?
Not that wizard.
Yeah, send me
Oh, not
100
that
grand.
one.
I'll get
Okay.
you one of these, no problem.
Yeah. No, I don't mean it. I don't mean it that way. But if this, especially this one, the night sky one,
beautiful.
This beautiful work. They went through a rough patch financially for some reason, but new owners took it over. I think it's the same watchmaker that's involved, or watchmakers group. It's just, yeah, they're one of the best. I haven't looked at the record. They're still going, aren't they, Tim? I think they are.
Cool.
They are indeed, and they're publishing books. You're welcome.
Okay.
Wow.
Great pieces. And the lugs, the way they curve down so they hug your wrists. That one that looked like that metallic, what was it? Metal blue that you showed before.
Yeah.
That Gray said he wouldn't, it looks weird, great, but I wouldn't wear it or something like that. That is immensely beautiful once you see it in real life. But you see it across the room, you may not want that much attention.
Wow.
You know the one I'm talking about?
You can't.
No. Which one? Do you have a ref?
The Bethune that was all blue, that metallic blue, titanium. It looks like my glasses. See my glasses?
You mean kind of like this one?
That one.
Yeah, these are way too hyped. These are so hyped.
Are they?
Yeah. Look, let's see it. Do they even have? So check this out. If you just look on the watch box used ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
The more of the blue you get, the more expensive it gets. So first, look, there's just a little bit of blue without anything, right? That's the cheapest blue.
With the gold.
The center of the dial, yeah.
Solid gold.
That's 70,000.
Yeah.
Then you go up, you get the Stradivarius where that blue is this application. That's already 110K.
All right.
Okay, let's go down the list. We're going down from the cheapest to more expensive. Then we're going into full dial. Okay, not just center of the dial. This is full dial. Look at that.
Oh,
That's 130.
well,
Now you want to add the case to the full blue? Oh, they don't even have it here. They don't even have it for sale. It's gonna be insane money.
now you're talking about resale. What were they at retail when they first came out?
They were
Like, hold
Daniel,
on,
come on.
this one
I don't
right
think they were
here,
ever on sale when they came out because they have such a
this
VIP
one
list. They go
here,
straight to Watchbox Gray Market.
way before I knew you, this one right
Yes.
here, when the white dial version of this, the one that you're not crazy about,
They actually,
that,
I think they have it right
where is
here.
it?
This one?
Yeah, that was 40,000 if I remember.
What?
45,000. I'm talking
Okay,
about.
but you thought, well,
I'm talking
yeah,
about years ago when they came out
yeah.
from the actual, whoever the distributor is. I don't mean
Mhm.
Gray. I don't mean Watchbox. I mean when they first came out to sell to a client through whoever their representative was. It was around 45,000.
Daniel, are
Yeah.
you looking at De Bethune watches in Toronto?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I've just seen them from a distance, like you guys.
Okay.
Hmm.
I think there might be one or two. I don't know if they have that account, but there's one or two that carry this kind of watch, and you're not well received in some cases coming into their store. But that's just because it's the whoever that gave that wrong energy that got the store. I don't think every high end store is like that. Matter of fact, when you and I walked in Miami into a couple stores, Tim, they were great.
Mhm.
They were managers actually, the stores, and they were pretty good to us, right?
Wow. Yeah, yeah. Oh,
In
yeah.
Miami.
In Miami?
I'm
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about a guy. It's not. Let's just put it this way, Gray. I had a bad experience with a particular store that happened to have high-end watches, but it caters to billionaires to walk in there and they look you up and down like who the heck are you?
Size you up,
They
yeah.
hate that.
But
Yeah.
Daniel Katz,
Yeah.
you are a billionaire. You
Maybe not in
have
money, but in love.
no.
But in
It's all
love.
about the swagger. It's all
The
about the
swagger.
swag.
Swagger.
Remember that purple hat I wore? Forget the dial. That purple
Yeah.
hat was the winner in Miami.
How could anyone forget that purple hat?
Yeah. Just like this dial. I
How
should be able to wear this watch
Exactly.
for a couple hours with
Exactly.
my head, Tim. Maybe you could do a sales pitch to the people over there at Watchbox.
Yeah.
Now,
Man,
on a
this
serious note,
purple is just unbelievable. Making purple dials is more difficult than making the blue ones.
What is it? Enamel? What is it? What?
No. It's blue titanium.
Oh, good God!
Yeah.
fired.
Fire
And
titanium. Holy smokes! So
yeah.
it made it to a powder form like enamel and fired it.
Yeah.
I'm
And
guessing.
we haven't even touched the surface of what the Bethune has in this repertoire.
And the Bethune is I love this one because this is the same moon phase, but it doesn't even have a logo. They're not even saying that this is the Bethune on the dial. Like that's how this purpled, blued, or whatever titanium is so associated with the Bethune that they don't even need to say on the dial that this is the Bethune.
Okay, Tim. This is
Yeah.
what's going to happen. If
Okay.
I win the lottery,
Yes.
I'll buy a nice kind of townhouse. I'll give you something for sure.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
that's right. And then I'll give to charity like I should.
Yes.
And of course to Ukraine and all that.
Aww.
And the single mothers. But I'll have one
Aww.
of these the Bethune watches. But I won't tell anyone about it.
Daniel, do you want this NATO strap?
No.
I don't know. I don't think
The Ukrainian flag. Well, I only have one.
I like the Ukrainian flag.
It's yours, Tim.
I'll get another one. I
there's
need
a
to get
couple of
another one.
famous rabbis, Tim. A whole bunch of these Orthodox Jewish guys from different yeshivas around the world. On a certain day in October, they all congregate in some small town to pay a tribute to a famous rabbi's grave in Ukraine. Just not.
Ooh. Well, Ukraine, there's a huge Jewish population. In fact, the president, right? He's Jewish.
Oh, I didn't know Zelensky.
Zelensky. I
Yeah,
thought he was
wow.
Jewish. No,
I don't know, maybe or part Jewish or something, or-
Zelensky sounds like a
But
Jewish name.
well,
didn't they
Might
ban the use of the letter?
actually, I don't follow Ukrainian politics. I don't have the
Didn't
time.
they ban the letter of the? They banned the letter Z, didn't they?
I don't think so. Let me use the restroom, guys. Just give me a second.
oh my goodness, who's
Daniel,
gone?
there are many
J-
things
Jay,
I want.
you're here. You both of you are on. Look, I'll bring up the next. I'll bring up the next the Bethune in line. Ooh, that one is not good.
No, no,
This one is nice.
no,
The day date.
no. I don't want to see that.
No,
Next.
you don't want to see the day date. It's a perpetual calendar.
I don't like Roman numerals.
Okay.
Oh, gee, I got it. I just had a watch on with Roman numerals. So
take it off. Take it off. No Roman numerals, guys.
all right.
While
Now that's interesting.
while
And
Jay's
Gray
on.
doesn't like that one. That one.
Okay, let's bring up this one because this is a really interesting initiative. This is crazy money. $170 Stradivarius Cadran Juan. What is this? Cadran Juan? Seat Cadran. I don't know how to read that.
I'd go for I'll
Give me a sec.
I think of it. I'm gonna go when I
No,
get
Daniel.
What do you want to say, Gray? What's your first name, Gray? Do we call you by just Gray or what's your name? Forgot.
Jay.
Jay. Oh, just Jay. Okay. So Jay, what were we gonna say about this?
I forgot 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
But I would love to have a very deep and long conversation with you, sir.
Oh, what about anything or what?
Anything and everything.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah?
But let our minds just fly off to different directions, huh?
Let's see where we go.
Well,
where are we?
Do you ever listen to just a little off topic? Well, I've always loved these watches. It's a different design and everything, but I'm not going to pay. I'm not going to pay for that. It's
Right.
not. I'm not in that stratosphere.
No.
But I do respect them. I regret that there's no museum where you can rotate. Owners can rotate the demonstration of their pieces at a well-founded museum or part of the Art Gallery of Ontario or something, so all of us can get to recognize and enjoy it without feeling that we're wasting the salesperson's time. Now, you're aware that Patek has such a museum in Geneva, and maybe Langueil does too, and elsewhere, I think. So they are sort of getting involved with that, and I think that's a wonderful thing. Instead of feeling obligated to buy, but like the majority, the 99 percentile of the population are not going to be. It's just not in the stratosphere, and even people that are making big money compared to you and I. I'm only guessing with you, Jay. I don't know. I'm talking about.
I'm a postman, straight up.
Okay, but we're talking about a few $100 million a year or billionaires. Some of them, not billionaires, but if one's making, let's say, several million a year, let's just put it that way. The kids are in private school. They pay for a gigantic home that's unbelievably expensive. They're into other stuff, and you don't realize that there's a big population in America, because this was based on some financial woman that was giving advice on finance, that about 70% of the population in the States are in some kind of deep debt because of their lifestyle is so high. And they are, the last thing they're going to get is a Bethune. It's in private school. They got the 20-bedroom house. They got all these other things. And, I should have a watch. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. A beautiful piece, though. Love to have museums around the world more often so we can get to see maybe owners sharing their pieces instead of having them in their safe most of the time because they're on rotation of their pieces. Have one of their watches contributed to a museum so the rest of the population can see and recognize this.
Can I add to that?
Go ahead.
I asked Boston Collector last week what his end goal was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was he setting up to open a museum? And his response, which I respect 100% and support 100% was, no, it's for charity.
Ooh, interesting.
And you could say that a museum could be operated as a function of charity.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is his collection, in his eyes, is for charity. So, can't disrespect that, can you?
No. We'll see where that goes. Okay. No. I've had some private conversation. I don't know if he's on here. It's been really good. I've had some private chats with him.
We know where that will go.
Yeah.
He will follow through.
Okay.
You don't question or doubt him like other characters.
Well, I found him a kind of a pleasant rock of Gibraltar, calm, solid,
Nice. Nice analogy.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Rock of Gibraltar.
Yeah.
The passage is very narrow. The passage is very narrow.
Yeah. When the conversation gets a little crazy, he tends to steady the waters.
Mm-hmm.
Boston Collector. I don't want to over massage his ego, but I'm just saying. It's a compliment, though. So
of course.
Yeah.
Timmy is chomping the bit.
I'm back, guys.
What
I'm
shall
back.
we say, Tim? Because we just bored the audience to hell right
now. Yeah, what are you gonna do when you got two Canadians coming at you there, buddy? Hey.
Oh, Jay, where in Canada are you?
I'm 2 hours down the road from you.
Oh, son of a gun.
Sorry, Tim. I didn't mean to. I got excited. I'm having so much fun.
Yeah.
I love this place.
Oh, no offense to you, Jay, but I'll be sending a watch by UPS, or what's it called? UPS, not by mail.
No. The UPS delivery agents are much more reliable than most of my coworkers.
Yeah.
Here we go. A Starry Various. What did you guys think about this one? This is a gold dial. Correct. I have no idea what the material. Oh, it says actually. Wait. I have no idea how they did this dial, but it's a really different take on the Stradivarius.
I'm just only guessing.
Yeah.
But it's only a guess, but they're so advanced with what they do. Could it be like solid gold, but made into a powder and then baked like, porcelain or enamel onto the dial surface? Whatever the dial, like the dial surface, whatever base it is.
I'm guessing a gold powder coating on top of whatever the
surface is.
Yeah.
Awesome Pawn, member for 4 months. Thank you so much for your continued support. Awesome Pawn. He's a story editor. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Cat. You look good for 150-year-old man. He's 143. He's 143.
That, I take that as a compliment from Mr. Story Editor. Okay.
Yeah.
So the game has been upped from the red shovel to this. Now I'm 150.
Oh my God.
Yeah. This beard might have to go. We'll see. I shaved the ends here, Tim, so I can look a little bit more refined than you, just temporarily. Temporarily. Where's roommate? Is she sleeping?
Oh, good Daniel. Daniel, leave her be.
Okay.
Leave her be.
All right.
Wherever she is in this universe, she is just fine.
Oh God, we all like her.
Well, of course we do.
Yeah.
So leave her be.
All right. Okay.
Tim, where are you going to get your hair trimmed? You look like shit.
Where? Look, I have a lady here across the street, close by my place.
I didn't ask you about where you're going to get your next batch of
But
pierogies. I said where you're going to get
but
your haircut.
when look, I'll you know how this works, right? Next time somebody super chats me $20 to get a hair trim, that's what it costs. Then I'll get it. But you know what? My hair, I know how to kind of work my hair so that it kind of looks acceptable.
Well,
I'm not a
the
holy shit. I need to shave.
yeah, just shave certain sections of it. You don't have to shave.
Yeah.
Shave. See how I did it down the
Ooh,
side,
Tim,
wait. Let's
like
see.
the arch, right?
no,
Oh, I
don't.
don't know how to do
Not
that.
that I,
No, Daniel, I can't do
Daniel,
that. I can't
Daniel,
do that, Daniel. I
Daniel,
cannot do the trimming because I
yeah.
Daniel.
can't see it. No, Daniel, remember, I
Okay.
can't see it
All
from
right.
the side. So I can shave this side, but
Yeah.
if I have to go this way, I can't see anything. You
Oh,
understand?
okay.
That's why I can't trim.
All right.
No, I'm just explaining. I'm just
All right.
explaining
All
that
right.
unfortunately I would never be able to get it straight because it's just I can't see
All right.
anything on this side of my face.
Oh my God.
What?
Well, that's I can't believe you're. If you were here in Canada, Tim, you would be getting disability for that. You would be riding the train for free.
For just being half blind?
Yeah,
I don't know.
but
I don't know
they
about
would
that.
make.
What is it,
They
Tim? What
would.
is it? Is it some? What? Oh, I like this one by the computer.
All right.
Yeah, this
I've
is nice.
never known anyone that was blind before who got to ride the train for free.
I'm not blind. I'm half blind. Come on.
That's enough.
what
It's all
There's
it
a
takes these
difference.
days. It's all it takes these days, my friend.
Mm.
Now, what is Oisin's favorite De Bethune watch? That's what I want to look at. What's
Well, I
the
have no idea what his favorite would
well,
be. I don't think he's into the Bethune yet. He's kind of working his way up the chain. He's on to APs now. So
Daniel?
John
Do you have
D.
a favorite?
I'm right. I was impressed to see your excellent interview today. It was refreshing to hear from a watchmaker of a micro brand. Yeah. Hope more of that is to come. John D. Of course, if people support the show, they become members. If they keep supporting, I wanna keep bringing new guests. I think
Can I?
add in interesting dimension. Become members, guys. Not John D. John D, you already do enough. Every time I'm out, John D is buying me drinks, just out of the blue. Just a great guy. Thank you so much, man. And Dirk Diggler, that interview was good, Tim. The guy was cool. He's just the soul of the earth.
Yeah.
He's trying
Yeah, it
his
was an
thing.
okay guy. Hey, Dirk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna go.
Daniel.
Sleep.
Good night, Daniel.
Okay,
I'm-
Gray. Be well, and hopefully you don't have the 5 a.m. shift. Guys, later.
My
Take
shift
care,
starts
Daniel.
when I want it to. And
Okay.
Daniel, I'm
Yeah.
coming after you. I'm coming after you.
All right. Okay, take care, guys.
And I'm
Bye
coming with
bye.
the fats. I'm coming with the fats.
Here we go. Let's this one it's pretty cool actually. You know what? It's pretty cool.
The
Ooh,
rotors.
look at that bug.
I can't get past the rotors. I don't like the rotors.
There's no rotor. This is not a rotor. That's the case back. It's a manual wind.
It's all manual. Okay, so
You don't like this space
yeah,
shape on the
give
back?
me a solid case back, please.
Oh, yeah, they do have some with the solid case back, but those are not very desirable. Okay, so I would personally, I think these two are probably the best of the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
The classic Stradivarius is cool with the Romans, but this one is not bad. You have to be brave because
Fucking gorgeous.
it doesn't. There's no branding on it.
It's fucking gorgeous.
It is gorgeous though. Yeah.
Like I'm over a Moser every day.
Yeah. Moser is garbage. Oh, it's a completely different territory, man. Moser is just compared to the Bethune, garbage, mass-produced garbage. You know, this is way better. How limited is this one? Did they say on the back? No, it doesn't say. So maybe it's not a limited edition, huh? Let's look at the book that it comes in. The watch box is a book, and it comes with this travel case. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. But they're huge. 44 millimeters. You're gonna have to have massive wrists. Massive wrists.
Or a thick shirt cuff.
Hmm?
A thick shirt cuff.
Hmm.
Where?
Let's take a look at also crayon. You know the crayon? Crayon. See, watch. Right.
Somebody was saying earlier in the chat they'd like to eat crayons.
Look. I was asked to take a look at 2 brands today, at the Bethune and the Crayon. Crayon. Look. Crayon is it's just really expensive. Now, like it's amazing. It's a miracle how it works.
Come on. No, I've never seen this before. Give us a breakdown.
You never seen this brand before?
Start from the top. I've got nowhere to go.
Let's start from the top. Let's just pick one here. Let's just pick this one. Okay. So it's like a calculator, okay? The movement has like basically a calculator inside.
Can I stop you there? Can I stop you there?
Yes. Yeah.
This will probably be Dis's favorite watch because she's the operator with the pocket calculator. Sorry. Please continue. So it's a calculator.
It's kind of what it calculates is so okay. So it's a annual or maybe even perpetual. I'm not. Don't hold me accountable. I'm not sure, but let's just say it's annual. As you can see here, you look down, right? So it's got the kind of a day and the month indicator, right? But it also has so what it does, it's programmed in such a way that it has to. First of all, it has to be calibrated to your location. So that's where like it's a great. What is the complication? It tells you the sunrise and sunset.
Stop.
Basically.
Stop.
Yes.
Stop.
Right.
Does this have GPS positioning?
No, it doesn't have. Yeah, well, yes, in the way that you have to calibrate it to your GPS location. So when you buy this watch, you have to give it to Crayon. They will set it to where you live, and then this watch will tell you the sunrise. So here, if you look here, it's like say 6 a.m. That's a 6 a.m. right? So the sunrise is going to be at like what 5:45, and then the sunset is going to happen at 6. I don't know 45. This is not. This actually by putting 6 a.m. 6 p.m. is kind of annoying. You can't tell exactly to the minute, but as you can see it at the light blue portion is your daytime. The dark blue portion is the nighttime.
No.
Yeah. And over time of the day, over the year, what it does, these discs they go in and out, and it'll tell you exactly how much daytime and how much nighttime.
I'm sorry, Tim. I didn't mean to. You're saying to me that the inner bezel color changes?
Yeah. Well, it goes. What it does as the days get shorter, this black portion will move higher. So the sunrise, depending on, so it knows when the sunrise and when the sunset is once it's set to your position.
The punters deserve a time lapse of that. Is there one?
There is a video where they show how it moves. Actually, let's see here. Let me bring it up.
They deserve it, but I don't.
Crayon.
See it.
I'll go to YouTube.
I want to see it.
Crayon
watch. So what is that? Is that a 12-month Is it a 12-month complication?
So watch this. Watch this.
Okay, we'll all watch.
So look how it's expanding. You see it? The black portion.
That's the black
Let's go
portion.
back. Go back. Watch
is
it again.
expanding.
Watch it again.
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
as he cycles through, because what he's doing now, he's going to be cycling through the dates and months. So he's going forward, right? So right now, as you can see, it's set to. It's hard to tell here, but let's see. Okay, so it's July. So it's June, right? It's June. So days are long. You see the blue part is really wide. The sunrise is exactly at 6 o'clock. The sunset is at 9:30. You can see 21:30. You see that?
No,
Now look.
I'm looking at a lot more than that. That fucking dial is fucking gorgeous.
I know. Well, I know the dial is white. Now look at this. As we're going out of summer, we're going towards winter. Look at this. Spring. He's cycling through. Look at this. The nights is getting longer, and the day. Look at this. The sunrise is becoming like at 6:45 here, and the sun is setting already at 7, and that is in September.
Well, we could spend the next year trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with this one timepiece. What the fuck is going on with this?
It's insane. It's insane. It's one of the easiest to understand sunrise sunset watches. Whoa, Carolyn Martin, $50 super chat. Crayon watchers are sick as hell. They are. I mean, the finish on the dial, the complication is brilliant. So the way it works, it's just one of the cleanest ways to show this type of complication. And actually, the guy who made this movement, he was at the Cellini Jewelers during the Watch Time New York. Remember when the Watch Time New York happened? The movement here is just, oh my god, look at that. It's just insane finish. The Geneva stripes, unlike standard ones that go just straight across the movement, these curve and they're perfectly lined up on the other bridges. So even though it's curved, it's still followed through. It's just, it's brilliant. Look at this. Let's see. Is there? Let's see. I want that to be a little bit better angle where the curves are a little bit more visible. Look at this. You can see it. This is This is not a standard kind of Geneva striping, and it's obviously perfectly lined up. It's crazy the way they did this.
Crazy.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. But yeah, it's expensive. Yeah, and the awesome puns it's $170,000. Freaking insane.
Mega yachts, private jets.
Yeah. Wow.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
It's beautiful. But man, this is for
Timmy. What do you think the blue on the strap is? What's the blue on the strap there?
The blue? No, it's the blue strap to match the blue dial.
No.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just it just wraps around.
Right? Gotcha.
And then the underneath is orange. By the way, orange and blue, those are like complementary colors. So the strap looks really nice.
Yes, they are indeed.
Casey Jones, Brooklyn, $2. That is a Grossman quality.
Haven't seen the Grossman in a while, Tim. Haven't seen it.
No, I haven't.
I like it.
Thank you. I love the Grossman as well. Look at that. The Grossman is gorgeous.
Pop it up. Beautiful.
Look at that. You know what? I think I lost my opportunity to make a video about the Grossman because there was a tremblage. there's a video someone released it, really good video, lots of macro shots, or maybe
Timmy,
I can make an alternative video to the
Timmy,
one that was made. Yes, Jay.
you have that watch.
Yes.
You and that watch have a story.
Well, first I have to
And
make.
and I'm not done. And
Okay, sorry.
we all know that story.
Mm-hmm.
So give that watch the video to that watch and that we deserve.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I need to finish Australia. Then, right after Australia, I need to make a watch about William Wood. Then I will do the. Only then I'm gonna do the tremblage and the rest. But I need to finish the Australia film. It's tough.
Who was Bill Lumber? And I thought that you were being sequestered from making Australian video available.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll just I mean this half the footage is embargoed, but you know what? I'll just do I have so much footage. I don't need the the character that doesn't want to be it, that doesn't want
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Now, and you should have done it. Stop. I'm not going to say anything more. Get it done. Do it.
By the way, guys, if you're still with us, make sure to hit that upvote button. I would really appreciate it.
Do it.
Let's see if they have crayon on the watch box. Crayon? How the hell wait, where am I typing? Okay. Let's see. How do you spell it? It's very confusing how to spell it. Whoa. Oh, they don't have any crayon on Watchbox. These are hard to come by as it is. So, Big Beach, happy birthday, cat.
Pisces. Where's that?
Pisces. He's a Pisces.
Cats. If it's his birthday now, he's Pisces.
Oh, okay, cool.
I had to flip through Vanity Fair magazine today. And there was a picture of a model wearing all of the different items of things. And number 5 on the list was Richard Mille at 1.2 million. And then 2 or 3 pages over, there was a full page ad for Richard Mille. Looked like a diamond.
Ooh.
Black carbon with diamond dusting almost.
Some insane.
Yeah, insane.
Richard Mills, they're good at marketing. They're good at marketing. The fact that they hold. But look, I think Richard Mille name days are numbered. Some people disagree, but I don't know. There's just something I have a feeling something big is coming. Because
just for me to just open the magazine that's in my hand and show it to my coworkers and say, "Look, they're asking 1.2 million for this."
That's insane. 1.2 million. What the? They inflated. I think they inflated themselves out of price. Like they maybe that's why they jacked up the prices so much. They went from 100,000 per piece to freaking 1.2, 1.5 million. And unfortunately, I have a feeling because look, most people were buying Richard Milles because they were like flipping them. They were making crazy money, right? But by basically pricing these watches at 1.2, 1.5, 1.8 million, that's the Ferrari one, right? But pricing them at such insane prices, they're gonna stop going above retail as much. And basically I feel like most people who were interested in them were, those type of flippers. They're gonna stop buying and the house of cards might fall. That's my prediction, though.
I don't think we should get too deep into who really pays for the watches. Let them keep paying.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think there's
Are
gonna
you?
be.
Are you? Shh! Don't tell anyone. Shh.
Mhm. Yes.
Are you aware of the gnomes of Zurich?
Gnomes.
The gnomes of Zurich.
The gnomes of what?
No. Sure.
Mhm.
Is this a Breitling with a diamond bezel?
No, this is just a different crayon. That's got a. It's I don't know this complication. This is a weird complications. They do weird stuff like this. I'm not
Crayon.
even. There's some
Yeah.
latitude, longitude. Oh shit! You can like.
Oh.
Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know.
I
There's
made
oh
a
wait wait
book.
wait. There's a button here I can press and it'll tell me latitude parameter. Okay, let me read what it says.
Let's do it.
This latitude parameter, so basically, this hand indicates the latitude parameter set by the wearer for the calculation of the sunrise and sunset time, currently indicating 0 degrees. The latitude can be adjusted from 60 degrees north to 60 degrees south. Beyond these latitudes, there would be no sunrise and no sunset every day throughout the year. Oh shit. So this is like the same complication, but like the sunrise sunset set complication, but in this case, I think you don't need to send it to the watchmaker. You can set it directly from the watch. Holy shit. So I guess see there's a complication changer. So basically you choose what you want to change. So there's a date, latitude, longitude, and the UTC. So I'm guessing between with the pusher, yeah, with the pusher you choose which function you want to adjust, right? So you click the pusher, right? This is going to change the date, and then you turn the crown, and that will change the date. But then you press the pusher, it will jump it to let's say latitude. So then you start setting latitude. You press it again, you start setting longitude. So above here, there's a longitude indicator. So this one right here, this says longitude parameter. The longitude of the two hands indicate the longitude parameter definition by the wearer for the calculation of the sunrise sunset times, currently displaying 100% east. Holy moly. What the? How much is this? This is probably some crazy money. Fucking hell. With diamonds, that's a little bit too
Yeah, it
crazy.
seems a bit extravagant. The timepiece
Yeah.
itself, the movement itself is, and
Mm.
why embellish it?
Yeah, they kind of killed it. And then there's also there's crazy carvings on the case and the lugs and the case back.
That kind of embellishment I can appreciate.
Yeah, sick. Everywhere. So it's called everywhere because you could tell the sunrise, sunset everywhere. It's pretty insane.
Mm.
Roar of the Tiger, thank you so much for your upvote. I really, really appreciate it. Uh,
Is
uh,
is the
mhm.
introduction of the diamonds in the bezel just a way of transporting value?
Hmm?
A way of transporting value. It's like Bitcoin on your wrist.
Yeah, kinda. Um, all right, guys. I think I'm gonna wrap it. Oh, actually, you know what? We'll go for 13 more minutes. We'll do a 7-hour show. Let's do 7 hours. Let's do 7 hours. And
Well,
yeah.
what's the other than De Bethune? What? Who else is out there that we want to look at?
Huh?
Oh, well, there was a question that
Oh,
got
yeah.
quite a
No, the
thunder.
question was to take a look at some de Bethunes and possibly a crayon. So we
No,
kind of we looked at some crayons, looked at de Bethunes. We didn't cover every single de Bethune that was in the catalog, but The other stuff was really
I,
not my cup of tea
if I
because I
remember
like.
correctly, someone wanted to know about watches,
Mhm.
and I brought up De Bethune, but there could have been any other brand brought up at the same time.
Mm. What do you think about this De Bethune? This one's got the closed case back. There's just a little bit peeking through, but it's pretty closed. Yeah, I like that. What do you think?
No, I don't. The ones that have those, the last one that we looked at, yes, I want. This, no, I don't. No, I don't want.
Not interested in this one. Don't like it. This one's pretty cool because although I prefer the one with just a clean dial, this is actually the movement is kind of flipped. You know, the movement is flipped. As you can see, actually, let me show it side by side. You know, that'll be because otherwise people won't get it. What the hell am I what am I talking about? Not this one.
That
Not.
one.
Oh, actually, it was that one. It was that one, but I closed it by accident. Okay, it's okay. This is good enough. Okay, so what they did is they inverted the movement. You see, you can literally see that's the same freaking thing, just reversed. Okay, tough to see, but you can see the two barrels there, two barrels there. It's kind of turned sideways though. And obviously, obviously that one has the moon phase at the bottom.
One is, yeah, one is, gotcha. Go on. Sorry.
It's like an inverted movement.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But you know what? Like, it's okay. That it's cool that they're showing like skeletal. You can call this skeletonization a little bit, you know. But I would also like there's something to be on the back because you always want to like you see the dial and then you show someone, well, but also check out the back. But this one doesn't have anything on the back. So
well, are any of the brands doing what do they call it? A hunter's case back?
No, I hate hunter's case back.
Why?
Can't stand it.
It gives you both the best worlds. It gives you a solid case back, and
by the way,
you want to see.
By the way, Jay, what do you think? What do you think about my my new poster? My new poster. Yeah.
Winners don't wait for chances; they take them. Fat Win
What do you
Big
think?
Ben. You know what I
like
think.
that? Yeah.
You know what I think. You know what I think.
Hell it's to the yeah. Hell to the yeah.
You know, I got you on full screen, buddy.
Yeah, I was just showing you the poster.
You know what
by the way, I don't know. I forgot whether I pulled up this super chat from Casey Jones, Brooklyn, $2. That is that is a Grossman quality. Grossman quality. Thank you. I love the Grossman. Love the Grossman. Oh, what is this? Some crazy stuff out there. Let's see it. Let's see what they've got over at. Ooh. Expensive. Elegante,
what the fuck are we looking at this fucking quartz fucking watches for? Jesus Christ.
You okay?
Quartz watches.
Jay's Gray explodes, guys. Jay's Gray explodes. I like looking at the different watches. I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry if I triggered you.
Well, if we're gonna look at the FP Join, let's figure out how it works, and let's figure out how we can make our own.
At FP Join?
Yeah, the FP Join quartz watch is the only quartz watch that I would ever consider.
Oh yeah. Well, look, you know what? The one they got here. Did you see the one that Small G got?
You heard about Brit Gringa?
That yeah, that her FP Join was lost.
No.
Watch Poppy.
No.
It was either lost or stolen. I think chances are that it was stolen.
Tim.
Yeah.
She said today that Gringa got hit while riding a bicycle by a car.
No, come on. It's
No.
Jay.
I'm looking. No.
What are you talking about?
Please.
What are you talking about?
Talk to OC.
Yeah, you okay?
Talk to OC.
Yeah, you okay?
Talk. I can't believe you have not heard this news.
Yeah, I have not. Yeah, I have not.
Just pause. I will hum a song while you text OC and ask him. Okay? I'll be here. I'll stay here.
Okay.
I'll look at this watch. It's beautiful.
Okay.
I'll put it on full screen.
Put it full screen.
Now text OC and ask him.
What am I asking him?
About Brit. What happened to Brit? Do it.
What happened to Brit? Okay, I texted him.
Okay.
I texted him. No response yet.
No.
He might have. He has. I think he might have went to sleep because it's getting late.
Yeah.
And today is Wednesday. Tomorrow is Thursday. Meaning. Holy shit! No freaking way.
What way?
Carolyn Martin says Britt was in a bike accident. She was hit by a car.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Did she post on
Tim, it didn't happen today.
Community?
Tim, it didn't happen today, but she's only recently come home.
Yeah.
Broken
Hey Cam,
jaw,
how are you doing?
broken pelvis.
That's good.
Hey. No, it's all
Timmy, broken pelvis. Broken hip.
Jesus
Christ. I think my my comments are blocked in the comment section.
Yeah, because you pissed off a lot of people, Cam. How can you undo this? Huh?
Who blocked me?
Well, I think I blocked you.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can I have my say?
Yeah.
Cam, you blocked yourself.
Oh, yeah, that's probably more accurate, yeah. You made it impossible to basically, I don't know, for me to do stream because you created so many enemies, man. I really like you. You helped me really a lot, but then I don't know what happened to you, man.
Bro, it's like I'm Batman and I have so many fucking villains.
Well, I don't know what to do with you, man.
No, he's always playing the spin. He's just spin.
He's always playing the spin.
It's like I have the Riddler, the freaking Batman. I mean, not the Batman, the Joker, mystery guy.
Yeah.
Cam, if I invited you to a picnic that was what do they call it? When everybody brings a dish of food. What do they call that?
Picnic.
A picnic. And everyone shares a dish. Everyone shares a dish.
Actually, you know what? I'm checking. You're not blocked. I don't see you. I'm checking the block list. Jesus Christ, there's so much spam that's blocked. It's insane.
Bro,
anyway, Cam, what would you bring to the picnic?
Probably fried chicken and watermelon.
Oh, come on.
Who doesn't like watermelon, Tim? Come on.
I freaking love watermelon. I don't even know why that's kind of. Dude, in Ukraine, I'll tell you the story. I'll tell you the story, Cam. In Ukraine, so I lived in this small village, shithole in the middle of freaking nowhere. Okay, and once a year there would be this big truck, like those industrial trucks that you see here, like where whenever you see there's construction, there will be like one of the caterpillars like putting like this huge amounts of dirt into the, you know what I mean, like these industrial trucks. Okay, every year this truck would come with watermelons. Okay, and it would like, they would tell everyone, oh, like the truck with watermelons would be coming, it would be just once per year. It would just make rounds through every town. Like there was like I think they were making money like that. And so we were kids and we would run all to it was like the bus station, because there was only a place, the paved road in the town only went so far and it would end. So that truck would come to where there was this supermarket, and they would stay there, I think, like for a whole day, and that was the only time to get the watermelon. So we would buy like 2-3 watermelons. And I remember, oh my god, it's the best thing ever. Watermelons are amazing. It was like, oh my god,
Oh,
it was like a miracle.
I'm gonna have to come clean.
Yeah. What happened, Jim?
I was riding with the gang of bikers, and we stole a watermelon off the cart at the side of the field once.
Oh, you'll be swiping.
Seriously, there was like 6, 7, 8 of us riding through the country roads. 14-year-old boys.
But how you been, Cam? How you been? How you holding up?
This is my week off. I have spring break this week. I've been like working with kids at my old elementary school, so that's what I've been up to this whole week while I'm off. Have you guys made any predictions for like the Watches and Wonders yet?
There's been 3 leaks already.
Wait, on what?
Yeah, on the 3 pieces. I'll show you. Hold on. I'll pull them up for you. Number 1, there's Exhibit A. Right hand, left hand drive. Basically, right hand sprite.
Why?
Yeah. Well, because everybody, remember, like everyone was predicting that it's going to be the left hand is going to be discontinued. There's a possibility that the left hand is still going to be discontinued and the right hand version is going to be introduced. But my prediction is every GMT Master 2 is going to get a left hand variant.
Oh damn, that would be cool.
Yeah, that's my prediction. That's Exhibit A. This is Exhibit B. 70th anniversary Gold Hulk. Amazing, right?
It's something.
It's definitely a statement piece. There's never been Submariner in any there's 2 colors so far. Only been.
You got the
blue and the black. The black, obvious choice, but this would be the first time it's done in green. Unfortunately, it's in a 41 mil case, 41 mil case. It's just, it's too big. Have you tried the 40 versus 41?
I I haven't got a chance to even find a 40. But I've had the 41s. I've tried those on. It's just too big for me.
Yeah, it's huge.
The green Kermits are like bigger than the regular.
Oh yeah. Because look, I have the Cermit and the standard, the black one, right?
Yeah.
And look, when I saw this leak, right, it really got me excited. But then I realized, hold on a second, I freaking hate this watch because of the insanely big clasp.
Oh.
Look at the 2 sizes of the clasp. Let me show you. Hold on, come on, focus. You see that?
Yeah.
That's so much slimmer. That is wide AF.
Which one do you like more?
I like the 40 more. I like this one more. I like the 40. I'm holding them both upside down now. Okay, I like that. I prefer the 40. It took me. I remember like when I first got this one, I thought, "Oh my god, it's so much better." And then I wore it like a couple of times, and it was just like, "Oh shit, this is,
Which
it's not comfortable to wear."
which watch do you think is in your collection is the most visibly appealing? Daytona. Yeah, I don't know. With my Datejust, I kind of like the symmetry better with other watches like the Oyster Perpetual. Like I don't know, I don't that date function just like it's not symmetrical. It bothers me. But
Yeah, this one's nice.
I have a question for you, for
Maybe
both of you
Pepsi
guys.
as well.
Does Jay Gray have a Rolex?
I don't know actually. Jay, tell me what watches you got. He's not here. You're muted, Jay. You're good. Or maybe he went to take a bathroom break.
I don't.
What about what happened to your collecting? Have you
I
got
have a pre.
anything or you have? Oh, hey, Jay's back.
I have a pre-68 Tudor Oyster Prince.
Oyster Prince Tudor.
Yes,
What else?
pre-68. So it has a Tudor rose on the dial.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
It's pretty
And
nice.
it has Rolex on the crown, Rolex official case on the back.
So it's an older Tudor, right?
No, everything about it is Rolex except for the name.
What's it called again? What's it called again?
A Tudor Oyster Prince.
Tudor.
Pre-68 with the rose on the dial.
It's called pre-68.
Yes.
Oh, like one of these, right? Like that?
No.
Like
It's got
that?
a smooth bezel.
Smooth bezel. Okay.
Smooth
Like
bezel.
that. Oh, like that.
Yeah, but no, because that she that has the shield on it, Timmy.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You have with the rose.
Yeah.
It's hard to find, man. Oh, like this. Like that?
Pull it up.
Let's pull it up. Like that?
Right. Yes.
Well, that's nice. It's very pretty.
Should I get the watch for you now?
No, well, yeah. Go bring it. Go bring it, of course.
Okay.
I don't know. I kind of like more vintage pieces now. I don't know why.
Vintages. They don't make more of them, Cam. Be right back. I'll be right back.
I don't know. I feel Rolex to me doesn't even feel aspirational anymore, Tim. The excitement has like left me. Yeah. Does it feel aspirational to you? Like if you were to buy another Rolex, does it feel like, yeah, I've won? I don't know if it's like just me getting into it so early or just like the way it is to purchase a Rolex nowadays. It's not like, you know, it's for a purpose. It's like when you get that call, you just drop the money and that's it. It doesn't feel like you, I guess, work to that point. I don't know. I feel like I could just, drop something on it anytime. It doesn't feel aspirational at all. What watch feels aspirational to you?
Aspirational to me?
Yeah.
Look, I think you think like Rolex is not enough as an aspirational watch.
I don't know. I'm kind of
You saying like something has to be something above like Patek or Vacheron or EP? Is that the new aspirational watch? Because I don't know. I still think Rolex is is aspirational watch. It is the the only reason you think you think of them as non-inspirational is because the reason they became affordable is because they hold their value.
Yeah.
And it's a psychological thing. But it's only affordable because you know that they go above retail. If you don't know that fact, which most people still don't know, they're still the aspirational watch. And this over retail thing, this is not gonna last. Like, it's crashing. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the. I mean, I don't see you flying to to other states anymore to pick up Air Kings to flip.
Have these.
But it feels like if
very
tomorrow I got a call for like
Hold on, Jay.
Like
if I got a call for a Pepsi, I'm gonna pick it up. Like, it doesn't
Pepsi,
feel like.
but you're not getting a call for Pepsi.
But if I were to, it doesn't feel like, okay.
Would you flip it or would you keep it?
I'd flip it, but it's not like when you go to the AD and you say, oh yeah, this is a watch that I want. I'm gonna save up X amount. I'm gonna come back and get this watch. It's not like that at all. It's like you buy it when you get a call or when it's available. It doesn't have that build up.
Yeah, it's different. Look, it's you have to. I see what you mean. Look, I think the new aspirational brand is probably Cartier because they're available.
Yeah, I can see that.
The brand is just as strong as Rolex, if not stronger, because they make more than just watches. They're known for like those love bracelets. Man, that shit fire. People they go crazy over those, and that translates into watches. And actually, I was like at my AD, and there was a lot of people trying on Cartier.
That's good.
And they're available. Everything is available.
Yeah.
And most people, they don't care about the whole movement thing that when the movement breaks, they just swap the movement. Let's see here. Jace. It's got a Rolex bracelet. Holy shit. Yeah, that's how Rolex used to do it. They would literally take their extra parts, and they would put and they would put non Rolex movement in there, not as well calibrated movement, and freaking sell it as you don't wear the bracelet, right? You have it on the side.
In 1995, I replaced that bracelet, the original bracelet.
Wow. Oh, with the Tudor bracelet. That one's got a Tudor shield. Oh, that's pretty. Wow.
Yes.
Let's see the dial. Let's see the dial. 1998. Wow. Higher. Oh.
That watch is older than me.
Now, yeah. Let's see it. Upside down. Oh, higher. Put it over your face. There we go. Oh, there you go.
Oh wow. It has a.
Wow. It's got the little rose. It's nice watch. It's a little bit on the smaller side, but
yeah, it's a 36.
Hey. 36? That's not bad. 36, that's the standard watch size. Yeah. It's good.
Like 10.
It's a nice chunk. It's a nice chunk of steel.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I remember, Tim, when I used to before I bought my Datejust, I remember going to the AD in the Bahamas and just go in there because I saw other people in there, and I was like looking in the case, and I was like, I'll never, have any of this at all. Like, this is for like somebody that's super important. And now it's like I'm just a guy in college about to graduate, and if I got a call for a Yachtmaster, I'd go pick it up. Like, it doesn't feel that same, like, yes, one day when I'm important or one day when I save up this money, it just feels like you're forced to get it when it's available because you otherwise you're not going to get it.
Yeah, well, look, listen, I think at least for meantime, you could say, like, if you have a birthday, if there's something truly special coming up, I think if they if you play your cards right, you can get like a Batman or a sub. I've seen people getting it. Look, what's the best piece that was allocated to you from the AD?
Shoot,
There,
ep841, the Royal Oak
41.
white dial.
Holy shit! What?
That
The
was over the summer.
5510?
Yeah,
You actually you bought it?
yeah, I bought it over the summer. Remember?
I don't remember it. You didn't send me pictures. Let me see it.
I think you have me blocked.
On the text message?
Yeah.
Let me check.
That was the quickest flip I ever. That was the quickest flip I ever done in my life.
Oh, don't talk about flips.
No, you're not blocked.
I'm not?
Wait. Your number starts with 67?
No.
What the hell? Maybe it's the wrong cam. Second. No. Let me see. Let me message you. Hello. Okay.
But
No,
did you
that's
have
that was me texting you. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. No, you're not blocked.
Okay.
Wow.
So you still have the 36 Datejust blue dial,
Yep.
and you got nothing new.
That's the only Rolex I'll ever own. I don't think I want to buy another Rolex for myself.
You're done.
Yeah. I think the only
So
other
what's
watches I want is like after like I sold that AP, I want like the 37 mil, not the 41. It's just like too big. But the 37 mil, whatever, like dial, and then like my last watch, I want it to be a Longue.
Ooh.
But
We
no,
see that's the aspirational brand. That
Longue?
you can actually buy that. That takes a lot of freaking money to buy that.
Are they
You know that?
available?
Well, introductory models. If you're talking about Odysseus, you have to buy other pieces. But if
What's
you want to get like a
Odysseus?
Lange 1, you know, Lange. Let's go to Lange. Lange. Oh shit! Lange. You always have to put watch. Right. Go here to Lange, like a Lange 1. Watches and Wonders are coming up. Yep, they're gonna be at Watches and Wonders. Is it timepieces? Lange 1. Just a base model like this. Boom. What else do you need? This is a perfect watch to aspire to own one day.
Did you get the
They've really
rose gold?
jacked up the prices through the roof on these. It's 40,000
Damn.
at retail.
It's on
You know?
pre-order? What the heck?
Yeah. Oh, because this is a new model. It was they made it like I think a little bit slimmer this time around. You go to boutique, you put a deposit, then you get away. I think they deliver these pretty quickly.
For some reason, I prefer this over Patek Dress Watch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
because it's it's more useful. It's manual wind, and like I hate the date because setting the date is just so annoying. But this is the only watch where setting a date is easy because they have this pusher. Just click the pusher.
Oh.
Yeah. So simple. Power reserve. It's asymmetrical. It's quirky. It's cool. Lord Flex says, "Really, a Datejust is the only Rolex you ever need. Some people work 25 years for one."
Damn.
That's a good point.
Yeah, the thing that I've realized, like I think earlier on that you guys try to emphasize to me, was that like since I've had the Datejust for what? Actually, 2 days ago was the second year I had it. I kind of like, I don't know, for some reason I like the more vintage Datejust. I'm more excited to see my Datejust like age with me because I got it so early on. And I kind of like seeing like my friends that, some of them work in finance and they've had theirs. They're like older than me. They're like Diego's age. And you can see that they've had that watch and they've gotten it as a reward or got it from a family member when they were like my age, and you can see the age of that watch as they've gone on in their careers. So that's something I look forward to, like just having with my date, just like having age with me. Because you can tell like this person has had this watch for some time through all of that person's history, which is kind of nice, I think.
So when you have your watch, Cam, what memories will be attached to it?
What memories? I think my graduation. What else? The amount of time
going through COVID, right? The whole
going to the Bahamas.
Starchy, $2. Cam, do you still live with your parents? Of course he is. He's still in college, right?
That's mandatory.
Yeah. What else?
I guess starting my new career as well. Some growth that I've gotten from the time that I bought it till now.
The awesome fun says Cam is working for Goldman Sachs. As a janitor. Okay, I thought.
Hey, they make good money.
Yeah, actually, listen, nothing wrong with being actually in New York. It's a union job, right?
Maybe.
Dude, I wish I was working as a janitor. No, it's a legit money. Benefits. Think about it. I don't even have health insurance. Like you get health insurance as a janitor. It's good. It's a good job. Holy shit. At Goldman Sachs, man, I would quit. I would wait if I was doing this this show, if this was all about the money, then I would. If someone told me, "Hey, janitor at Goldman Sachs," instantly, yes, I would.
They make good money. But what watch do you think like has gone with you through time the most, or you have the most memories with?
Explorer 2. Explorer 2.
Explorer 2.
Yeah. I've done some amazing things with this watch, traveled to a lot of places,
Is that like the only watch you would keep if you had to?
Huh?
Is that the only watch you would keep if you had to?
Huh?
Like, is that the only watch you would keep if you had to?
Wait, say it again. It's just fucking the way you asked the question.
Is that the only watch you would keep if you had to keep one watch?
No, unfortunately, I think I would have to keep the Daytona because the Daytona was kind of the culmination of like a lot of effort, right? It was my 30th birthday watch, right? If and it's got three circles to represent the third 30 years. And also my mom gave me a ring to go with it, with the Trinity. It's a Cartier Trinity ring.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I would have to keep the Daytona, unfortunately. I mean, you see, if things were different, right? If things were different, right? Then maybe it would have been a different watch that I would have gotten for 30th birthday. Or maybe I wouldn't have gotten the watch at all. See, I think if there wasn't this gamification in this collecting hobby, I would have stopped after Submariner. Okay? Because it was when I got the sub.
Was that your only Rolex?
That was my first Rolex.
Yeah.
My first Rolex. And this is the watch that I had the longest, the 40 mil sub. I remember when I got it, and I thought I won't need any other watch. And technically, I don't need any other watch. This watch does it all. It's got the date to tell you the date. It's got the timing bezel, which is so useful. It's got the glide lock. Man, I love the glide lock. Never have to adjust. I mean, the bracelet, boom, you pop it out. I mean, the breathing room that this watch has. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And it's not like the new one is too big. I wouldn't be able to wear. But this is still like Look, let me show you how it looks on my wrist. It's such a look. You see that? It's perfect for my wrist. It's not too big. It's not too small. Sits really nice. Look at that.
Yeah.
You see how? Yeah. The Cermet, it's taller. It feels fatter, and then this clasp, it gives me the shits because if you're sitting at the computer, which I do half of my day, that buckle, you see how it's still it's not too big, not too small. It's just perfect. Maybe, man. Now that I think about it, now that I explained it this way to you, I think I would get bored though. No, just one. Maybe who cares? I mean, it's
Just
fucking
one
first
reliable
world
watch.
problems. First world problems, right? I mean, holy shit! I'm choosing between a Daytona and a fucking sub.
You have scratches on the
Fucking hell.
glass on that Daytona?
On the Daytona, yeah, yeah.
Wait,
I
let me
wear
see.
I wear the Daytona. Huh?
Let me see.
It's hard to see on camera, but okay. Let me show you. Let me
Pro-
try. Let me try to show you. Come on. Focus. See it on the camera. It's not. You can't see it. It's hard to see the scratches. It's not a lot of scratches. Not as many scratches as here. And actually, this one you won't be able to see scratches either. Let's see. I think if I zoom it in here.
Yes.
What? Yeah, you can see a little bit better. See that? But still, it looks perfect. Like in that shot, if I just held it like that, you would think that's a perfectly clean, but it's not.
Yeah. I think, yeah. My date is just gonna take me because I think Lolex told me that I should just keep it for like through time. Like that's it. That's all I need.
What did they just?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they just. It's basically. Well, your wrists are so much smaller too, right?
Yeah.
What's the size of your wrist?
Like
6?
6, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, 6. You would need either a pre-ceramic sub, but like the bezel on the pre-ceramic sub is not as robust as on the ceramic one. So
For some reason I don't like ceramic bezels for some
yeah,
reason. I like I've said this before. I like the old Daytonas with the stainless steel bezels, and I like the aluminum bezel, like Pepsi's and
did you know that Lolex got the Daytona? He's got the black dial Daytona.
when
A couple of weeks ago,
man
he got the call.
got
He
the
didn't even he didn't even ask for it that much. He
Scam.
just kind of threw it out there, and they called him. They called him and got it for him.
he called the flipper to
Mm,
come pick it up.
mm. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Mm. Doc and his watch. Tim, your Daytona is almost perfect condition. Don't know how you keep it that way. Wait, was I wearing it with me? Yeah, I don't know. I just I'm careful, I guess. Like
You
part of
have
the reason is that I have to be extra careful with these because
the scratches
I
are mine and
can't afford
atrocious.
these things, to be honest.
Never
It's
mind the
all
scratch. Never mind the scratches. You still have it. You have it
mm.
100%. Be careful.
All right, guys. I think we're gonna end it here. 4 minutes, 3 minutes, basically. 3 minutes to go. We're gonna wrap it up. Have you? By the way, Cam. Let's see it. Well, that's good. It's good condition. Oh, nice to see the fan is still the fan is still there. Hmm. Still got it. It hasn't flipped it yet. Hmm. There's Cam. Show the dial. Show the dial as well. Oh, you got some scratches. Yeah. You got some nice scratches there. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Hmm. It's black, but it looks almost
Dark
blue.
blue, navy blue.
Hmm.
To my eye.
Lord Fleck, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good show. It's a little bit different. It was a little different beginning. We had a guest on, a guest for the first half. It was a interesting talk earlier today. For those who care about it, it was good practice for me also interviewing someone. Very cool of John to allow me to interview him. You know.
Absolutely. Well done, Tim.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Would I hit that good night button? Cam. You know what, Cam? Thank you for hopping on. I appreciate it. You know, it's hard. It's hard. This YouTube thing is.
You should set up an interview with Bamford's father.
Yeah. I'll try to do. Yeah.
He's doing hydrogen power for farm equipment.
What the? Oh, that stuff is next. We're gonna invite Big Meech on, and and we'll talk about practice. John D, great show today. Tim, the interview was super. Thank you, John. I appreciate your kind words. And Fat Win Big Ben, well done. Good interview. Take it easy, Timbo. Thank you, fans. Thank you all for watching. Thank you, Jay, for all your contributions. And guys,
thank you, Cam. Nice to see you grow, Cam.
Yeah, and I like this new Cam. A little bit more.
Yeah,
relaxed.
I've been a good while.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. Hopefully the break was good for your mental health. Stuff is not easy.
Don't step out of line, though, Cam. Do not step out of line.
Really, my brother.
All right, guys. If you haven't hit the upvote button, hit that upvote button now, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.